Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching from in the world right now. My name is Adam Savage, and welcome to Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. I'm delighted to be joined by Joe and by Lee, because we're giving away a cheeky $1.5 million over 3 days. I mean, this is an incredible cause. We're going to look at some of the charities in a second here, all battling coronavirus around the world. But ultimately, top-tier players from around the world and celebrities competing on FIFA to donate money to charity. Lee, Joe, there isn't a much better cause in this, really, is there, Lee?
No, absolutely. I mean, especially with 2020, the way everything is laid out and rolled out with the coronavirus and all the causes around the world are very much in need. You know, if I would say now more than ever, it's been such a wild year for everyone. Literally a worldwide first. This has never happened in the world. So, you know, now is no better time than to donate some money.
Absolutely. Joe, I mean, our top prize over the course of these 3 days featuring FIFA is $400,000 by a player to a charity. That is madness.
Absolutely. And a life-changing amount of money, right? I mean, it's not all going to go in the end to one person, but the fact is that this is going to change the lives of as it's used, you know, for goodness. So we'll have to see who it goes to in the end, who's able to win it.
Yeah, I mean, we featured some fantastic players yesterday, and we've got some celebrities as well. We're going to talk about all the matches, show some replays for you guys. If you missed any of day one, do not worry, we're going to go through all of it. But first, let's give a shout out to all the charities that we're kind of fighting to earn money for, courtesy of our players here. Direct Relief, we have Garvey, the Vaccine Alliance, we have King Salman's Humanitarian Aid Relief Centre, we have International Medical Corps, UNICEF, ITU and NRC, the Norwegian Refugee Council. All these charities, as we said, our players are all competing for one of these charities that they've actually nominated, and all their winnings will go to the charity of their choice. So fantastic from all of our players here. But we said celebrities that are coming on this show. We had some serious celebrity. Liam Payne, Alexander Arnold. Today is Dybala
Smith.
Yeah. Dybala versus Delhi as well. But we do also have some of the biggest players that you guys are going to be very familiar with as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Trent and Liam yesterday. Lee, could you walk us through your boy Trent here? I mean, he seemed to dominate.
It's some banging goals, weren't there? I mean, it went down in every game, and we kind of felt, you know, Liam's got a bit about him, and obviously the chat was very much for Liam. There was a lot of fans in the house. No surprise, and a very popular lad. But Trent Arnold, obviously, as the actual footballer, kind of had a lot on the line here, but you can see some of these goals he's just banging in, fizzing him in. I think he had that cracker from Hendo. He was proud of himself, because obviously Hendo, the captain of Liverpool, is like, hey, Hendo scored for me, which you don't often see, and I think he even managed to squeeze one in himself. So some solid goals, and then of course we moved on to the tournament.
Yeah, indeed we did. Joe, Damie versus Shells, our first game yesterday. I mean, Shells sadly knocked out of our competition, but he certainly put on a show for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I felt for him a little bit in this Damien match. You know, he started off slowly. The first game he got, well, battered, I think it's fair to say. I think 4-0 it was in the end. But he slowly came back in it, you know, and actually, you know, gave us a really good game by the end of it. Damien, though, was too strong, and we saw also Damien then going through further on in today. But this man here, for me, was, you know, a great surprise. Turkey from Saudi Arabia, first international showing for him, and he definitely did himself proud.
He certainly did. We sadly lost Turkey yesterday as well, but he definitely turned up. We didn't know much about him, but it's always nice to see a bit of an undercard here, still delivering the goods for the fans at home. They can watch some great FIFA still.
Yeah, and obviously don't forget that we are having to play all this online. This is not a LAN tournament, which is obviously what a lot of competition is these days. So there is a lag element that comes into it, which can affect your play. Anyone that's played FIFA will certainly know when you see those bars down at red and maybe orange, he's sort of like, oh no, it's going to be a disaster game. My passes are going to miss, but he absolutely turned up. But obviously we're seeing some of the games towards the end of the day here. Some absolute smashes from Gravison. Fantastic player, no surprise. He's obviously performed at his top level, and along with him, some quality goals to see him go through.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Gravison, both his games, he won 2-0, 2-0. He went straight through to our playoffs coming up your way on Sunday. And Damie beat Turkey in the lower bracket final and went through as well. So it was great to see. I mean, Damie, I think we all felt had beat Shells, went on to beat Turkey. I mean, probably a worthy second place to go through to our playoffs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Gravison was the strong guy in there, although, his game against Turkey was pretty close, but I think Damie, we got the right two guys, I think, from yesterday's performances overall. So we can be happy with where we are. And today, the juicy group comes along, so it gets even more interesting.
Group B, the group of death. I'm very excited. There's some serious players. You're going to see these in just a second time. But let's not forget that all of our players as well who compete in this, regardless of where they come, do manage to raise money for charity. Even if they come in 8th place, $50,000. We're going to see that in a second, who the charities they nominated to. But we have the bracket here for Group A from yesterday. This is actually the final standings from yesterday. As you can see, we had those two matches with Damie versus Gravison, where Gravison won 2-0. Damie went down to compete against Turkey for that final place, and Gravison and Damie moved through to Sunday, to our Super Sunday, where we're actually going to find out our two other finalists for the course of the day here over the next few hours or so. So it's very exciting times, and it's everything to play for here. This might be for charity, but we've got the biggest players, and you're going to see them in just a second's time. That charity prize pool there as well, you can see Shells there donating $50,000 to Direct Relief. Thank you, Shells, for doing that. Very, very kind. And Turkey, so his $50,000 as well going to King Salman. I mean, Turkey, as we said, a player we didn't know much about, but still manages to earn 50,000 big ones for a charity of his choice. So it's a wonderful thing he's done there. Let's take a look at bracket Group B. This is the big one. This is today. You'll see some very familiar faces. Work us through some of those names here. Kicking off, Joe, Umat versus Tex.
It's a pretty ridiculous group, in all honesty. And all eyes are probably on Tex and MS Dasari here as the big two names. But Umat, the couple of events that we've had this year for FIFA offline, Umat's done incredibly well at. Tas, he's a player who's been around a very long time and has won events and has had poor showings at other ones, but he's a player who, if he's on his game, and I think this is a no pressure environment where we might see a bit of exhibition play from these guys, considering the fact that they're here to have fun as well as earn some charity money. This might be the kind of environment that really suits him.
Indeed. I mean, Lee, we obviously Dasari and Tex are the assumed ones that are going to go through here. But I mean, anything we saw yesterday, anything really is possible here.
I mean, let's not write off Umat. Umat and Tas, both of them are absolutely quality players. Like you say, Umat's had a second place ahead of Tex and Dasari before on LAN tournament. Obviously, Tas coming into this one from FaZe Clan. There's a reason that FaZe Clan, one of the big orgs out there, picks these players up, and it's not just for their marketability, it is because their skills as well, and obviously Tas, quality player, we'll see. So Dasari, while he was world champion 2018, second place in 2019, he is probably the big favourite, I would say, in this group, despite the fact Tex dominated last year. But either way, I think we're set up for some absolute smashing games. And then obviously we're starting the day, Adam.
I know.
With Dybala versus Delhi.
It's massive. Dybala versus Delhi. I mean, this is a game that we've all been very excited about, and I can't believe it's finally here. Best of three. All our matches are best of three. So that is how you proceed to the next part of the competition here. But a BO3, Dybala versus Delhi. I mean, where do we even start here? I mean, I don't really know what's going to happen with Dybala. I've seen Delhi kind of played our Fortnite competition a couple of weeks ago. Can definitely hold his own in video games, but I presume that Dybala, being a footballer as well, and as Delhi is, are going to do pretty well on this as well.
I mean, I'm just going to try not to fanboy, right? Because I've followed Paulo Dybala in Football Manager for a very long time. Obviously, I've always been trying to push for him in FIFA to be better. I'm like, his stats need to be better than this. But obviously, what a fantastic player in real life. Obviously, he hasn't had the chance to shine in Argentina yet because he's kind of been outshone by Messi, which is not a bad thing overall. But obviously, up against Dele Alli, England's own, as it were, big centre. So, I honestly don't know how this is going to go. As you say, we've seen Dele Alli playing FIFA before. We've seen him playing, obviously, Fortnite in these streams as well, occasionally on Twitch. So, It's going to be an intense one. Even if you look at the FIFA cards, they're pretty even, right? The two FIFA cards.
They're not too far apart. I mean, they both play, I think both Cam as well, so they're not they're in the same position as well. But I mean, do you think they're going to, Joe, naturally go for Spurs versus Juventus? Would it be sacrilege to not go for those clubs?
Well, that was exactly my point. That's where I was coming from for my for next point, right? That maybe this is the first transfer rumours of next season, depending on who they decide to pick. You just got to think that they've got to go with the clubs that they're currently playing for, but maybe we'll see some surprises. I guess we should probably say for everyone out there that the main tournament here, the Pro Tournament, is being played on Ultimate Team, but we are going head-to-heads for the show matches. So both these players can pick whichever team they want to go with. So for me, an interesting part of this one to see who they decide to go with in the end.
It basically means there won't be like a 99 Ronaldo up front if he does play Juve, which of course he will be.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think maybe this is actually kind of like an audition for Dybala to see if he's got the minerals to join Spurs. Who knows? Who knows what this is? But it'll be interesting to see their kind of play styles as well. I'm sure it's going to be very competitive. We saw Trent yesterday. Being a footballer, I guess a lot of the guys play when they're not training, when they're not in matches. They're playing a bit of FIFA. So I'm hoping this is going to be a really good matchup here. But we're going to jump into our first match very shortly. If you want to find out anything more about Gamers Without Borders as well, head to gamerswithoutborders.com. You'll find out all the information there, and as well, we mentioned, what Joe mentioned a second ago, all of our players competing using their FUT teams. Our show matches are all played by head-to-heads. However, our head-to-head show matches also are raising money for charity as well. $75,000 we allocated in our show matches by the winner of those show matches to a charity of their choice listed below, and $25,000 by our runner-up as well. So still, even our show matches, $100,000 on the line for charity. So every single match here counts, every single placing counts as well, and someone's going to give away 400,000 big ones in the next few days, which is simply insane. Before we kick off with our very first show match of the day with Dele Alli and Paulo Dybala, I still can't believe I'm saying that, we do have a quick speed session video for you guys. Check this out.
Where is the first place you'd like to travel to for an event when it's safe to do so?
I never lost an event in London, so I make sure to drop by after this storm goes on.
The first place I'd like to travel to for an event, that is probably Copenhagen, I think.
When it's safe to do so, I would love to travel to Berlin as well. Playoffs last year were in Berlin, and I think it's my favorite European city.
What has been the most memorable play of your professional FIFA career?
The most thing I really remember and I really enjoy watching it back is we crowned as FIFA World Champion.
Yeah, I went to the final in my second tournament, but then I also lost the final in the 90th minute. So it's a bit of a tough one to take, but it's definitely my best achievement, and I'll remember it for the rest of my life.
I think the most memorable play of my FIFA career was last year in the final of the La Liga, playing against Zidane. I was 1-0 down. I had a free kick. It was, I think, 35 meters away from the goalie, and I saw Ronaldo. I saw a free kick. And most players would play it short, or just try to play the most safe free kick. And I just thought, like, what the hell? I'm gonna take the shot, and I took the shot, and I went. It was a crazy goal. I still remember it, and I think that goal kind of mentally broke Zidane down, and I end up winning 4-1. But that free kick, that first goal, it was like, wow, so perfect, so nice.
Who do you think is the best attacker in FIFA?
I love to play with Cristiano Ronaldo, Eusebio, Pele as well. I enjoy playing with them.
The best attacker's probably always got to be Cristiano Ronaldo. I think he just has a glitch himself in the game that makes him the best every year, and that's the reason why you got to pick him.
I think the best attacker to pick in FIFA is Mbappé Futverde. He's so OP.
Who do you think the best defender is in FIFA?
The best defender in FIFA is Virgil van Dijk, because he's the best defender in the world right now.
The best defender to play in FIFA is definitely Van Dijk. That guy gets tackles like no one else, and I don't know. He's actually a cheat code.
The best defender in FIFA right now is Van Dijk, the Team of the Year edition, because he's just so dominant.
Who do you think the best midfielder is in FIFA?
The best midfielder in FIFA is Ruud Gullit, and I really don't know why. Maybe guys, you can ask EA.
The best midfielder is Hullet. He's an icon, so he links with everyone. He's 6'3", he can do everything, and he's the most important player on your team.
The best midfielder in FIFA, in my opinion, is De Jong, Team of the Year edition. I think he's an underdog. Like, many people are gonna say Kevin De Bruyne, Ruud Gullit, but De Jong just does the dirty work in there. So I'm using him in La Liga as well, and he's my favorite player, and he clutches in some difficult situations. So I think it's the best player in FIFA, in my opinion.
Yes, great to see Frankie there catching up with some of our players, Gravison, MS Dasari, and we also had, who else was there on the list there? Shells as well, who actually was knocked out of the competition sadly yesterday. But I mean, you can see some of the caliber of players here. It's great. I love those little speed sessions of finding out a bit about what their thoughts about best defenders, best players, and such. But I mean, speaking of football in general, chaps, we're just weeks, days away from real life football returning to the world.
I don't know what you're talking about. We've had it in Germany. We've had it.
You guys live in the dream there, going, what are you talking about, mate? Yeah, I mean, here in the UK, we are biting at the bit for it to restart. I think it's the 15th. How's it been in Germany with the restart of football, Lee? Has it been welcomed by everyone, despite the fact that there's no real crowd there?
No, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the players did talk about the fact that it's a little weird playing without the crowds and stuff, but it's obviously it's almost like a training ground match, right? You're just having a bit of a... But obviously it's for the Bundesliga, so there's quite a lot up for grabs. But yeah, it seems that Bayern have resumed their typical position. It seems after the break, it benefited them maybe because everyone was challenging before them.
Yeah, I mean, we speaking to Trent yesterday as well. I mean, it was even though I was kind of edgy saying, "Oh, I mean, you've pretty much won the league." He still wasn't, because he wasn't getting ahead of himself. You could see. I mean, he was kind of going, "No, we've still got to take it one."
He's been PR trained. Come on, he's not going to. He's not. Jurgen Klopp's not going to say, "Right, boys, let's go on to whatever you're on. Just say we won it, boys." It's not going to happen.
Easy street.
It's 2020, right? So you say anything publicly that doesn't happen after you've said it, you're getting the trolls, aren't you? For years.
You're absolutely right. We've actually got a bit of a thing on the screen for you guys as well, just to reiterate the charity prize element as well. You're going to see some of the breakdown of some of the money being given away here. As I said, it's all about donating to charity to fight coronavirus around the world right now. This is the prize pool for our show matches. I mentioned this just before Frankie's quick video there, but we have $75,000 to give away to our winner of our show matches that we have here, and $25,000 still to the runner-up, which is crazy money. Put this into context. A few weeks ago, we had Fortnite, where if you came, in the bottom 50, you got $2,000 to give away. By simply competing in our show matches, you're giving away at least 25k, which is an enormous amount of money for any of these charities down below. I'm very excited. I think they're obviously going to be playing maybe a bit tentatively at first to feel each other out, but I like to think that there's some kind of underground, like Premier League, Serie A, Ligue 1 kind of Bundesliga circuit of players who get together and kind of really battle it out, Joe.
Yeah, I think there's, that's the interesting thing. These times, these COVID times have shown us, whether that be FIFA, whether that be, racing, whether that be Fortnite, whatever that might be, that, a lot more of these celebrities are more normal than you somehow think, right? Games just like we are, and they are beating their friends just for fun on a Friday night as well. So I think it's really shown us that video gaming is not this massive underground thing that everyone has claimed it to be for all these years, but that actually a lot of these top sportsmen use it as a way to actually calm themselves down after such stressful and obviously physically demanding sessions that they have to go through as well during their in their jobs. So I think it's been really great to see everyone kind of pulling through and saying, we've been doing this all along, but now we're ready to show the world how good we are.
Yeah, I love it. I think you're right. We're celebrating esports here, celebrating gaming, and raising money for fantastic causes as well. So it's all absolutely brilliant. One question I do have for you both as well, because I think that this is a great question for you guys at home as well on the chat. if you could challenge any footballer, I'm going to let you go as far as icons as well of all time. Any footballer to a game of FIFA, who would it be? Lee, Joe, is there a particular footballer you think, I think I could really give him a run for his money? Or would be a great person, maybe a rivalry that you think, I just want to take this person on? Joe, who would yours be? It's a hard question.
I wish you'd forewarned me on this. David Hurst.
David Hurst. Wow, okay.
I mean, you're a Chef Wednesday fan. So.
Exactly. So David Hurst, definitely a bit of a hero of mine, a childhood hero after Sheffield Wednesday's early 90s. The last time we were any good. So to sit down and have a chat and play some FIFA with David Hurst, I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, what about
not sure if he's any good though.
I mean,
who knows? David Hurst, he's a classic, mate.
I got so many to pick from. This is the problem, right? Because obviously I'm an older Liverpool fan, so I do remember when we actually were good. So I'm thinking of like Rushy, Dalglish, but I've also obviously got Stevie Gerrard, who's obviously been the more recent heroes. There's so many in there, and I'd be like, oh, I don't know. But you also got to think of the banter that you got, say, from Carragher or Johnny Barnes or something like that. I don't know. I think the banter probably I'd go towards maybe.
The banter is crucial. I think for whatever reason, I think I'm drawn towards challenging Cantona simply because you just don't know what's going to happen. He could start coming out with ramblings. He could start, going out. I have no idea.
Start talking about fish and trawlers and stuff like that.
You just start, anything's possible with Cantona. He is a loose cannon. He is an absolute loose cannon.
Just have to be careful that he doesn't get you 2-footy from your score.
Exactly. I've got to really, keep a distance, I think, at all times. But we talk about players, these ones we would challenge to FIFA, but players and cards that we've seen that are being used by our teams here as well. Is there any particular players? I asked Mark and Dan about this yesterday. Are there any particular players that you think are absolute necessities in this kind of format? You think really do gel and bring a team together, a FUT team in particular? Who would you say, Lee?
Are we talking just icons here, or?
I think icons, team of the seasons, players that you think are absolutely crucial to the squad.
Obviously, we just heard from the pro players. Like obviously Van Dijk, everyone's basically having Van Dijk alongside him. You've probably got Ramos, maybe. Obviously, maybe a tweak it because you want chemistry. In terms of icons, I would say like Vieira and Hullet have kind of been a staple diet, I think, for FIFA since icons that were legends or whatever they were have come into FIFA. So I think probably those two, and then I guess you just got to have CR7 up front, right? And then whatever else. Wings seems to be the one that everybody switches a lot on.
Yeah. What about you, Joe? Who's absolutely necessary for you?
Absolutely necessary is one of two Ronaldos. Probably best if you have them both in there. The goalkeeper position is for me as well, similar to Wings that Dima mentioned, something that's a little bit more out in the open. The interesting thing here is that obviously we're not on a competitive server, so everyone's playing with the players that they've earned through the season rather than having everything open to them. So we've seen a few more different picks overall.
I don't know. I've seen Tass's pack open in the sessions on stream. I think he's got quite a lot open to him.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. We were talking a lot about Steve Mandanda yesterday. I think Damie was rocking the entire time. Yeah. But before we get underway with our show match, Dybala versus Delhi, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. It's all coming your way right after this.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea. Give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Hello and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. It is that time. It's the show match, Dybala versus Dele. We've just had the team confirmations as well. Joe, we've got Dybala as Liverpool and Dele as PSG. What are we saying?
A bit of a controversial one, isn't it? I think overall, we were speculating on this earlier on as, who are they going to play? Were they going to stick with the teams that they themselves currently play for? But clearly not. I think PSG is honestly in head-to-head a decent choice anyway. You've got Neymar and Mbappe in there, right? And that's basically what Dele's looking at here. Obviously, Liverpool, got plenty of speed in there as well. So I don't think you can read too much into, these guys and the teams that they're picking. They're picking because they want to win this game.
Yeah, it seems like a lot's going to damage will be done on the wings. It'll be Mbappe and Neymar, or it's going to be Sané and who was on the wing? Salah. So that's what I think we're looking at here. Is it's going to be a lot of that. Trent yesterday as well was using those wings wonderfully well, and Salah they can just burst forward and cause so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite clever because don't forget you've also got Alisson in goal, who a lot of people do consider as one of the best goalkeepers. You've got Van Dijk in defence, which a lot of people consider to be one of the best defenders. So, there's a lot to read into this. Maybe some clever work coming out from Paolo here. Or maybe just future intentions. As a Liverpool fan, I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm happy about this.
You're living the high life right now. You're like, Dybala's on and he's chosen Liverpool?
I mean, realistically, obviously, Liverpool were the Champions League winners. So therefore, technically the best team in Europe last year. So it makes sense that somebody goes with them.
It does. Right, guys, it is that time. Enjoy this one. Match one of our show match, Dybala versus Dele Alli. Yeah. Take it away.
And NBA.
NBA too.
You?
I play Call of Duty, PUBG, FIFA. Come on!
Oh my god!
Come on!
Where's my defense?
Well, looks like it's going to be an early start for Paulo Dybala. We're waiting to see whether the players going to have any banter between them. It seems that his focus face. Paulo Dybala, of course, awaiting the start of the Serie A League for Juventus. Dele Alli for the Premier League, which just got back into training, of course, as well for Spurs. And it does seem that it was a very quick, clean, early start for Paulo as Liverpool. And it looks like he's going to have another breakaway. Joe, straight down the right-hand wing. Is he going to try and cut it in? Oh, it's a beautiful chip, but not going to beat Navas.
Not going to beat him there, but it's not cleared well here by Dele. And that could still mean... Oh, no. That's a big error from Dybala. Surely Dele going to have to make him pay for this one. It is a 3-on-2, so still advantage here for Dybala. Nice ball up top there. Mbappe going to run clear. Is he going to get this shot off? He's got past his man, trying to chip it into the back post. And, well, he's managed to hold on here. That was a real chance for Dele.
Yeah, immediately trying to get the counter. Looks like it's worked out. Dele's managed to break back. Down the wing. Cut out. Nice defensive work from Dybala as he looks for the runner. He's got Mane out wide. Goes it through. Really nice work using Firmino. Not too surprising to see a player that works in the cam using the cam very well. Over to Salah, cuts inside, pulls the keeper out. What enough. A beautiful goal. It seems like he's pretty good at this game.
Oh, Momo.
Come on.
2-0 up, 20 minutes, not even gone on this one yet. And let's not forget, this is a best of 3, so we're playing 2, maybe 3 games, and obviously you need to win 2 out of 3. Dele here, though, off the kickoff, has had a great run, and is it going to be a little bit unlucky there? He's just scuffed it wide of the post. I thought it was maybe a deflection, but it was Mbappe's left foot, apparently, which couldn't quite find the mark. But what a start here for Dybala, Lee.
Yeah, he's absolutely cracking going forward. Let's see how he is defensively. That was very close from Dele as he's blazing through, bags of space, player offside though, so he couldn't slide the ball through, and now the counter-attack opportunity is on. Look at the breaks he's got here, straight through the middle. Bobby Firmino, it's got Salah out to his right, the man he just scored with a second ago, looking for Mane, just goes for it with Salah, tries to bend one in, not going to work out, and Ali back on the counter.
Got to see something from the Englishman. You know, everyone, I was looking at Twitch chat earlier on, it seems pretty split 50-50. Definitely a lot of Spurs fans in there. As that attack is going to be dealt with. And now a chance for Dybala to make it possibly 3. That could have been a great chance for him there if that had gone through. There's a man with a lot of space up on this top side right now, though. Dele pushing on through, takes the shot. Was he offside? I think he was. He was indeed. So even if he'd have hit the target, wouldn't have counted. But close stuff there for Dele.
Yeah, into the goal. So managed to beat the keeper with that one. So top finishing, but that is a great ball from Dybala. Straight to Mane, flicks it in, looking for the header. Oh, the acrobatic finish is dribbled in. Oh, it's a calamity at the back.
How? Vamos! What is my defender doing?
Oh, bro, Paris defender in PlayStation is not good.
So the PSG defenders are no good, according to Paulo Dybala. There we go. We've had confirmation in FIFA. He says in FIFA. We'll get that clear, Joe.
Important to make that distinction, I suppose. Nice to see. Pass back here, but tell you what, absolute demolition so far from Dybala. Dele not really had much of a sniff. There was that one little chance. He's made a mistake here on the edge of the box. Let's see if Dybala will make him pay once again. Not this time. You see, he's able to keep a hold of things. Nice little turn from Dele there. He's going to send Neymar with a bit of space on his bottom side. Does turn inside as well. Will slot it through for Di Maria, who cuts it across as well. But the defender gets there first. There's still a chance, though. It's Ricochet. It's bouncing around. And in the end, the keeper can gather.
Yeah, cracking stuff. He's trying. He's had his shots. It's not like he's getting penned in here. But it's just been the counter. It's been explosive from Paulo Dybala as he works the ball. Some really nice clean passing from him as well, like just some absolute cutting balls, and you can see he knows what he's doing there. So he's pulling the ball back, just shuffling it, getting the players in position. Maybe try and go for a shot from at the edge of the box there. Dele read it well, and now the counter of his own. Has he got pace available? Looks like it's going to go down the left wing. Offside chance given, straight through the middle, tries to give the runner, but it's just too much. Alisson quick off his line.
Good job.
Yeah, not really.
No, good luck, good job. Dale, hermano, que boludía.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 2
Alisson.
So corner here, then swung in, dealt with fairly simply.
Contropié. No, pasa, hermano.
Still though on the edge of the box for Dele. Not so clean all around there. And we are going to go into half-time with a big lead for Paulo Dybala. 3-0 leads up at half-time.
After 3 months to not play, after coronavirus, the players is tired.
So apparently PSG are a little bit tired after the 2 months of no play. Oh, that's a great little flick through. Has to be finished. Surely the little header. Oh, Alisson's like a cat in the net.
Not sure how he's got to that one, but what a start that would have been again for Dybala. For Alisson coming out into the second half, find himself 3-0 down. Now, it's always said that if you're going to make a comeback scoring just at the stroke of half time is a good time to do it. There is a man as well, and that's a penalty. I think he's taking him down. It's Van Dijk that's fouled him, and that is going to be a penalty here for Ali. Is he going to pull a card on him as well?
No, ladrón. Mira lo que te hago. Va para allá. ¡Sí! Alisson!
I don't know how to take him.
Good job, Alisson. No, la concha de su madre. Pero Alisson, paras el penal y después te hacen un gol el primer palo.
Vamos, tío. Te hiciste el boludo, me parece que sabes jugar vos.
Oh, no. The comeback is on.
Well, not happy with his defenders there. It's safe to say. I'm pretty sure I heard Dele Alli say bellissimo there. I'm sure he came out with that one, but
hermano.
yeah, trying to communicate maybe with Paolo, but solid stuff. Oh, big tackle.
Yellow card.
No cards though. 3-1, so not game over just yet for Dele. Maybe there's a chance for him to come back in this. 55 minutes gone as a chip at the feet of Salah. It is, but he's dispossessed fairly quickly. But a bit of a struggle to get things out. I actually think that goal, you know, that Paolo there was probably just still laughing about the penalty rather than defending against the corner. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, he just seemed a little off-put by it. It was still so focused, but it was one of those cheeky inside headers. Here's another big chance for Dele to try and squeeze through. Looks like a corner. Okay, let's see what he can do with this one. See if he can get the same sort of in-swinger. No, not given. Not having any of it. Must have got the last touch.
Corner, no?
Off it goes for a kick. Dybala down the left wing.
The referee is a Dybala fan.
Robertson to Mane.
I think, but
Gini making a run with Firmino on the inside, but he's lost out.
It's non-corner
in the middle of the park. That will go straight back to Paolo, though.
Come on.
We'll be able to win it forward. Looks like it's going to be a straight pass through as he tries to push on. Big chance here, just trying to set himself up as much as he can. Looking for the perfect shot, not going to happen. Quickly clattered by the defender, finds another space, backs away, has to be, nails it.
Come on, Firmino!
It's not good enough.
Your goalkeeper, I think.
He has no hands. No.
Oh!
Yeah. Well done, Lino.
Firmino. Well play. Correcto, hermano. Ay, agarró lo ahora. Era obvio. Partilo. Sí. Red card. Yes. Oh.
Oh my. From Cavani.
No.
Too slow.
No. Sí. Come on. Mía. Liverpool. No.
Muy good, ¿eh?
No, pateá, hermano. Estás lentísimo. Sí, metele. No, metele. Premier League, no fall. Only in Italy fall.
Offside.
Oh my god. It's got to be better than that. What is he doing? Good Nat, get back. Tiki-taka.
Come on, Salah. Oh, no. Tranquilo,
Bravo,
tranquilo, que está muy
Neymar.
bien. Está muy bien, está muy bien. Tranquilo que está muy bien. Tranquilo que está muy bien. Tranquilo, tranquilo que está muy bien. Te estoy diciendo que está muy bien. Tranquilo. Mira qué contrapié que metiste. Mira qué contrapié que metiste. No, estás boludeando.
Referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 2
Next game, next game.
time.
Finish, árbitro. Sí. Come on.
It's not good enough, but next game. Ah, come on.
Dybala with the cakewalk there, fellas. 4-1. I mean, that was... I mean, Delhi didn't really feel in the game that much at all. Joe, what were your thoughts? Joe, what did you make of Delhi's performance there, and what did you make of? Well, I should say, what did you make of both of our players' performances? I thought that Dybala was pretty unbeatable.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I mean, obviously there was always going to be a winner, whether that was for 5-0 or through penalties. But I think in the end, it was pretty one-sided. I didn't expect it to be quite as one-sided as it was. And we heard Delhi there at the end saying, you know what, not good enough, but next game.
I think the 3-0 to kick things off in the first maybe 15 minutes was probably his downfall there, Lee.
Yeah, I'm loving the banter between them as well. But yeah, I mean, like it was unstoppable on the counter attack. He was smashing it forward. Just banter wise, what I'm saying is, I just saw Dybala hovering over the German women team, and I'm like, so all right, you beat him. Let's not get cocky. But yeah, so I mean, honestly, going forward, he was so good. We were talking about it in the game. It's like you could tell. Like his pass and move, he's got the vision to look for those passes, and it's sort of using it in the game.
Yeah, he certainly is. I think you know, I think we heard as well at the beginning there when Delhi chose PSG. I think Dybala made a comment about PSG's defense. Joe, did he not?
No penalty.
I think he said they're all too slow.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right.
Or they were all bad. But then he followed it all with, but in game. Which is a smart follow-up. I do believe.
Just to be sure, just to clarify, that he wasn't giving Thiago Silva and the boys a hard time. Just to make sure. I mean, do you think they're going to switch up? I mean, Liverpool obviously is clearly a good team for Dybala. But can you see Delhi changing his strategy at all here? I mean, he didn't really feel. I mean, he missed this penalty as well, which was one of the worst penalties I've ever seen. I'm going to be honest.
The worst bit is that you could see Dybala was pointing. He was like, it's going here. It's going here. It's going here. And he's like, saves it easily. It's like, yep.
Read him like a book. Yeah. Read him like a book. But I think, you know, do you think Delhi's going to change the way he plays in this next game?
Well, he has to, doesn't he? I mean, it was, let's be honest, I think he only scored that corner as well because Dybala was still laughing and joking about how he'd missed that penalty. So, realistically, you know, a 3-goal difference. Could he argue that it was maybe a 4 by the end? So, Delhi has to change something. And I've seen that he, we've got our own little inside view into the team changes. I know that he has made a few little changes to his team. So, we'll see. We'll see if Delhi is ready for this second game because he has to win. It's a best of 3, you know.
He has to, and so far the Spurs audition is going well. It's going well. You know? he's He's beating Delhi, Sino. But I'm looking forward to seeing, because obviously, as you said, it's all about this game here for Delhi. He has to win this to remain in the show match. Let's head over to our players and let's see what they're going to bring in game 2 here. I do have a feeling that Dybala may just walk this one as well. Let's find out again.
Yeah, they're not quite ready, so they'll sort themselves out in a second. They're just redoing the game, Adam. But yeah, I mean, honestly, coming into this one, we didn't really know what to expect. We just thought, oh, he's having fun. He's selecting Liverpool. Why is he not selecting Juve? But it's because he plays the game a lot. It looks like he kind of knows what's up in this game. The fact that he's talking about the pace of the defenders, that team's not very good in FIFA. This one is good in FIFA. Try using this one. Tells me he's probably spent his 2-3 months in quarantine on the PlayStation.
Well, we're gonna get a chance to chat to Delhi and to Paolo later on, and I mean, he was one of the people one of the first sports stars to come out and say that he'd suffered from coronavirus. So I'm kind of interested to find out how that was for him and his journey back to recovery, Joe, as well. It's quite a big thing for a sports star of that magnitude to share that he had it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's going to be interesting as well to kind of hear. About his thoughts on that as well, because we all know, or what we've heard at least, that the virus affects people differently, and people who have different medical conditions already, and all that kind of stuff. And you look at footballers and you think these guys are somewhat untouchable when it comes to fitness and health and all that kind of stuff, but we know from many stories and many things that that's not always the case, and that these guys can be hit just as hard as your average Joe, so to say, when it comes to viruses of this magnitude. And I think that's why this charity effort is so important, because this virus is definitely important as for us as a species, if you like, and it is important that these charities can have the funds to actually do the work that they need to do, because there are a lot of people around the world that definitely are suffering from this, and it doesn't only mean that the poorest people and those with worse health are going to be affected the most, because it is affecting everyone.
Absolutely. I think that a huge amount of love goes out to the Safis Federation as well for donating $10 million across 7 weeks of gaming that pro players and celebrities alike have been giving out, and to the charities you can see on the screen right here. It's absolutely insane the amount of money that they've given across to these different charities. So it's brilliant to find out who these players are donating to and seeing the kind of the totals rack up. If you want to find out more as well, you can do simply head over to gamerswithoutborders.com, and you can find out all about the charities there as well. And also, if you want to donate, you can do so by following the link there as well and checking out everything on screen. I think we're almost ready for our next matchup here. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can pull out the bag here. I think, when it comes to, I always like try to put myself in these players' shoes, because obviously they're used to playing in front of audiences, arenas of thousands and thousands of people week in, week out, with the exception of the last few months. But suddenly when you're there without the usual tools, your boots and your physicality on the pitch, and actually doing it with a control pad, it's a very different feel, Lee. It's not quite the same thing. There's quite a lot of pressure involved.
Yeah, well, and like I was talking about, like is the vision and the creativity that Dybala has on the pitch, it looks like it's transferred pretty well into the game. Now, Delhi's obviously got the same. Don't know whether it transferred or just whether he's up against a better opponent. It's hard to tell, but maybe he's going to tweak things. Obviously, the fact is he has Mbappe on the wing. He's got Neymar. He's got some pretty good players. He's got some pretty good players. So we're expected to see whether he can do it. I've just been watching him tweaking. He's going a bit more attacking. He's pushed them out wider. So we're expecting some wide play from Delhi this time around.
We certainly are. I mean, both players are. I mean, both players are huge talents. The question is, can we ask ourselves who we'd rather have in our own personal clubs that we support? Can we ask ourselves that question?
I mean, I think mine's pretty obvious. I mean, while I love Dele Alli as an Englishman, Paulo Dybala has got a little place in my heart. He's a top quality player.
Yeah, he really is.
And I'm a Sheffield Wednesday fan, so we don't even need to ask me that question. It's never going to happen.
Well, if it was between him or David Hirst, I think you choose the latter, mate. Obviously, David Hirst was quality as well.
What a monster.
What an absolute monster. Who else? I'm trying to think of the old Sheffield Wednesday squad. I used to collect the 1990. Remember the 94, 95 kind of stickers?
Yeah, so I mean, our glory days, 92, 93, when we got to both the League Cup and the FA Cup final and lost both of them to Arsenal. But, you know, the team back then, you know, Chris Waddle, John Sheridan, David Hurst, Paul Warner, Chris Woods. What a team. What a team.
Waddle was a quality one back then, obviously.
Just a team of units, all of them.
Yeah.
Just big.
Different caliber, and you know, big Carlton Palmer, just a different caliber of football player back there. I mean,
yeah, it really is. I've got into the habit of, you know, before obviously ahead of the Premier League restarting and the world kind of football restarting, I have been watching so many documentaries about like kind of like the yesteryears of football and like those kind of like teams. And I think about the Arsenal teams like you mentioned, like Tony Adams and you know Lee Dixon, the Nigel Winterburns of yesterday. You know, all these players could pop up as icons at any time, I guess, in FIFA later down the line, right?
Yeah, so I'm being put off because I thought they were restarting the game again. I'm like, no, don't do it. Oh, they have. They're restarting again. Oh, lordy.
These footballers.
I mean...
Yeah, I think it's worth noting as well, Adam, for Twitch chat here, that we're not talking just because we think you guys might be interested. Sheffield Wednesday's 1992-93 FA Cup and League Cup losing team. We are waiting, of course, for Dele and Paolo to actually be ready for this one. We don't want them, you know, to have to start the game before they're ready, but looks like they're getting there. I think we're on the third or fourth remake of the game so far, so hopefully in just a few minutes we'll get there.
How disappointed would you be to tune in to Dele versus Paolo and all we are is talking about Sheffield Wednesday 94?
Hey, it was a great era. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, let's not forget there is 100,000 on the line here. If Paolo wins it, 75,000 to his charity of choice. It's big money up for grabs. So while they are having fun about it, it's also pretty serious.
It really is serious. Really is serious. Makes me think about the icons you mentioned as well. Like, if there's any icon that you could have introduced into, let's say, FIFA 21, who would you like to see make the cut? You know, this time next year.
I mean, it's hard.
Can we have David Hurst again?
Yeah.
It's hard to talk about it because they're kind of in the other game if they're not in this game, right? Generally, the icons that are out there. So, trying to think of one that's not in either.
Yeah, this is true. I think I'd love to have like an Andre Kanchelskis. He was a big player for me growing up. Oh, I used to love, yeah. I'm a United fan, so growing up it was all about it.
Well, for you, it would be Beckham surely as well in there or something like that.
Yeah, Beckham's never been in there.
No, because he's in the other game. But also, you know, you could think of maybe if you're thinking Man United, obviously Man United fighting you out, you've got to be thinking of like the proper old era, someone sort of from there maybe to get in.
Brian McClare.
Oh, that's another great one, Joe. I love that. Right, listen, no more Sheffield Wednesday, old United squad chat. It's ready for game number 2. It's Dele versus Paolo. Let's jump into this thing. Here we are.
So, if you missed the first game, it is Paolo.
Come on.
No.
Paolo playing this time.
No.
Pass, good pass, but offside.
No!
No, it's offside. It's offside.
It is not offside. I was gonna...
Dele was pretty sure he was offside.
Yeah, no. It is Paolo in the black of Liverpool.
Good pass. It's the good pass.
How is it not FIFA? How do you say? Wait, how do you say FIFA is broke in Spanish?
Repetición. No!
I don't know how to take them.
It's no penalty.
Penalty or free kick?
It's a penalty.
No. Okay, again, left. Oh. Again. The left.
Oh, I don't know where it's going.
Oh no.
Mi dispiace.
Penalties are too hard on this.
It's not what you like to see, Joe.
No, and you know, we've on our feed now, we're trying to give them their limelight. We don't need to commentate much on this. Oh!
How's he not? Oh my.
Wijnaldum!
The first goal's got me confused.
Yes. Concentration.
Tilted is the word you're looking for, Deli.
No.
Not been the start he was after, that's for sure. Big chance here for Deli maybe to get one back, get himself back in the game, get a shot off. There we go.
Golísimo. Golazo.
Come on. Come on, boys.
Come on, guys.
Guys.
Paris Saint-Germain goal
Guys.
number 10, Neymar.
And there's a cheeky little Spurs dig from Paolo there. Or maybe he's just getting used to the line. I don't know. It's you guys decide.
No, why?
Wow, my keeper saved. Finally.
Oh, big ball given away. Good position here.
Dele Alli with a chance to try and get an equaliser off here. Gets it through. Bit of lag
good
blaming.
job, no good luck.
I'm glad we're all the same. We're all the same in the world. Blame the lag if it goes wrong. But now Paolo going forward, looking for his third. Cuts it across. That's a beautiful ball. Has to be finished, but a great save.
See. Hey,
Wijnaldum.
he's Usain Bolt.
Chance once again for Paolo going forward. Tries to set himself up. Dele will win it back. Now he's got a counter chance on the left wing, but look at that. 3 players moving over to it. Not able to get past him.
Funny, it's so slow.
And Gini once again over to Salah.
Come on, Momo.
Paolo through the middle, looking for a big belter. Not going to happen.
Es obvio esta jugada.
Now a chance for Dele maybe. Not
Sí, Firmino.
Not got a lot of space there.
No.
Just get it back. Verratti up the middle to Cavani, but completely alone. He's got to go alone if he's going to do anything. Oh, it's broken free. This is it, surely.
Sí. Neymar. Concha su madre. Tomate el agua también.
Vamos, tío.
Goal for Paris Saint-Germain.
Golissimo indeed. Dele Alli back in it from a 2-0 deficit. Concentration lacking at the
Subí,
start.
hermano. Dale, está ahí defendiendo.
May well be. Paolo cheering his boys on.
That should be 3-1. So they should have scored the penalty, and that first goal was offside.
No.
Adamant.
It's not offside.
Chance for Paolo. Oh, no. Corner chance.
Gol. Dale, Mané.
Paolo dominating the game now, starting to, after the 2 goals down. There's a big chance. Oh, went for the drag back, maybe questioned himself there.
Firmino. Vamos a hablar de frente.
Covered off easily at the back. Whoa, defensive error. It's a 4-on-3.
Era obvio.
Dele trying to push forward, but cuts out in the end for Paolo.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of possession here for Dybala. And now he's got a lot of space here on the edge of the box. Surely going to crack one. He is. Oh, and he's just palmed wide.
This is Spider-Man. Come on, here.
Oh, no.
No.
No, indeed.
She was froze.
Game's gone.
The game's froze, boys.
Mine's not working.
Oh, this is what we have. This is the world we live in, unfortunately. They've lost connection with each other. So, looks like we're going to have a restart. Well, luckily, Joe, it was 2 apiece. So, you know, nothing's lost from that one.
Yeah, I lost connection.
It does mean it's all square, Adam.
I win by
lead,
forfeit.
and suddenly Delhi got right back into the game again. And I love watching their reactions. Their cams at the bottom there made it for me. I love seeing the banter between these players. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, who you are in the world, you're always going to complain about things like lag. And you're going to get ragey. You're going to get ragey, Joe.
Well, it's just, for me, it's just a great thing to see, isn't it? You know, these guys, they're paid a decent amount of money to play football professionally, which means that obviously they can literally get probably the best internet connection that's going around in the areas that they live. But lag is a universal language.
You just got to use the cable. You got to use the cable. You can't rely on Wi-Fi all the time. Use the cable. But yeah, lag is definitely a global language. We all get our fair share of that.
I forgot to turn my sound off, and I just heard Delhi in the background say, "Yeah, it's a shame that because I was going to win that game as well."
Okay, his confidence, is still there, and you need that as a pro footballer. Even if you're 4 or 5-0 down, there's still a hope that a miracle could happen. Anything's possible.
I love the fact that he was adamant about the first goal being offside. He's like, no. Still, it would have been 3-1. I'd have scored the penalty. It was offside. It's like, it's a game. It don't make mistakes.
The penalty that he took in that one was one of the. It reminded me of Baggio. Yeah, Roberto Baggio, yes. Right over the bar.
USA, wasn't it? USA 94 or something like that.
USA. This has been a great trip down memory lane.
I know, right?
I'm loving this. This is
you missed a perfect link there as well, going back to Wednesday '93, Chris Waddle.
Yeah, blimey. I mean, as Englishmen, we got a couple of them. We could just keep rolling down the years. Basically, penalty misses. Yeah.
Let's not talk about penalty shootouts.
I think Delhi's just maybe setting himself up for future penalty shootouts. Oh, let's hope not.
Yeah, let's definitely hope not. But I mean, the good thing is at least the confidence there that Delhi had to come back into the game. He certainly doesn't think this is over.
No, absolutely not. And you know what? He's just pulled 2 goals back from 2-0 down, where he felt aggrieved, he was tilted, and still pulled it back. I think this game is going the distance.
It definitely is. Those tactical changes he made at the beginning seemed to make a difference. Yes, there was 2 goals. Who was even playing Wijnaldum on side? Did you even see who it was?
No clue.
No clue.
But I thought it wasn't going to count as well. But the thing with FIFA is, like, you just look in the top corner. If that score's on there, it counts. If it's offside, it won't put the score on there regardless. So
maybe it's just Liverpool, Lee, just getting given things, getting handed it on a plate.
VAR pool,
like they almost were the Premier League. Unbelievable. But we've got hopefully they're restarting very, very soon. We get into our show, our show match number 2. Of course, we mentioned before, this is all for charity. This is for $100,000. This game, regardless of coming first or second, winning this or coming runner-up, there's still $100,000. 75 to the winner, 25 to the runner-up to go to charities of their choice that you can see in the bottom of the screen right here, right now. Whatever happens, it's a great cause. I mean, the charities so far, of course, have raised all this money to fight coronavirus, but it does feel like a time where the world is slowly beginning to restart. How's it felt for you guys based in Germany?
I mean, from my perspective, I live in Cologne, which is, I think, like the 4th biggest city in Germany. It does feel like life is almost back to normal now here. Still, face masks are a thing. Actually, very surprised to see June 15th. They're only just coming in the UK on public transport. It's like, hello, wake up to the rest of the world, will you? Yeah, we've had them for weeks here, obviously on the trams and any public transport that you go on, and also going into the shops. Everybody has to wear the face masks, which it's strange because it's always kind of been a thing in, say, Korea and stuff like that. As what's the word I'm after? No, not a caution. A nice thing. If you're ill, you wear the mask. It's as simple as that. It's always been a thing like that. So hopefully we'll maybe see that come into the culture across the world. That, if people do have passing by on the coronavirus into flus and stuff like that, you're back to normality with a bit of luck. That it will continue that way.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, things are back to normal here in the UK in the sense that there's a giant thunderstorm outside. I don't know if you guys can hear this, but it's the most insane. It's like Back to the Future, the end of Back to the Future. It's that crazy.
Is Marty's about to appear through the window, is he?
Yeah, Doc's going to slide through my window any second.
Well, I think most of us have been more about going directly into the future. Do not pass 2020 go and don't collect your money, right? We'll be quite happy to get into 2021, I think, at this day. I mean, 2020 so far is not the year for me.
No. I mean, we've chatted about it briefly as well. I mean, it's so lovely and so wonderful that we get an opportunity to do this. And still broadcast even from our rooms, our homes. Gaming and esports. But I think for all of us work in the gaming world, I can't wait to get back into that arena environment, surrounded by people, by a team, and just watching games together side by side. Kind of taking it all in. I can't wait for things to restart. How about you guys?
Absolutely. I mean, in general, obviously traditional sport and esports, we all we don't so much rely, obviously, in the esports world on events, but it almost has become that way. It's almost become the staple thing, right? Like I say, in Cologne, ordinarily we'd be approaching June, July. ESL One Cologne would be on, this massive Counter-Strike tournament, which obviously we had on Games Without Borders last week. That would be here in Cologne, and it'd be a 15,000 arena and packed full of esports fans, and it'd be absolutely fantastic, a show event. And obviously, from a football perspective, both for Paolo and Deli, obviously they're also at that stage. We can imagine, we know how it is with when crowds are not in the arena. Just imagine how it will be for the footballers going back to these monstrous, think of New White Hart Lane, this massive 80,000 stadium, wherever it is, completely empty. It must be eerie to play in that sort of environment, probably off-putting, in fact, so you're probably used to the crowds. So it's definitely a change in the world. I hope that things will return to normal as soon as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been to the new Spurs Stadium recently. Now you brought it up, and the gift shop alone blew my mind. It's called the Tottenham Hotspur Experience, and I think there's actually going to be. I think they were saying to me that there's going to be like a abseiling soon, like a whole floor dedicated to like Tottenham themed adventure thing. It sounds crazy.
It's a money pit.
But could you get a steak and onion pie and a bovril at half time? I bet you couldn't. I'm more the traditional man.
Get the quality stuff at Hillsborough.
I haven't had a bovril for a very long time. If you're watching from abroad thinking, what on earth is bovril? Go and Google it, and you'll find it's sublime.
I think if you're watching from the south of England, most people probably don't know what bovril is. Let's face it.
Yeah, I would describe it as like a Vegemite tea. Would you agree?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a very strange thing, but it's salty and it tastes great. And we're all on board. We're all on board the Bovril train. I think we're restarting now. The chaps are actually choosing their teams. Okay, yes. Ahead of this game, predictions very quickly, lads. We've seen that 4-1 that Paolo Dybala won in the first game. What are your predictions? We saw 2-2 ahead of halftime there before we were interrupted. What's going to happen in game 2? Give me your predictions. Joe, what's yours?
I mean, just from everything we've seen, I think that although, we were sat at 2-2 there, Deli was quite adamant that goal was offside and that he was going to win. It was such a shame that game actually got disconnected because he was definitely going to win. So, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and I'll say he's going to win this one and we're going to go into a third match.
Yeah, that's just because you knew I was going to go with Paolo, didn't you? It's going to be a 3-1, I think, for Paolo. This time around, he's not going to mess about. I think he was put off by the banter a little bit. He took the 2-0 lead. He was all laid back a little bit. And then he realised, hang on a minute, I've let 2 goals in. I think he's going to see a bit more serious this time. Concentrate, as he even said himself to Deli at the start.
Yeah, I think it has to happen. Just to reiterate for anyone who's just joined us as well, this is all for charity, of course, as you know. FIFA 20 is featured across 3 days. We had our first day yesterday. We have day 2 here today, and tomorrow is our playoffs. As of course, we have the show match right here with Deli and with Paolo. However, later on today, we have tons and tons and tons of top tier FIFA players bringing you entertainment, playing for charity. I think we're time to jump in, fellas. Let's take it away over to the players.
Yeah, well, the first thing I see is internet quality, connection quality is low, so I'm a little concerned, but we will get things back underway. It is going to be Paolo Dybala playing as Liverpool in the away kit, the black kit, and PSG for Dele Alli in the orange. Joe, do you see this one going the same way? I got to be honest, I'm already seeing the ball in the hands of Paolo.
Yeah, already had himself a little bit of a push in the early stages. Was defended decently well, though, so it's not a repeat of games 1 and the start of game number 2. In fact, now it's Deli that's even pushing on forward here, and I think will get himself a corner.
Well, he scored from one, didn't he, last time? Let's see. And you can see the little giggle. He knows. This is his chance. Gets the swing out. Oh, not going to happen this time. Keeper's out to it. Counter-attack not going to work, though. And Delhi back through. Bags of defenders, though, to try and work through. And the adventurers to try and go through there. Mane, he's on the break. He's got Wijnaldum. They're both pretty quick. He's gone offside, but he's got now 4-on-3 advantage as he tries to push it out into Mane. Looking for the cutback. Oh, not going to quite work.
And a bit of a scream I wish I could understand Paolo at this point. Not one of my languages as an Englishman. I already learnt 2 languages, so I'm maxed out, I'm afraid. Definitely no more brain power left to learn another one. This is surely there a goal. Oh, and I don't know if it was the keeper that tipped it wide.
No, it came off Mbappe. I think it hit his chest, I think. Mbappe's going to get sacked.
I need more.
I'm pretty sure he's not, but let's see how it works for him. I mean, he is getting more. Delhi is starting to work into it. Massive chance. Oh, he missed it. The break on the left from Mbappe. He wanted more from him. He had it, and he didn't take it. Now, Gini out wide to Bobby. Oh, it's a great through ball for Paolo to Mane. It's got to be. He's straight at the keeper.
What sort of defending is that?
Thank you for the gift.
De nada. What sort of defending?
It's Christmas. Thank you.
Christmas indeed. I think we can come in there because that was an absolute gift that Delhi has just put on the plate and said, thank you very much, Paolo. You just make it a little bit more difficult for me there.
I mean, he shouldn't feel bad. We saw Shells doing the same thing yesterday with Gravison. So, chance again. This time he is offside. He is offside. So, Salah just strayed a little bit here. But it is Paolo. He's 1-0 up in the games in this best-of-3 series and 1-0 up in the match as well. And now Salah all over the back of Neymar as he tries to push it away. He's come out on top. Delhi with a shot blocked by the defender who's gone for, I think it's a goal kick.
No.
Oh no, it's a corner.
Swung in. And going to be cleared out fairly nicely. Run here with Wijnaldum again on that top side. He's got plenty of space to stretch his legs, but I think it's just, one touch too many.
Oh, but it's giving it back again. It's the same all over again. Paolo to Salah. Might try and curl it in. Goes for the chip. Oh.
Picala, tímido. Thank you.
Oh, no.
No, don't you.
No.
I think Delhi's giving some gifts out today. Everyone his friends, get ready. He's giving gifts all day long.
Good. That.
No. 1-1. One gift. You one gift me. No. Momo.
Pressure. Lion pressure.
Vení acá. Dale.
Cracking shot from Delhi. Pressure being applied.
No.
Corner once again.
I have a goalkeeper.
Keeping that pressure on.
Nothing spectacular though, and a chance maybe for a break here for Dybala.
Falta, juez.
Does manage to keep possession as well. There's a space on the top side. It's a good through ball over the top there. Mane here for Paulo Dybala. What can he do? He's 1-0 up. Let's not forget it's the best of 3 and he's 1-0 up in the best of 3. So if he wins this game, he will be the victor.
No puede ser tan obvio.
Well, the counter though, lost out in the midfield.
Barney's just not giving me enough up there.
Is he hacking on Neymar now? Chance through the middle. Oh, it's a big ball. This time, Neymar will curl it inside. He's got a player in the middle. Has to take the shot. Oh, he delays. Beautifully down the rebound.
Offside.
No, Lionel, come on.
Yes. Cavani's always an offside.
Oh.
No, how?
Tension's building, Joe.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit afraid to... Delhi so keen that that goal in game number 1 was offside, and this one is waved offside for him as well. Not looking good for Delhi.
Di Maria.
Oh, that's a great ball. He's through here. He's got a 3-on-3. Mane bags the pace. Might go for the shot. Absolutely. Slugs it.
Golaço do Mané para meu amigo Douglas Costas, que está mirando aí.
I need more from them.
I think, Joe, my Italian's not amazing, but I think he was comparing him to Douglas Costa, obviously at Juve. I believe.
I actually saw in Twitch chat as well that Douglas Costa may be watching this one, so
maybe he did it for
into that one. Maybe it was a dedication, but yeah. Also, as I said, 2 languages, and that's not mine. That's not one of them. A chance here, possibly.
Again,
as Dybala says, maybe.
The 4th official has indicated there will be a minimum of 3 minutes of added time.
Away.
Hoofs it forward. Not going to happen. Half-time beckons, Joe. Looking good so far for Paolo to take it 3-0, but that was a gifted pass. Let's see what he can do with it. Neymar's got not a lot available. Has to play it back to Verratti just before the whistle. He's got to have a chance, otherwise they'll know. As soon as he loses it, the ref will blow it. Half-time.
Good Liverpool, good. I never walk alone.
Well, I think that's a bit of a poor rendition, but a rendition nonetheless of "You Never Walk Alone" by Paulo Dybala.
We'll have him on the cup. It's all right. Don't worry. We'll teach him how to sing it.
The game's not over.
That's a great ball across. Fizzed across, but
good.
Dybala's keeper meets it. Now Paolo once again on the push. I'm sure we could get creative and think of a song for Dybala if we need to, but this is a great bit of play from him as he uses Salah. Oh, his players just veered offside there.
Soy muy malo encarando.
Now Ali on the counter. Oh, he's lost it already. Chance here, Joe, to try and push forward.
Oh, he's through.
Sale arquero. No. Oh my.
Neymar, you've got to score that. He's got to score that.
Let's go.
Oh, what a ball. What a ball. Out the wing. Oh, that's a foul, surely.
Arbitro.
Well, not given. Cut out by the Liverpool midfield of Paolo. Gini, through ball for Salah. He's onside. It's got to be. Oh, he tried the cheeky chip. That's a bit dirty. He's still got it. Tries to play it back. Not going to work out.
Paloneto.
And Delhi clears.
Rompelo.
Oh, possibly going to break through. Oh, slide tackle. You've got to score. It's Neymar again. He's offside, isn't he?
He's offside, I think.
He's not offside.
He's offside, yeah.
He's offside.
Oh man. How? Hold your run, Mbappe.
Arbitro. Oh, okay.
Free kick chance for Paolo. Going forward. Oh, he's just going to try and have a pop. I mean, Fabinho's not known for his range.
Van Dijk.
I got to be honest, Joe, at this point, I feel Delhi deserves a goal.
Yeah. And even if it's just, to save face a little bit. But he's had those 2 one-on-one chances. Another one possibly here. There's space on the bottom. He's going to go alone. He's going alone. Ah, he scored.
Oh. Come on, get the ball. Get the ball. We don't want to celebrate. Come on. Come on.
Pass. Tiki-taka now.
No way.
Paris Saint-Germain goal number 6. Marco Verratti.
Don't you dare.
Game on. I'm cheering
so
on
many
Dele, I think, at
chances
this
as well.
point, because I want to see. Oh, that's a great ball. Oh, my word. He's missed.
La concha de
keep
su
your head.
madre. Easy.
Yeah, Van Dijk always. Good. Good.
No, árbitro. Dale, hermano.
Still a load of time to go in this one, to be honest. So plenty of time for Dele to actually come back. Paulo, though, could basically shut this game down here if he's able to get a goal. Look at the space on the top side as well. Not using it. He's going to slide it through. Oh, keeper's out.
Dale, Firmino. Siempre un tiempo más, hermano.
I agree. Bobby is just not quite quick enough.
No.
Good through ball, though. Dele on the counter. He brought it back to 2-2. And when he had the restart, there's a chance here. Mbappe held the run this time. He is onside. But,
oh, my Van Dijk. Always
How's
Van
he so
Dijk.
quick?
Always. Always Van Dijk.
Oh, edge of the box. Got a chance. Surely going to cut it across all the space.
No, está solo. ¡Tómatela! ¿Cómo va a quedar tan solo adentro del área?
It wasn't over. Come on. That's the mentality we need. Come on.
Really pumping himself up for this one. He is
Andate.
giving the team talk to himself. Oh,
no.
Has he got a chance here again?
Regalado.com.
Cavani, you're just not giving me much.
Oh,
it's quick.
Through to the. I was going to say through to Dybala, not quite, but the shots. Oh, he's hit the post.
No!
Get it away, lads.
Edge of the box still. Just needs to get the shot off here, surely.
Get it away! Get it away!
No.
Vamos!
Why are they trying to play from the back? Oh, connection.
No, aquí no. No, it's okay. It's connection.
What connection?
Dele's going to be pulling the router out in a minute.
10 minutes, please, connection. 10 minutes.
Sorry, mate, we've got to start again.
Oh, a chance here, though. Through ball. Oh, they've both gone offside.
Cavani.
Trying to hold the run. Paolo just needs to keep the ball, really. 3-2 and he'd be done. Taking this best of 3, 2-0. Winning the first game 4-1, of course, if you missed that.
Árbitro. La
Cuts out.
remera.
Big counter chance here. Players forward. This is looking good for Dele. He's got numbers forward. 4-on-2 at the moment. He's stacking forward. Cavani holding his run over to Mbappe. Mbappe to try and cut it through. Oh, he's maybe delayed a little too much. Oh, no! A disaster of a pass.
I think it was harder not to pass it to someone there than it was to actually
He's running back.
hit where he was. Oh, foot again.
Come on.
I think it was Van Dijk again who got a foot in there. And now... Oh, Dybala was... you could see he was heading for the corner flag.
My connection is very bad.
My connection is very bad.
Same.
Just 2 minutes. Paolo just needs to keep hold of the ball. He's going forward, using Mane down the left wing.
Time, bro. I'm sorry.
He's played into the corner.
Look at this.
Come on, árbitro, it's finished.
I'm gonna break my controller. Come on.
Look! Oh! Good game. It's a good game.
Well,
that was far more saucy than the first game. I mean, that felt like anything was possible.
Absolutely, really enjoyed that one, and the guys going back and forth, and I especially like the "I'm sorry, bro" as he heads down for the corner flag to time waste for the last few moments of the game. Brilliant.
Leo, I love so much watching the reactions of them both, because it's just I totally identify with both players there. Any excuse imaginable, just constantly berating the. I mean, it was a great watch.
Look, I think we can all console with Delhi there, talking about breaking a controller, because I'm sure we've all done it at some time. The controllers let fly. They're easy to let go, these things. So, but I don't condone that.
I mean, Delhi had that one opportunity as well where he could have just shot, but he chose to pass it and it was offside. And you're thinking, oh, Delhi.
Oh, the cutback pass at the end as well. He had 4 players in the box and he went behind them all. Disastrous.
Joe, he definitely I think it genuinely could have gone in Delhi's favour there for game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Lee said, and as I think I said at the moment that it happened, I think it was harder to kind of pass it down that empty channel of the players rather than it was to actually pass to one of them at the end. And Delhi had a couple of other big chances that didn't just go his way. There were some big saves out of Dybala's keeper, and you could tell by the end, Dybala was pretty happy that he actually managed to win that one in the end. It was a great game. Game 2 was absolutely brilliant to watch.
Did I hear as well? Did one of you say that Douglas Costa was in the chat watching as well?
According to Twitch chat, but you'd be a fool to believe it.
Someone just call themselves Douglas Costa. No way, he's here! I can't believe it. But you can imagine the rivalry as well. Obviously, these Juventus and Spurs are 2 top flight teams in world's football. You can imagine that a lot of the players are definitely be watching this and throwing their 2 cents in, trying to get involved.
I think what got me was the universal respect that Van Dijk had there. Both of them were agreeing that he's just amazing, and obviously, he got he was second runner-up, World Player of the Year. I think it's safe to say that this has been a fantastic game between them, and it's nice to see the comments but they're talking about players like, oh, Mbappe, you gotta hold your run there, mate, and there's stuff like that. Little banter. Obviously they're talking about the in-game character, but they're kind of also talking about the player as well.
Who do you think of the 2 players is a most the best addition to a team right now in FUT Champs? Is it going to be? Would you take an Mbappe? Or would you take a Neymar Jr.?
Ooh,
it's got to be Mbappe, hasn't it?
Yeah, I would go Mbappe.
It's the pace, isn't it? It's the pace. That's what I think it comes down to. They're both fast, but Mbappe just doesn't. He's always
I think there. It's also down to how good you are at skill moves, though. If you are really good at skill moves, you'd go with Neymar. It depends what you bring for them. I'm thinking from a pro perspective, they almost all go with Neymar actually, because they know there's 5-star skill moves.
And that makes a big difference. You've got the skills.
I don't.
Yeah, me neither. Absolutely not. I am hearing, though, as well, that there is going to be a 3rd game. We're going to see a 3rd game regardless of these 2.
Yeah.
I think the rivalry is that strong. They just have to go once more. I do hope that Delhi gets at least, I'm sure the chat might agree, some people at least anyway, that Delhi should, if he got 1 victory, I think he could walk away and say, do you know what? I'm happy. I've delivered at least something to the fans out there.
I think he's deserved it at this point, right? He's been close in that last one. There were some goals some shots, some attempts that probably should have gone in there. I think it's great that we're going to have a 3rd game between these guys, even though technically, I guess Paolo's already won this if we're waiting on the best of 3. I know maybe they've made the decision that it's kind of all or nothing on this game 3. Winner takes all.
I would love that. Then the stakes would be very high. Although Paolo doesn't need to do that. He's already won this thing. Why would you invest unless he's got that much of he wants to prove himself that much to the fans out there who are watching him and his FIFA skills to see if there's, if he really is the best. I'd love to see if there was other players from this point onwards that will challenge Dybala next and say, I'm better than him. And we create some kind of Premier League where all these players get involved. I'd love to see that.
Maybe Trent will get involved. Maybe Trent will be like, I'll take him on. Or we're going to see, obviously, Joao Felix and Andre Silva tomorrow. We'll see whether they got the skill. Yeah,
Trent, the gauntlet has been thrown down, my friend. If you're watching, we put it out there for you. If you want to challenge Dybala, we'll happily listen to it. It turns out, I think, apparently, we do not sadly... we sadly don't have the 3rd game.
Lag.
I think lag / I think Delhi bottled it. No, he didn't really. But we sadly don't. But I think two great. Well, we had 2.5 games. We got 2.5 games out of that one at least, anyway. But we're going to be chatting to the players very shortly, hopefully as well. We'll take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll chat to Delhi and to Paolo right after this.
My name is Amy Bowen. I just got back from a deployment in Brooklyn, New York for the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not necessarily the case. I've seen it. We have a 16-year-old in there that doesn't have, multiple comorbidities. They have children in there. We have several pregnant women, and these are young, healthy people. Right now, I think everybody is holding together strong. They're doing well. I am concerned about everyone's mental health when this, comes down, because we are losing such a huge amount of patients. I do think everybody's scared. Everybody is doing the best they can to take care of these patients and still trying to protect themselves, because they do ultimately go home to families and husbands and children, and no one knows what to do, if you should just stop seeing your family or stay in a hotel for risk of infecting them, or even, worse, them passing away due to an illness that you've brought home. I really think if people would just stay inside and be socially responsible and realize that no one's being oppressed, that they're just being inconvenienced, that just stay inside and shop online and do the things that you can do, but distance yourself. It's amazing, because your donations, your funding has allowed nurses like me to come to the front line and help and be the extra hands that they need to allow the nurses that are at the facilities and they're inundated with patients and overwhelmed to be better nurses, to take better care of these patients, to get better outcomes.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have, are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now. Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Hello there and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I am delighted to be joined by our superstar footballers here, Dele Alli and Paulo Dybala. Chaps, thanks for joining us. Paulo, I'll come to you first. Thanks for your time. I know this tournament is to raise money for COVID-19. How did you manage having the coronavirus for some weeks and getting through it?
Sí, tuve el COVID más tiempo de lo que hubiese querido, de lo que esperaba. Por suerte estoy bien, me siento mucho mejor, ya curado al 100% desde hace bastantes y bueno, feliz de que volvieron los entrenamientos, de que el fútbol está por volver, de que ya estamos por empezar a hacer lo que más nos gusta, así que nada, que podamos disfrutarlo, que lo podamos pasar bien. Creo que va a ser lindo porque va a haber muchos partidos de fútbol seguido y a los amantes de este hermoso deporte y a los que nos gustan vamos a estar todos los días, como dije, viendo un partido diferente.
Now, obviously you're responding in Spanish. I'm going to try and translate thanks to what you said there. You said, yes, I had COVID longer than expected, but fortunately I felt well most of the time. I am fully recovered, which is great news. We already started the training some weeks ago and I'm feeling very good and looking forward to restarting the season. It's going to be a difficult one, but very exciting for us footballers and for all the people who like football, since there will be games every day. Paulo, was the experience that you had with COVID-19, was it something that motivated you to take part in Gamers Without Borders?
La verdad es que después de lo que pasé siempre tuve la idea de poder colaborar. Creo que fue algo muy difícil para el mundo, entonces creo que trataba de dar un mensaje, una señal, ya que todos tenemos que hacerlo porque hay mucha gente que sufre, mucha gente que la pasa mal y la verdad que estoy muy feliz de colaborar con ustedes, con Dele, en esta iniciativa de poder hacerlo y bueno, de ayudar, como dije antes, a la gente que está sufriendo.
You said, it's true that I had COVID, but I would have done it anyway, since it's a global problem and we will have to collaborate. Happy to support this good cause, since there are lots of people in the world suffering. One last question, Paulo. How was it playing against Dele Alli?
Very difficult. But I win. No, estoy muy feliz. Nos habíamos enfrentado en algunos partidos de Champions, pero nunca habíamos hablado. La verdad que lo admiro mucho y bueno, hoy pasamos una linda tarde, nos divertimos. Lo importante es que con el tiempo que le dedicamos a esto, mucha gente va a tener la ayuda de parte nuestra, de parte de la organización, y eso me pone muy feliz porque como en un pasado hice una donación, seguramente con el dinero que podamos juntar hoy vamos a hacer feliz a mucha gente, así que muy contento.
Now, Deli, I wasn't sent through the translation of what Paolo just said, but I think it was, Deli's probably the best player I've ever played against. He was incredible. What have you got to say to that?
No, he's it was a very tough game. Carlo's an amazing footballer as well, and I knew he was going to be good at FIFA because obviously he understands the game and he made it very difficult, and he was a deserved winner.
I saw you getting a little bit ragey, a little bit. You know, there was some offsides, some dubious offsides, a few penalty misses. What happened there?
Yeah, I think obviously being competitive is tough to lose, but he made it very difficult for me, and there was some very strange decisions from the ref. There was one goal that was definitely offside.
Definitely, yeah.
Sure what happened there, and I'm not very good at taking penalties on here, so when I had two, I was a bit like, sort of expected to miss them anyway. But,
yeah, there was that one over the bar was special. I mean, you're here again. You were here with us a couple of weeks ago for Fortnite. You're quickly becoming my co-host. Well, like the new Ant and Dec. You're back, but you're here to raise even more money for this charity. How special is it being part of a cause like Gamers Without Borders and fighting the good fight against coronavirus?
Yeah, I think it's really important. Obviously, the whole world's suffering, and everyone's trying to do their bit to help. And being a part of such a great cause and trying to help raise money for something that can help so many people is obviously great. And to have people like Paolo and the other people that are getting involved be a part of it, makes it that little bit more special. But I think the main thing is that we try to do what we can to help the people that are on the front line and people that have suffered with it, and a lot of different companies and people, individuals that have been affected by it. So it's just important that we all try and help out as much as we can.
For sure, that's great. And I mean, with the Premier League looking imminent, I think Serie A as well, how much are you looking forward to kicking off again, getting back to football? I guess all of us at home can't wait. For you, the players, you must be biting at the bit.
Yeah, we're excited. Obviously, it was an unexpected break in terms of the season getting cut midway through. But from a Tottenham point of view, we weren't doing well enough before the break, and we know that. And you can see it in everyone when we've come back training. Everyone's hungry, everyone's fighting, and we want to improve. So yeah, everyone's excited, and a few games left now. We just got to dig in and improve from where we left off.
Yeah, first game back against United. It's going to be a good start. Yeah, it's going to be good. I think Paolo has a translator with him as well. I might ask Paolo if he's looking forward to Serie A beginning again and getting back involved with football again. Can you hear me? I don't think he can. Okay. Deli, last words from you, because obviously you guys have raised $100,000 between the two of you to go toward charity here. You must be elated. I think we can all agree your performance in FIFA was a bit better than Fortnite, but that was tough. That was pro players. How much have you enjoyed the experience just playing games? I know that you're a big gamer yourself. How much have you enjoyed celebrating gaming in wake of being at home, the coronavirus, being at home, you've had a chance to game. How great as a cause like this, us playing games to raise money for charity?
Yeah, it's been an amazing experience. I think trying to look at the positives in such a difficult time. I think be able to, for me personally, I love gaming. It's something I do a lot anyway, and it's a big hobby of mine. But to be able to do that and help out so many people with it and enjoying it as well, it's obviously great. And yeah, I feel honoured, and I'm happy that I'm in a situation where I can do something like this and help out as much as I can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm thankful for the opportunity, but at the same time, obviously we know what it's going towards, and it's for a great cause. So yeah, I'm happy.
Mate, we've loved having you both. Paolo, Dybala, Dele Alli, thank you so much for joining us here on Gamers Without Borders. Best of luck for the seasons ahead. We can't wait for it to get restarted. And long may your FIFA gameplay rivalry continue. Join us after the break. All our pro players are ready in the wings, ready to rock and roll. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves. To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises. Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired. People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like. I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
Hello there, and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. I mean, that was an absolute bucket list for me, having a chance to chat to Dele Alli and Paulo Dybala at the same time, lads. It was a bit all over the shop translation-wise, but I think my Spanish was pretty good.
I think you held up well. I think you held up very well in a difficult time. But honestly, you know, overall, it was great to hear the banter between them because we weren't sure how it would work, obviously, in Argentinian. Obviously Spanish and Italian, he's fluent in both, but English not so much, whereas Dele's obviously English, and you know, us English people, we don't tend to learn other languages.
we're just thinking, oh well, everyone's going to speak English eventually. Why bother?
That's it. Yeah, we're pretty lazy as a general population, but yeah, no, it was good banter between them. Fair play to Paulo for taking it, and Dele just a little frustrated about his penalties.
Yeah, a little bit. I think you know, it was great. It was actually good to hear from Paulo talk about his experience with coronavirus as well. Obviously, that's what we're all here for, to raise money for charities who are fighting the good fight to battle COVID-19. But he was one of the first footballers, I think, that came out in the presser in the UK that we heard about who contracted it. So it was, I think, having someone who's actually been affected by it personally compete in this does nothing but wonders for the cause that is Gamers Without Borders, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it kind of humanizes it. And I think that's something that's missing if you look at, you know, a lot of people in a lot of different regions that, you know, it's something that, and I think I can really feel that myself as well. It's one of those things that unless it's kind of knocking on your door, unless someone you know has got the virus, someone or yourself, right, it's kind of a strange concept still to wrap your head around, but I think it catches up with you really quickly. And I think hearing those stories from people who, you know, in the media or footballers are earning huge amounts of money to do what they love and are on TV all the time and you know, and playing for Juventus, like that's a dream for everyone. But it just shows that, you know, everyone's human and that everyone is susceptible to catching something like this, and that we all need to be careful.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at the brackets now because, of course, fellas, every day we have our show match, which is fantastic. But we then get into the group stages, and on Sunday we're going to have our playoffs. This is today's matchups coming your way in the bracket Group B. We're kicking off proceedings with Umut versus Tex, followed by MS Dasari versus TAS. Obviously, we'll have a winner and a loser for both these games, both best of threes. The two winners go through to the winners bracket up top there. Then we have a lower bracket where they'll be trying to compete to get back into the competition and hopefully make it all the way through to qualifying for tomorrow's playoffs. Whatever happens, places 5th to 8th all get to donate $50,000 to a charity of their choosing down below. But you do want to win this thing. You want to get to the top for $400,000 aside. You want to prove that you remain, despite everything that's happened with lockdown and such, you are still the best, if not one of the best players in the World League.
Yeah, absolutely, and these are the best players in the world. It's simple as that. Group B is a monster. We've got Umut, obviously. Joe's Hamburg being represented here, so he's going to be delighted about that and cheering him on for once. He gets one in there at least. But he's up against Tex, and Tex was out and out 2019. Dominated the whole of FIFA 19. Has yet to be as dominant, but didn't really get a chance to in FIFA 20 because obviously everything tumbled out of order at the end of February. He has still been a quality player, though.
Yeah, I mean, he really has. I mean, the game's coming up right now, the very first game. I want to talk about the players later on again because they've had such fantastic years previously. But we're jumping in. Game number 1, Umut versus Tex. We're thinking Tex might take it, but boys, take it away. Let's do this thing. Here we go.
Thanks a lot, Adam. And yeah, I totally agree. On paper, this is Tex's game, right? He is absolutely the favourite in this one. But that doesn't always kind of work out as expected, right? We always have the underdogs coming through. Or I say always. There's always sometimes where the underdogs come through. And, of course, we were playing from right to left here in that Heart SV home strip. What a beast. I've got to take my hat off to him at this point. Staying brave.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Joe, but everyone that's played in the Liverpool kit so far has won here on Games Without Borders. So, Tex, obviously, a stalwart Liverpool fans representing Fnatic. And, of course, is looking to do well here with Mbappe on the wing. We should point out they are using their own teams. So everything you see is their own teams. I will say, actually, Tex has got a somewhat interesting picks in there. So obviously Sonic has probably been using his weekend league team, whereas it does look like that Umut's actually sort of stacked out his squad a little bit, knowing that he's coming to a charity game, and pulled out the big Virgil van Dijk 99 at the back, but it didn't stop that.
Well, and what a start it was as well. It's Cruyff there on the edge of the box, and that's the thing. If you give a man like Tex an inch, he will take a mile, and that's exactly what he's done. Cruyff on the edge of the box, just firing it home. Keeper not got a chance. The cross goal, that kind of range is perfect shooting distance, and that leaves Umut already with a bit of catching up to play. And you feel that if you're going to beat someone like Tex, then you probably need to do it early on. You need to kind of shock him coming into the game and move from there. But right now, maybe a chance. He almost fed it through there to Zaha, but didn't quite get it through.
No, not quite. And good recycling of the ball there from Tex to just make sure the rest of his team get in position. You can see he's just delaying, holding things up. May even go backwards. After this one, Neymar tries a bit of trickery. And a little too much, Joe. We've all been there.
Exactly. A little bit too much fancy footwork, a little bit too much possession. You can get caught out on that. The difference is obviously at this level that you can literally concede by giving the ball away at any place on the pitch. So, you don't want to be messing that up. There is Tex losing out on possession. Saint Maxime, that bit of an OP card there. And I think actually both players, if I'm not mistaken, had him in their squad somewhere along the line. So I think we'll be seeing him a little bit more today, obviously, in this group. It is a double elimination bracket within the group. So basically it all boils down to if you win 2 games in the groups, you go through in tomorrow's semi-finals. And if you lose 2 games, then you are out here in groups.
Well, Tex is the one that's been dominating. That's a dangerous free kick right on the edge of the box. He may go for it here. I'm seeing if he gets anyone set up. Looks like he is going to have a pop at it. See whether he does anything. That's just a cheeky chip, but Edwin van der Sar, not a keeper we often see in there. Generally, most people do go with the big Allison card or why have I drawn a blank on the other keeper?
Ter Stegen.
Ter Stegen or Courtois, yeah. They're the ones I was thinking of. Don't know why I forgot Ter Stegen. All we saw yesterday was Ter Stegen, but Tex not able to get it in on his second chance. And now Umut on the break.
Seeing these names playing in a Hamburg kit. Oh, he's offside. That was close, though. And great vision, honestly, for Umut. You have to give him the credit there. trying those kind of balls, and that's the kind of plays that you're going to have to try if you want to beat a player like Tex, who absolutely, even at such a young age, is such a complete FIFA player. It's kind of ridiculous. There is Neymar, defended out though by Militao. And yeah, I mean, Tex obviously, you'd call him a wonder kid, but he's kind of already developed, isn't he? He's the wonder kid, but he's already at the top level. He's kind of a strange one, really. And the fact that he's just been so dominant, I think that, the only thing that he's missing is kind of stringing those world championships back to back to make him literally the best player that ever existed.
Well, strangely enough, esports is one of those things. You always think of traditional sport, they have a short time span as the wonder kid and then through, but esports is even shorter, so you got to get in there when you can, as quick as you can, and that's exactly what Tex has done. But Umat's through. Shrug on the ball there from Maldini for Tex. Nothing given though. Gets it out wide to Cancelo. Looking for the runner down the right wing. And Sam Maximin, the Newcastle, speaking of wonder kids, came through from the French team. And now Cruyff, the goal scorer for Tex, just holds it up, looking for an option in the middle. Finds it. Little fake there from Vieira. Neymar Jr. looking to have a pop. Shot saved once again by Van der Sar, but it's a corner for Tex.
What is he going to pull off on this one? Taken short as my feet die, so you're going to have to take over, Lee.
Cruyff getting a cheeky turn, not the Cruyff turn that he was after. That's a great attempt through. Neymar, ball just dribbles to Van der Sar, gets his arm on it. Now Wan-Bissaka, and we were talking about this with Adam yesterday. Trent Arnold, Wan-Bissaka, Rudiger with Carvajal. A couple of options on that right back position. Neymar, Frenkie de Jong. Defensive work from Frenkie there. Solid in both defensive midfield. The vision that he has. And now Zambrotta up to Mbappe. And Joe, so far, Umat's started to feel the pressure, I think, from Tex.
Absolutely. I think he probably was feeling it before things even got started in this one. Oh, what an error from Tex. Wow. Completely unforced error there. Back to the keeper, who just lays it off to the feet of Umat. And he almost did it again there, right from the kickoff. That was a strange moment from Tex. I don't think he was paying attention there.
And it's funny because, we were talking about, obviously, Dele Alli versus Dybala. Dybala had the same problem. I think it was, Dele Alli made the same mistake. And we said, look, the pro players also do that sometimes. And here we're seeing one of the best players in the world making that same mistake. That's a big howler in the first game. Tex there with his own eye. I mean, not many people have got their own thing in the game, right? Like that.
Insane. And one shot and one goal for Umat there. So, he'll be, if you're playing a player like Tex and you kind of get that gifted on a plate to you, then you don't turn it down, right? You will say, yes, thank you very much. We'll have that. There is the first goal from Tex coming in. Obviously, had that free kick as well, which was not exactly a dangerous one, but it was really all about Tex. Just that one error at the end, which is, honestly, it's a completely unforced error. And, at least Umat took the chance. I think there'll be plenty of people who just absolutely panic in that scenario because you're not expecting it whatsoever and just smash it wide or over.
Well, Umat delivered when it counts, and we've talked about these guys that don't tend to have that many shots per game. You'd be thinking, they're pros, they'll be shooting all the time, like 30 shots a game. No, they don't have that many shots because they make sure they have the 100% chances when they come, and that's what they're looking towards at the moment. As that's a beautiful through ball, but big Virgil van Dijk, the 99 card there, stepping in, team of the year. I mean, you could have everything for him, player of the season, player everything. He's just been amazing this year, and it's great to hear Dele and Paolo talking similarly about Van Dijk. But this is Tex with Neymar pushing it through. Sam Maximin keeps trying to force it a little bit wide rather than through the centre, but the centre may well work for him here as Neymar feeds it through, and Cruyff will find the second for Tex.
Yeah, and I mean, it almost feels like a done deal. I think that's something I got a feeling of often watching Tex over the last couple of years, that even if the guy falls behind, you almost have that feeling that well, it's just a matter of time before he actually comes back into it. Though, let's not count him out just yet. Of course, only 53 minutes gone here, and it is a best of 3 as well. So there's plenty of kind of buffer room. But he's going to have to change things up soonish, because although he has got that 1 goal and 2-1 doesn't look too bad, I think the actual story in this one looks a lot different. But he's got past the keeper. Oh, and he scored from that angle. I'm not sure how he scored from there, Lee, but absolute hats off for that one.
That was... I was expecting him to lay it across. I didn't expect him to just pop it in, but yeah, tight angle. Keeper came out. That was Tex, obviously pulling the keeper out. And, well, sometimes it just doesn't work. So two unforced errors from Tex. Now, obviously, Tex is known for his goal scoring, not his defending, so let's not read too much into this one in the first game of the day. Martinez coming on for Zaha. Was surprised to actually see the I think was it the team of the season? It was the team of the week. Zaha up front, won the red cards for Umut. Not something I would have thought most would have gone for, but it's somewhat surprising, Joe. No CR7s. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they've just not had the pack luck this year to get them. Don't forget, if you're just joining us, that we're not on the tournament server here, so not everything is open, which means that you're playing with just the players that you've got with air quotes, because they probably still have better players than most of us. As Tex is going to feed it through here towards Neymar. Dangerous moment, but 2 defenders on him. He goes out for a corner here for Tex, taken short. Then play it into the middle. Johan Cruyff, who scored one earlier on. Now Maldini, not the man you want to shoot, but it's laid off, but it's dispatched straight into the right-hand side of the keeper. 3-2. Saint-Maximin again. Instead, I think it was a Saint-Maximin on Saint-Maximin action there in the box as one got past the other. Yeah, big blonde dreadlocks. And that is Tex regaining a lead here, 3-2 up. As we said, best of 3, so the actual scoreline in these games don't matter all that much. It's all about winning those individual games in the best of 3.
Yeah, and at the moment, Tex is winning 3-2. Let's see how he can continue this one. We know he's good going forward, but he has had questions at the defence. Cruyff for Tex, out to Saint-Maximin, the goal scorer a moment ago. Lies it back for Cruyff. Cruyff back to Saint-Maximin. They've got 2 for Cruyff so far as well, so he's on the hat-trick, but it's going to be back to Umut. And he tries to lay it down that left wing. Vieira to Saint-Maximin. There's nowhere to go, though. That's a high play, actually. I think it's Cancelo who'd move forward, but look at that. Saint-Maximin cutting it out. Struggling to get the ball progressing in the box of Tex right now as he finds an opening, Joe.
What can he do with it here? Well, he puts it onto the foot of the defender. Now, trying Tex with his own. And he knows that all he needs to do is waste a little bit of time here. As we said, uncharacteristic mistake that maybe was just Tex not paying full attention. And it gives it away again. Sloppy play from him. And that's, one of the times where you can definitely be looking to beat Tex if he's not 100% concentrated, if he's not fully warmed up. There is the chance, and there is the goal. There is the equaliser from Umut. 76 minutes in, it's 3 apiece.
Really well read. I honestly, we were all looking at that, and you think, okay, he's laying it down to the right, and then just pulled it through the middle and completely did the defender. He did Tex. So 3-3, high-scoring bonanza. We love to see it, Joe. Absolutely electric action here as Tex goes forward once again. He's led all the way, and every single time he's been pegged back by Umut. This time Cruyff through to Neymar. Cruyff making the run through. He's on a hat-trick. Gets it to Neymar. There's the rebound. There's the hat-trick for Cruyff.
Well, look, he is sometimes involved, and that was one of those moments, wasn't it? Bouncing around from man to man. And with Vieira here for Umut. What's he got left in his bag of tricks? With Neymar on the edge of the box. Well dealt with, though, by Tex, who's completely run rings around him there. Now Vieira's got a couple of options. Maybe waiting for the man on the top side to make a run. I think so. De Jong there in the middle. Neymar now. Where's the space going to come from? There isn't going to be any space. He was dispossessed fairly quickly. Now Umut, who's obviously working against the clock. 4-3 down. And just 5 minutes plus stoppage in game to go. Here is a chance for him though. On the edge of the box, tries to loop it on through, but Courtois is out and will collect easily.
Just a couple of minutes remaining in this first leg. Ball straight through to Cruyff. What a throw from the keeper. Jesus, straight to the halfway line. Cancelo, great ball to Saint-Maximin. Cruyff in the middle. He's got another one arriving as well. Just got to lay it back, trying to get the cut back. Virgil van Dijk is there for Umut now. With just about 3 minutes, I would say, probably added time. It's only 2, in fact. He's got to get the ball forward. Great through ball. Oh, Martinez bags of space, has to score and will. Taking us to extra time potential here, Joe.
Well. Did not expect that to come there. Martinez has the super sub here for Umut. And that is indeed literally the last kick of the game that pulls him back in this one. And he's, look at that. 4 shots on goal is what Umut's had. Talking about making them count. 4 shots, 4 goals. Tex obviously gifting one of those, which is probably going to slightly annoy him that that's gone down the way it has. But we are going to be going into extra time here. And who knows, possibly into penalties. But I say credit to both these players. 8-goal game, which is not a standard here for FIFA 20.
No, but I kind of somewhat times come to expect it when I see Tex playing. So I'm never too sure how the game's going to go. So Havertz coming on for... it was Umut that just brought him on, wasn't it? Although didn't play today in real life, actually. He's injured at the moment. Ball backwards. Vieira into Cruyff. Cruyff looking to lay and find space. Loves to score with him. Neymar wins it back, but Rafael Varane is there. And Umut gets it clear. Bissaka, oh, it's a gift. But it's just gone straight to Van der Sar. I don't think he was expecting it. He was already looking for the tackle there instead of the shot, wasn't he?
So, as you said, Kai Havertz on. A German favourite. Interesting to see how he develops over the years. Oh, dispossession there. A little bit of lag there. I think Vieira is going to keep hold of it. So Umut is passing a little bit sloppy here. Not quite been able to keep the possession he may want, but maybe he's just happy with this back and forth stuff. Maybe he's been practicing his penalties.
Let's hope not. I mean, Deli didn't. He decided that FIFA's not his game, but that's a great ball through. Cruyff just needed to do one of those turns that he was named after. Down the right wing, Umut. He's been finding some of these really nice through balls and tries it once again. Goes through to Mbappe. Back to Martinez. De Bruyne lays it off. Patrick Vieira through the middle. Finds Martinez. A little tap on. De Bruyne was looking to try and get on the end of it, but in the end, it's Militao for Tex to clear it. He's led every single time so far. Will this be the first time that he goes behind?
Well, so far holding on, but there's a lot of pressure coming in. Mbappe, Vieira there, dispossessed. So surely this is going to be half-time here in the extra time. Apparently 1 minute added on. And Neymar has broken free. He's going to get the chance to finish this one off. What's he going to do with it? Great little bit of a drag back there. And into the middle, it's Cruyff. Defenders there, but there's Saint-Maximin. Oh, and the keeper's knocked it just wide. That was a massive chance for Tex.
Saint-Maximin back into Maldini in the box. Don't expect that. Patrick Vieira looking to lay it up. That's a foul right on the edge of the box. I think maybe there was it was half-time whistle. I can tell you what, I think he got away with that. That was right on the edge of the box there. But it is going to still remain 4-4. Let's see what he's going to change here. Any potential changes coming through? He's ready to go. Umut looks like he's ready to go as well. We'll keep our eye on any of the substitutions possibly coming in here. And as it is, 4-4 the score. Penalties beckoning with 15 minutes to play.
Absolutely looks that way, but there's a big ball. Keeper is out. Oh, well, Van der Sar all the way to the edge of his box. Interesting one there, that's for sure. Bissaka, nice ball through into Idrissi. And also through to Martinez, the hero, before he scored again. Umut scored again with Martinez. Would you believe it? I think that now may well be 5 shots and 5 goals.
And that's incredible because obviously he's trailed behind every time. That's a crunching tackle. Ball's going to get dragged back for Tex there. Incredible that he's managed to get himself back into this one, but now we'll see. This is the first time Tex has trailed. Once he got in the lockup from the kickoff, you've got to assume he's got something. Neymar looking for the through ball to Cruyff. Oh, it was a little too athletic. The old man not able to lift his leg for that one. That's going to get cut straight back, but it's a poor header in the end, and it will be cleared to Umut with just, 7 minutes remaining. What a through ball, Joe.
Yeah, Havertz here on this top side. He needs to just keep hold of it. I mean, that's exactly what he didn't need to do. Lucky for him that Tex's pass out was not accurate whatsoever. Mbappe, De Bruyne on the edge of the box. Is he just seeing? Is he going to get the shot off? He lays it in and he scored again. And it's Martinez again. He's got a hat-trick. The super sub comes on, scores 3, 6 shots, 6 goals, I think it is for Umut now. What a turnaround. Brilliant.
What a performance. You know, to trail every single time. A lot of people would wilt against Tex, but Umut has stood tall, and his little trickery not really working out there. Umut's really packing out the box as well with the defenders and the midfielders there. And then the breakaway balls have really been catching him off guard. Long balls down the wings, and then been managing to find the target. These big through balls, passes have been fantastic. Cutting it out once again and just keeping possession now, knowing full well this game, the first one of a best of 3, looks like it could well be in the bag. Unless there's one last little bit. Not going to happen. Van der Sar's there. 6-4. What a game to start things off.
Insane. And Umut, you know, I wasn't expecting that out of him. Maybe I've played him down a little bit more than I should have there. 6 shots I saw at the end, 6 goals from him, 3 of them from Martinez that he brings on. I'm assuming that that's the team of the season, Martinez, with 99 pace, 95 shooting. Well, what a super sub that was, Adam. Can't quite believe that that's just happened.
You're muted, Adam. It's all good. You'll be back on in a minute. We'll take over.
I muted myself because I didn't want my expletives and my shouting to dominate the casting there. Apologies. No. Do you know what? It was amazing because Martinez, first and foremost, I definitely want in my squad because the guy seems rapid, 99 pace anyway. But for 6 shots and 6 goals, that, I mean, 100% shooting to conversion ratio. Umut was he was fierce out there.
I mean, you can't argue with it, can you? I mean, 100% conversion rate, if you like. Brilliant stuff from him. And honestly, I don't know where he kind of found those final goals from either. Yes, there was the mistake from Tex, but it looked to me like Tex basically had that game down.
That's exactly right. I mean, the interesting thing as well, watching yesterday's performances from our players then, and seeing the way that Tex comparatively to like Shells, for instance, in the terms of the skill play. Tex just seems like the ball is like stuck to his feet. His work with the ball and the way that he knows that every single movement of every single player is something else. But to lose this first game, I think it's going to come as a shock to everybody. I don't think anyone saw Tex losing this first game, but to concede 6 goals, obviously across extra time as well, but that's a lot of goals to concede. But I think you guys said yourselves as well, Tex is renowned for his scoring, not necessarily his defensive ability.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, let's be fair. Like, Umut's got himself second place at one of the weekends. I think it was last year in FIFA. Was it 19 or was it in 20? It was actually, I think
it was 20.
It was the start of this year. Yeah. So he is an absolutely top player. It's just that because Tex was so dominant last year in FIFA 19 that everybody expects him to dominate here. Yes, if you think of last weekend, he actually didn't have that great a result. I think he ended up 6th last weekend. So, this is far from a done job. And now, obviously, with Umut 1-0 up, Tex has got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're expecting him to turn it on and deliver something because he is who he is and he's proven it time and time again. But can I ask you both as well about Tex? And I know obviously that Umut won that and I'm definitely would pay his dues as well. But for Tex, you keep saying that there was a separation of himself between other talent in 2019, for instance. What was it that he had that other players you think didn't have that made him such a success last year? Joe, starting with you.
I think it's a difficult one, that, and I think a lot of people have tried to analyse why that was the case, including most of his opponents and their coaches and their managers and everything else. And it's so hard to really see because Tex is such a laid-back player. Like his attitude, I think, is something that really helps him as well in those competitive environments. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that gets phased. He seems like the kind of person who can put his hood up and he's completely zoned in on the task at hand, which I think a lot of players do struggle with. In terms of what exactly it is that made him so difficult, I don't think I'm qualified really to go into that, or that we've got maybe enough time to even break that all down.
I'll tell you what it is. He had Harry in his corner for quite a lot of it. No, but honestly, I mean, obviously he broke onto the scene. You got to think that was his breakout year as well. And generally when players have a breakout year, A, is because they're good enough to break out in the first place, and B, not many really know a lot about him. So he's coming into these games smashing goals left and right, and everybody's kind of like, wait, the style of FIFA we should be playing is slow, defensive, build-up, which is kind of what had become, if you think of, I think it was Dieter, wasn't it, towards the end of FIFA 18, that it was kind of dominating with his slow build-up plays, and that kind of got in there, same with Gorilla. And that's how it worked. And then he comes burst on the scene and he's scoring goals galore, and everyone's like, but you're meant to be defending. So no, you score more goals. And that worked out for him. And obviously that was the style. So it carried him through. Maybe people have sort of got on top of him. It's hard to say because FIFA's one of the hardest games to stay on top as a pro because it's a new game every year. And the game changes every year. It's not like it's a new game. The style of FIFA, one year the AI defending is fantastic. One year it doesn't do anything for you. Another year you can press constantly just by holding one key. There's so many different styles, and every single year these guys have got to adapt to it. So obviously we're seeing I guess it's the second year as a professional, right, for Tex. So we'll see how he adapts.
Indeed, and it's time. It's game number 2. Tex needs to win this one to remain in the winner's bracket. Otherwise, he loses out to his opponent and Uma goes through. Here we go, guys. Game number 2. Take it away.
Here we go then. Game number 2. Can Tex bring this one back, or is he going for at least one leg in the early bath? Because, of course, it is double elimination. You're not out just yet if you lose in this first game, which is, definitely the beauty of it. Also gives sometimes these players a bit of a false sense of security, thinking, even if we lose it here, it's not over and done with. We've still got a little bit of time afterwards. But 3.5 minutes gone. This time, it was Uma with a long searching ball. Neymar actually getting the ball back, and there may be a chance here. It's surely in. It's 1-0. He started off as he's carried. Wait. He's continued as he left off in the game before, if I could make sense of my words. And what a start again for the Haasfoul man.
And with a cross, what an absolute belting cross. You don't see them that often, but when they work, they look great. And that's exactly what it was. Mbappe bursting through the middle, not going to work out for him. So a couple of little changes maybe for Tex here. See if he can get himself back into this one. But now Zaha, I was talking about him at the start. These are the balls. That big searching ball, oh my word, it absolutely cut Tex's defence down, and that's kind of what's been working out. Now, free kick chance, trying to go slide it in. It's got another chance for the cutback and maybe feed it through the middle. A shot was there, but the defender at the last gets a foot on it.
It's not done yet here, though. He's managed to somehow win that possession back and then almost lost it once again. Build up, working out well for me. A lot of space for Neymar. Turns his side in towards Mbappe on the ground. He's offside. He was unlucky there because I think that rebound had fallen kindly.
Yeah, he got that. The rebound was there. So Cancelo for Tex got to work it. Every time he's being challenged on that right wing. Not able to feed it through, but this time maybe he's found the runner in Cruyff, who's been the go-to man. A nice little heel toe there. Completely loses the defender, but not Virgil van Dijk. Cuts it out. Santi-Maximin to Maldini. Maldini with a little back heel. Tries to shimmy it through, but Van der Sar's having none of it.
Well, Uma, this would be a fantastic start for him in this tournament. ball up on through to Mbappe. Little turn for him. He's still got a hold of it as well. Still going. Has to give it away in the end. Neymar now. There's 3 men in front of him. There is a push through Zaha. Still going. He's off. How has he missed?
It came off his own player. It came up off his other striker. It was in. That was in and done. And it flicked up off the shin of his own player. And he's going to be pretty aggrieved at that one. Tex hanging on, in fairness, in this game. Should be 2 down. Frenkie de Jong now looking for the left wing. Zambrotta pulling the wing back into play. Back to Mbappe. Works it through the middle. Neymar looking for Cruyff perhaps. Cruyff out wide. It's gone through. It's flicked up. Will Saint-Maximin get to it? No. It's gone to the keeper. Not cleared yet though. And now it will be in the end down to Zaha on the right wing. And look, so what he's doing, this is something that Umar's been working well against Tex. He's been using that right winger and it's cutting Tex in half. He either uses it for the cross like that, or he holds and has a mega through ball for the front man.
Wow, what a start here to game number 2 for the Hamburg man. Saint-Maximin down on the bottom side, and his opposing number there for Umar is going to send it off down the line. Snuffed out there though by Maldini. Now Cancelo tries a chip over the top, but it was well read by Umar, who's not afraid of being fairly direct here on play. You got to say his build-up definitely is quick. Cancelo though will intercept that one. Tex has to let this one settle. So far he's really just not had much of the possession, and when he's had it, it's not been quality possession, Lee.
No, he hasn't. He's been snatching at chances, and those through balls that he's been trying to wriggle through and the little dribbles that he's been working have not been paying off for him. Nice ball through the middle here for De Bruyne. That's going to get collected by Texas. Vieira though should be able to see it through. Vieira looking a little tired actually there for Tex. In the middle, been drained a bit, but he's back on it now. Rafael Varane over to Vieira. It's a midfield battle right now. Tex looking to try and break his deadlock. Hasn't had too many chances to count at the moment, but again, this is the balls. These are the balls that have been working for Umar. Didn't work this time, but when they do, it's just absolutely ruining Tex at the moment at the back.
Look at that as well. Neymar being an absolute beast for him as Mbappe is going to turn on it. I think he's taken one touch too many again there. The turn would have actually got him away, but he almost called his own bluff and turned back in. Now it's Tex, possible first break of the game for him, with Neymar on the edge of the box in towards Saint-Maximin, who's tackled there again just before he could get it. And Umar, as we approach the final moments here in this first half, is still in possession, and he's fighting for it. The fighting spirit definitely there for Umar.
I'll tell you what, if he didn't have such a strong defender at the back there, that would have been a chance on goal. Luckily for Tex, the defender did wrestle for it. Vieira, that's a cutting ball. There's searching passes through the middle, but now the counter's on. De Jong, he's got Cruyff out wide. Maldini and Zambrotta trying to draw some defenders towards them. And that's exactly what they've done, the midfielders now. Trying to draw the space, open the space, but it's cost him. Oh my word. Umar, chance to try and lay it through. The runner went offside. Saint-Maximin. Are we going to see another cross? We are. Not going to get Herval Black this time though.
There is half time then. Umar just 45 in-game minutes away from picking up victory in the first group stage game against Tex. As we said, a player who's already made his mark on FIFA 20. We saw him in the tournament earlier on this year, obviously in Atlanta, when he finished second, claiming himself 30,000 USD in prize money as well. So good chunk of change for him. Sadly, obviously because of the reason that we're here playing this tournament, COVID-19, that EA FIFA 20 season definitely had to be put on hold. Let's see though here with Tex now. Again, he's lost possession. Umut is looking very, very good this second game.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a nice little work from Mbappe. The turn. Oh, can't quite lose his man. Just about loses out to Maldini. The big Italian stands his ground to Mbappe and not letting any of that fancy footwork through. Now Tex on the counter. Up to Cruyff. Neymar running. Can go down to the left wing perhaps here for Mbappe. Not able to work out for him though. And now, Zaha just shimmies wide and completely loses his marker.
Now Mbappe. Such quick footwork. Left guessing so often with him. Ball coming into the feet of Neymar. There's a man. He just tried to feed it through on that top side to Saint-Maximin. Now Tex gets it back. Not seen too much hope from Tex in game number 2. No real big chances for him. Not been all that impressive. And honestly, it was a continuation really of the second half of, or maybe from extra time from that last game, where Umut's just strung them together. Got to be wondering, when is Martinez coming on? That's the question that we've got to answer.
Don't write Tex just off yet. He's that's the sort of most lethal time when you just think you got him. That's when he strikes. But as you say, Umut's looking pretty solid throughout, although there's not been that many shots either way. This is a chance for Tex though. Neymar through. He's got Cruyff out wide. That's who he wants to find. That's who he gets the chance. And Van der Sar with the save. It's a corner.
Swung. Oh, not swinging. Taking short, actually. Out on the edge of the box. It's direct play in the end. Again, another corner, though.
Yeah, taken short once again to Militao. De Jong. We saw Frankie laying it off this time. Big chance to Mbappe. Tries to pull it back. Nice defending there. Really nice work from Umut. Just stands his ground, expecting the drag back. Now a chance. You can see him trying to brawl it forward. And Theo Hernandez can't quite feed it through to Saint-Maximin. De Bruyne with a slide tackle. Comes out on top with the ball. Maximin's already run himself ragged, so he can't do a great deal with it. And will lose out to Tex.
68 minutes gone. Tex again. Group 1 stuff. But not quite enough. Umut defending incredibly well once again. Dispossessed though by Maldini. There's a couple of guys pushed up now. Maybe this is the chance for Tex to open things. Neymar looking for a man on the edge of the box. He finds Mbappe. Can he beat the defender? No, he can't.
Absolutely. Tex was considered the best player in 2019, despite the fact it was Mo Aubameyang that walked away with the World Championship. Dasari was alongside him, who's also going to be playing in a moment against TAS. But at the moment, Umut is the one that's leading, winning the first game 6-4 and now 1-0 in this second matchup. Tex on the attack in the Liverpool kit. Lays it off, big runner, looking to Cruyff, tries to cut inside, can go for the cutback. Oh, and I thought he had the ball at his feet, but the defender, Maldini, once again, stepping in when it counts. What a through ball to Mbappe. He's got the space, cuts inside. Oh, and really nice defending work from Tex there.
Close stuff there. 77 minutes now gone. It's starting to get a little bit urgent for Tex. And he's starting to play it straight through the middle there as well. Umut defending not as clean, not keeping that possession as he may be hoping for. That's a good tackle from him though. Man actually went down there for Tex, so to wonder if that was close to being a foul. Keep possession. That's all that Umut needs to do at this point. Of course, easier said than done at this level, but he's doing a good job of passing play until I say it, of course. And then he ends up losing it once again. But there's just not a lot of space to work with here for Tex. Oh, maybe there is now. Defender comes rushing out. It's given Mbappe a little bit more space. Now Neymar, there's too many in the middle. He's going to chip it over the top. The keeper's out, though. 84 minutes gone.
Didn't have the control. The control was lacking in the Mbappe there. The chest down, just a little too heavy. And it went to Edwin van der Sar. And now we're seeing Umut with the ball. Wow, that's a great through ball. Maybe he's going to go for the chip. Going to try and go for the cutback. No, Cancelo is there. And time is running out for Tex here. Could we be seeing Tex in the lower bracket after game one? Wow.
Well, he's still got a bit of time. His man in the middle was offside there, but here he is. Little back heel on. It's nicely defended there. Well read by Umut. He's still holding on to this game, but he can't afford to give possession away like that. It's going to go directly into the feet of Neymar. Little shimmy on by for him into the middle for Mbappe, and it's wide. That was the chance for Tex. That was it.
Wow, I think he might have been offside as well. So I'm not too sure whether it would have counted, but oh my word. Just a minute to go. And that's all we have. Would you believe it? Zaha looking for the ball through. Doesn't matter, just got to hold it up. Keep possession and the whistle will go. There is a chance, there will be a corner, but it's full time. And ladies and gentlemen, Umut will take down Tex 2-0, 6-4 and 1-0.
Wow. I mean, I wasn't expecting that at all. Do you know what the most incredible thing is? In the first game, we thought, okay, maybe Tex wasn't kind of up, playing to the best of his abilities. I got to say, in that game there, you cannot take away from the fact that I think Umut had a superb strategy / set of tactics there. I mean, the fact that those penetrating balls around the back of the wing of the right and left backs made such a massive difference to his play, Lee.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just cutting the defenses. Like in the first game, every time Tex had that goal, there was an answer from Umut, and it was balls just either running it with the space down the wing with Zaha and stuff like that, or finding himself the clean chances, those clean through balls. And defensively, both of them played very well in the second game. Ironic after the 6-4 first game.
Yeah, everyone shut up shop in the second match there. But I think everyone probably at home watching will expect Tex to have gone through there, Joe. But what do you think was his main downfall, the reason that he didn't win and get past Umut?
Well, I mean, you can go all the way back to game one and say that, if he'd have not gifted that goal, that would have definitely looked a little bit different. You have to give the credit, though, in that game, nonetheless, to him. You've got to take those chances that are gifted to you. Plus, then, the hat trick from Martinez, I think it was, that, that was just a ridiculous end to game one. He came through into game number two with that form, if you like, from game number one, and it didn't stop. That's, I think that's one of the big things in a best of three, is to somehow bridge the gap between games so that you don't lose that momentum, that focus that you've built up. And credit to Umut, it didn't let Tex really in with much of a chance in game two.
Absolutely not. I mean, what a great start to day number two. We have got plenty more matches coming your way. We've got our second bracket game coming up very shortly. You can take a look at the bracket right now on screen. There you'll see that we have Umut and Tex 2-0 to Umut there, taking the first two games. Everything's a best of three here. So Umut progresses and Tex goes down to the lower bracket. We do have MS Dasari and TAS coming up very shortly. And one of those teams will join Umut in the next winning bracket round. And then we have obviously one of those teams going down to the lower bracket to face Tex. It's all to play for. Anything's possible. Do not go anywhere. You make sure you stay glued to your seat. Plenty more FIFA action coming your way here on Game Without Borders right after this.
We don't work in easy places at International Medical Corps. We work in tough settings, in tough situations. And CAR, for a population of millions of people, there are only 3 respirators, for example, that are available for the entire population. Now just think about that. That's very stark. You come into other countries where there are less. We work with a lot of IDP populations that are moving around the country because of conflict or other issues. It's already a setting that is going to be difficult. And so when you introduce something like COVID-19, if one of those community members becomes infected, it could quickly spread through that enclosed community.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Hello there, and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. Joe and Lee join me now, and we are right in the middle of this thing. We've kicked off with our very first bracket game, and surprising to many of us, Tex lost out 2-0 to Uma in a best of 3. But we're looking forward now. We're looking forward to our next matchup. This is where things are going to get very interesting, because we have MS Dasari versus Taz. We've had a look at their lineups, lads. Taz is bringing out the big guns, or what, Lee?
Taz is using a lot of that streamer money, a lot of that FaZe Clan money. It is stacked. So ordinarily, if you guys at home don't know, you've probably seen and you've watched them on the streams, they will normally balance their team out with a bunch of bronzes on the bench. No, it's red cards stacked throughout, sort of stacking out his weekend league games that he's been having. We have red cards left, right. He's literally just sending it everywhere right now. It is 98s, 99s throughout the team. This is a very stacked team from Taz. This is a tournament team. It's what this is. If you had an unlocked account, this is what you'd play.
Yeah, just looking at it, we all straight away went, okay, this is the big stuff. This is a lot of cheddar that's been spent on this thing. MS Tessari obviously is a renowned name within FIFA. We're expecting big things from him as well. I mean, he's going to put up a big fight, despite Tass's squad. He's going to put up a big fight, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely is. The fact is that he's one of the top players in the world. The question is whether Tass, with possibly a better team here, is going to be better than him. He's going to be better than him on the day. I think MS Tessari, he's such a consistent player as well. Like, if you look at his tournament results, if you look at like amount of tournaments entered compared to tournament top 3 or top 5, it's actually ridiculous. Like, he's not a player that generally goes out in early stages of a tournament ever. In fact, I'd have to go back and check, but I'd almost go out there and say he's probably never been knocked out in an early stages.
I remember back at was it Paris Games Week when he was there? I can't think where it was. It was one of the tournaments, and he was like, the game had just sort of come out, and the tournament was right after, and it was when finesse finishing came in, and he hadn't actually sort of done it yet because he hadn't really had much chance to play it, because if you're the world champion, you have a bunch of obligations you have to do, so he hadn't really had a chance to play it. So he wasn't bothering finesse finishing. He still did well in that tournament, despite the fact everyone's banging in these finesse finishes when it was like whizzing in the top corner left, right. He still did well and wasn't even using it.
Wow. He's got skills. Well, listen, we've actually got a video about MS Tessari, and we caught up with him recently. Check this out. Here it is, MS Tessari. Here we go.
I'm delighted to be joined by MS Tessari. He is a FIFA player from Team Tundra and is based in Saudi Arabia. Hello, MS Tessari. How are you?
Hi there. I'm really good. What about you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for asking. But I need to ask you about how you found the shift from offline tournaments to going exclusively online. How have you found it?
Obviously, for us as a pros, I'd say it's much better to stay in your home to play the tournament in your home. But we miss the hype about LAN events, obviously. And hopefully this storm goes away and we move on.
So if you could choose, would you only do online tournaments in future?
It's a hard thing, but I would love that. But obviously, because I'm based in Saudi, I can play the North America region, and I have friends over there. So it's a tricky thing.
So how do you feel about being a pro FIFA player and the current scene now it is all online?
I feel great. I've organized already a tournament under my name to players, to football players. So I'm doing cool stuff. I'm enjoying the time. I'm spending more time with my family, and we're doing okay.
Yeah, it sounds it. You're being very productive. You've put your own tournament on. Where can we watch future tournaments in the future if you do any more?
I don't know, maybe the guys from ESL or Games Without Borders can do one. We've done a good work. Yeah, we raised a $90K for charity. Yeah, over 2 days. So I'm really happy about that. And yeah.
MS Tessari, that's fantastic. Well, congratulations. And also, I respect your hustle, sir. Do you watch professional football? And if you do, does that give you any kind of, I guess, insight into how you can play FIFA better?
Yeah, I'm really into it, and I'm really into football tactics even. And I think it helped me a lot, especially with mentally side, tactical side as well.
What's your favorite thing about competing?
Let's say winning tournaments is the best thing.
Yeah?
For me to competing.
Well, good luck with the FIFA International Elite Tournament this weekend, MS Tessari. I hope that you achieve everything you want to, and also thank you so much for raising money for people who are suffering from the effects of COVID-19. You are an inspiration.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Good to see Frankie catching up with MS Dasari. I mean, we have got prediction time now, guys. I want to see predictions from you both going into this game against TAS. Leah, come to you first. How do you see this one going?
I gotta say, just based on the fact that Dasari has been so consistent, so consistently good, I would give it towards him based on his history of a top player. But TAS can be a tricky customer, and TAS is either hot or cold, right? It'll turn up either hot or cold. It just depends what TAS is going to turn up today.
Yeah, and I mean, Joe, as we said, he's brought out the big cheese here. I mean, the squad is looking very, very big. Obviously, you know, $400,000, a lot of money to give away to charity. Obviously, he wants to get that top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, TAS, as we've said, he's, as Lee said, hot and cold. It's just a question of which TAS turns up and whether he can steer that super team that he's got there towards victory. Interestingly enough, I actually see as we jump into game here that he's using a Liverpool kit, which is a very, very hardcore Arsenal fan. Kind of surprises me.
Yeah, what? He had the Arsenal badge. He's got the
Arsenal badge, but it's a Liverpool kit.
It's definitely the Liverpool kit. I mean, is it because of the FaZe? Is it the FaZe kit? FaZe don't have a kit, do they? I can't remember. Oh, I'll have to get a close-up. It does look like Liverpool. It looks like Standard Charter written on the chest, though, as far as I can see. But anyway, that aside, TAS is playing in the red. It is Dasari playing in the black. The 2018 world champion. Runner-up in 2019. He has a serious pedigree. TAS himself has been a professional for many a year and currently representing FaZe Clan. It's Tundra Esports, isn't it, for Dasari, I believe?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that is a gift there. And is he going to make him pay for it? Almost. Keeper brought out there nicely by TAS. Then with Alice in goal. And that keeps him all safe. So some hairy little minutes. Let's not forget that around about 120 ping these guys are playing on, just to give you you guys that play FIFA regularly a kind of idea of what latency they're actually working here with. And you can actually see MS Dasari's team there as well for a brief second.
Yeah, he's obviously just made some adjustments. We can tell you roughly what the team is. He's got Ribéry in there, actually. That one surprised us, right? I mean, Ribéry in there. The 92 Mbappe as opposed to the 98 Mbappe. So we'll see what the difference is. So Dasari with the 92 Mbappe, TAS with the 98 Mbappe. Dasari's also got the 92 Neymar and not the 98 Neymar on the left wing that TAS has. So definitely some skill differentials in the players.
Absolutely, and I think we just saw Alphonso Davies coming on there as well for TAS, which is certainly the first time we've seen Alphonso Davies. I think he brought him on for Jordi Alba there, obviously using Alba for the
chemistry. Yeah,
the chemistry there. He had a Champions League Jordi Alba in there, but brought on Davies in the early stages.
Yeah, so that's the 92 team of the week, the weekend league red card. But it's brought on there. It was 87 Jordi Alba there, for the, as you say, for the Chem. So that's a good effort, and it's a goal immediately for Dasari. Frenkie de Jong, well, we've watched last 2 days of FIFA and not seen him breaking through the defensive line like that at all, but this time Dasari nails it.
Yeah, I'd go as far as to say that the de Jongs that we've seen, certainly in the games that we've commentated, Lee, not been all that impressive, to be honest with you. But that is the first time we've seen it, as again, possession is given away. And Dasari, I liked his comment there in the chat with Frankie that, we as pros would prefer to play from home. You got that comfort. There's no place like home, is the old saying, right? But I think he actually has it maybe more difficult than others, playing on a high ping. The thing is that if he's used to playing that high ping, that can give him an advantage over someone who isn't, here as TAS has broken through. But, well, defenders just mauled him in the area, but no penalty.
Rolling round the box, nothing given. Oh, the runner offside there, trying to release it. Frenkie de Jong, almost the give and go back heel then, working out well, but instead it is going to be TAS on the ball. Bissaka to Mbappe. 98 Mbappe, as I say, to 98 Neymar. Looking to try and pull it back. He's got the support of Mbappe if he needs it, and he will. Going to continue further back to Wan-Bissaka. And in the end goes all the way back to Ramos. He's got the 99 Virgil van Dijk back there as well. I think both of them actually have the 99 Virgil van Dijk in their team as well. So both some serious flexing going on in these teams. Neymar Jr. through to Mbappe. Good little flick on, but defender should read that. Easy for him in the end, and a clearance for Desari.
Laying it down. Saint-Maxime and De Jong there just linking up nicely. Carvajal obviously is right back here. Been used by quite a few players. As Carvajal there. Nice ball on through. What's he going to do with it from here? He's going to try and make some room in the area. Pull a couple of players away from him. Crosses, of course, not exactly. A cross into a header is a bit of a rarity these days in FIFA.
That's what surprised me with Uma. When it was the first goal he scored, right? Just a big cross bang goal. It was like, okay. We don't get them that often, but it worked out for him. Tass having to work on his defences there as Desari tried to break him down, but Tass has always been one of those strong attacking players. We'll see whether it's going to work out for him. Oh, well, I mean, that was a 50-50 at best, but Tass has got the free kick out of it, being adjudged to be dragged down. Maximin lays it to Davies. The Canadian stepping in here to De Bruyne, 99 rated De Bruyne. Loses out the ball. Desari once again on the counter.
Over the top, it's looped here towards Carvajal. Actually losing out on it there, but it was very, very close. Going past its man, Alphonso Davies on that left-hand side, as we said, brought on earlier. Now De Jong, featuring in both sides. Bruyne. Where does he go from here? Interesting, for Tass especially, you wonder how much that experience, even though MS Desari's had so many kind of good finishes and world championship even, can you compare that to the experience of Tass? It just feels like Tass has been around forever, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's been there from the start, right? As soon as, I say from the start, not from the start, but from the moment that Foot Champions really took off as a big tournament, he was there. That was a big chop, though. So, big free kick chance here for Desari. Let's see what he does with it. Is he going to try and play it short?
Oh, it's in!
Oh!
Absolutely ridiculous there. Ribéry, we were talking about it. The fact that Ribéry was on here. And he's left-footed straight into the top corner. Keeper can't get anywhere near it. And what a free kick there. MS Desari right on the stroke of half-time. 2-0 into the lead. I think I threw Lee off a little bit there. The wonders, obviously, of the fact that we can't sit together in a studio these days, also means that we have some weird and wonderful technical workarounds to make sure that we're all on the same page. And for us, the internet is also just a finite resource, Lee, isn't it?
It is. I've got to figure out, make sure I'm on the right page over here. So I'm at 20 now, 30, 40.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm not too far behind, but sometimes we get a little lag on this. But obviously, as I say, we can't all be in the game sharing on the accounts. There's only so many people that can be in there, and we have to try and figure it out from there. But technology is a wonder, and that free kick was even more wonderful because it was an absolute peach in the top corner. Now, at Desari, a little adventurous. The game's stretching a little bit here in the second half as Tass starts to chase the game a little.
Yeah, it has to at this point. I mean, The good thing is that it's best of 3 and no aggregate score. If it was an aggregate score, you might think, you know, just try and go in 2-0 down. Maybe you can rescue something in the second game, but it doesn't matter if you lose 2 or 20-0 at this point. You know, it's all about winning the game itself. So you've got to go for it. You've got to throw stuff forward. But 2-0, not an insurmountable deficit, as we've seen already today in Group A. Umut obviously coming back nicely, bringing on Martinez as a super sub and getting a hat-trick with him, even to level up the game and then win it in the extra time as well against Tex, no less. So, you know, this group, imagine if TAS were able to win this one, and our first knockout game in the group would be MS Dasari versus Tex. That would be a turn up for the Bucks.
Yeah, I was going to say that in the previous game. Are we going to have some sort of weird and wonderful world where that becomes the lower bracket? It's doable, but it looks like TAS is in trouble at the moment now. So TAS Tex is certainly on the cards. Of course, it is a best of 3, so plenty of gameplay to happen. Ball goes across as he tries to work it forward. TAS trying to find an opening in Dasari's defence, and we heard yesterday from Gravson talking about he really wants to come up against Dasari. That's who he considers the key challenger in this tournament, and said that he's good attacking, he's good defending, he's good in possession, he's very creative. It's just the complete package, and that's sort of the game that he's looking to play against at the moment. I think we're seeing that from Dasari.
Absolutely. 2-0 up here. He is such a commanding player, such a complete package. Can defend, can attack. Playing it slow here as well, that possession football. Doesn't have to take any risks. If he sees an opportunity, sure, by all means you can go for it, but you can build up slowly. You can run that clock right down. We see there's a pause coming in. I believe that is TAS. That's called that one. So as soon as the ball goes out of play, he will be looking to make changes. And you have to say, as approaching 70 minutes, it's definitely time to do so. As I think actually MS Dasari played for that throw in there. He wants to make some changes of his own. Ribery on this left-hand side, who, you know, he's done more than enough work. Throwing in that free kick earlier on. Going to be swapped out for Aubameyang, I think it was, that he's brought on there.
Yep, bringing the Arsenal man on against the Arsenal fan. That's a bit of a salt in the wounds, maybe. We'll see. We are going to get back underway. So it is Ribery coming off. Not too surprising he can't quite hack the 90 minutes. Chance here. Blocked out. It was Frenkie de Jong again. This time the clearance is safe. And now TAS with a big chance to counter. He's got numbers forward. Trying to work it. But de Jong just a little too slow there. And now Aubameyang, the man that just came on for Dasari. Looking to stretch his legs perhaps. Plays it back. De Jong looking for an angle through, finds it, but the give and go wasn't exactly what he was after.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy there. I wonder if that's maybe TAS having troubles with the 120 latency. That certainly can play a role if you're not used to it. Taking, you know, one touch too many, or just being a little bit slow to react to things. That often does point to that latency, but doesn't seem to be affecting MS Dasari all that much. He now, with 15 minutes in game left to play, is closing in on this first game of the best of 3.
Chance here for TAS maybe, as he tries to find an opening. It may be getting to the point where he just has to try and shoot. I think he was trying to flick it up there, was he? I'm not too sure. He was doing drag backs left to right and centre, and in the end didn't drag the defender back, which is what he was after. And now Dasari, instant counter. Chance through the middle. De Jong is powering through that middle. That's gone straight through. Aubameyang just hanging it up. 10 minutes to go in this game. Robertson looks like he's dead on his heels out there, but he's managing to get the ball back. Now back in. Oh, big chance. Neymar opens up for him. Can he lay it across? Will keep it in possession, and TAS is struggling to clear his lines.
Yeah, absolutely. He just can't get to the ball here. Sorry, running rings around him somewhat. He's looking for the push through, maybe. He's actually got it to Mbappe there. Cheeky little back heel, but TAS finally will deal with that threat, but just look at the time, or the lack of time, more importantly, that's left here. He had to just pull that one back, his man, and run offside. TAS needs an answer, and it has to come now. Otherwise, he's just not going to have the time, even if he can score, to have another shot at making it 2-2 here on the edge of the box. Pedrado that he brought on there is a last-second bit of a super sub for him. But it's basically over at this stage. 88 minutes, almost 89 in. And 2 goals to find. MS Desari started this one off looking way comfortable.
Yeah, and a chance just at the end there. May go for it just because he knows there's no lot of time. Tried the little heel toe flick across, but didn't really work out. And something that I remember from our days covering the FUT Champions was the fact that Desari always had incredible goal difference because he just didn't let goals in. And we're seeing here 2-0 clean sheet in the box. Desari home and cruising there.
Well, I mean, I think we all saw them, we all witnessed it, but even if your team is the creme de la creme and you've invested the cash, sometimes other players are just that much better, it felt like. I think that TAS put up a great fight, but I think Desari just felt like the possession game that he had there. He had total control from start to finish, Joe.
And I think that was a textbook. Like, if you were to write down what Desari does, that's basically, that's it there. It didn't have all that much more percentage in terms of possession, but he kept the ball completely, in the mid to TAS's half. TAS had literally zero shots.
Yeah,
zero shots. And that is MS Desari's style. If you can't get near his goal, how are you going to score?
Well, you said it as well when you guys were casting, and you said about how he has this ability to be both, fantastic at the back and fantastic going forward, and manages to hold up the play when he needs to as well in the midfield. So he kind of ticks every single box, and that clearly is the way that he's managed to stay at the top of his FIFA game, for the last few years now.
Yeah, and he's just been dominant, and we're seeing obviously the highlights here. 5 shots I think Desari had overall. Surprised actually that he didn't score more in the end, but he's just so good in the possession. He doesn't give possession away cheaply. I think that's probably what the main part of it. It's like, think of the Tex game. Obviously, we saw him make a couple of mistakes. The clearance didn't go his way, and sometimes it goes that way. You just don't often see that from Desari. He just doesn't make those mistakes, and he's been around. And I talked about it earlier, right? As a pro player to come in through the games, the game changes year to year to year, but he has stayed consistent in the scene for the last, I think, 4 years that I can think of, where he's always been up there as a challenger.
That is how you create a legacy. It's exactly how you keep consistently delivering time and time again. We see it from a lot of pro esports players across every different game, every different genre, that if you manage to have that consistency year in, year out, that's how you become one of the best of all time. I think for TAS now, obviously he's got to rethink the way he's going to handle Desari. We all know that he's a phenomenal player. How does TAS do that, Joe? What does he kind of do now? Obviously, the lineup, the players, he's got the players, he's got the goods, he's got the tools, but what does he do from a strategy point of view?
That's the question, right? Like
$1 million question.
Literally, I think, because not every player can crack it. That's the thing. MS Desari is not just a professional player and a top professional player, he's one of the elite professional players. He's up there on this special tier, I think, where there's just 2 or 3 players up there, and you have to be on form. I think you also have to hope that MS Desari has a bit of a bad day, in all honesty, because I think if he's a guy that if he's on his absolute best, you will struggle to beat him in 9 out of 10 games, or maybe even go further and say 95 out of 100 games.
That consistency like that is, every player that comes up against him, it was drawn against him in any group stage, or be it for charity, be it for the real deal, like out and playing on the main stage, world finals or whatnot. People are going to have a bit of hesitation because they know what he's capable of delivering as well. So there must be that element for players as well. There's a bit of added pressure to say, right, I know I've really got to turn it on now, because if I don't, he's going to squash me.
Yeah, and he's done it consistently. I think was it FIFA 16 he broke onto the scene. I remember he won Whistler in, I think it was early 2017, wasn't it, when he won Whistler as the Saudi Arabian player, and that was his like breakout tournament, and he dominated that tournament. Everyone was like, whoa, who's this guy? And you know what, he always had his brother in his corner everywhere, every time I've seen him at a tournament, and he's always been such a calm, humble guy that he doesn't appear to be one of those players that gets rattled. And that's a problem, because obviously that's what TAS wants. TAS is kind of like that in your face player, tries to get the banter going, tries to get in your face, tries to knock you off your game. It's not going to happen with Dasari, I don't think. And that's obviously a big part of it. Dasari, there doesn't seem a weakness, and I think that's probably why we've seen him dominate. It reminds me of when Aga was at his prime. A good few years back. Sorry, I'm saying it, but
Rossemeyer. The conversation. Fine.
No, not Aga. August Rossemeyer. Aga, okay. One of the FIFA players.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So when he was, ironically, another Dane. But when he was back in his prime a few years ago, when he was unshakable, it reminds me of a similar type of player. Very humble, very experienced.
Yeah, indeed. I think. I mean, clearly, he's here to win the $400,000 top prize to give to a charity of his choice. You know, and he's certainly going that way. I mean, we've all been shocked that Texas made it into that lower bracket, of course. But I mean, who do you think the fans want? I mean, obviously the fans want to see MS Dasari versus Tex. Yeah. Do you think that's the game that everyone wants to see? They want to see those two progress through. Do you think?
I think so. I also think that may have been a bit of a warning sign to Dasari. The fact that he just saw Tex lose just before this game is like, okay. Yeah. I mean, he's not going to underestimate TAS. He knows full well who TAS is. But the fact is, it's like, all right, okay, let's get a game face on.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, isn't it? There's this element of knowing how they usually play with the kind of aggregate scores and whatnot, and suddenly here's a different format where it's a case of, hey, you don't win 2 games, best out of 3. That's it, baby. That's the end curtains. That's the end of the game. So I'm looking forward to seeing. I think we're going to see more from Tex. Obviously, I mean, he's used to being in situations where he can get himself out and score those goals when he needs to. But if Dasari keeps playing the same way, come game 2, game 3, and winners bracket and whatnot, I think he's looking strong. I mean, you said Gravison wanted to challenge him. Did you say Gravison thought he was the biggest kind of threat in the competition?
Yeah, that's what he said in his video. And you know what the kind of sad thing is for today, that the way it's looking, we're probably not going to see Tex versus MS Dasari. That's because of the fact that, Tex down now in that lower bracket, so he'll fight through there. MS Dasari up in the top side, and somehow they'll both qualify for the playoffs, right? That's their ideal scenario right now, their little plan. They don't even have to face each other until it comes to until the grand final. So if that's the plan, it's working for now.
It's working for now. We're very close to having our game number 2, folks. If you are just joining us right here, right now, of course, this is Gaming Without Borders. It's been 6-7 weeks worth of giving away up to $10 million in total, thanks to the Safeties Federation, to the charities you can see on the screen right here, right now, from Direct Relief all around to the NRC. Our players are all competing. Whatever money that they win from this competition, they are donating to one of those charities helping to fight coronavirus in the world right now, a hugely prevalent cause for all of us. All of us are be affected by this right now. You can find out more as well by gamerswithoutborders.com. You can see that on the screen right now. If you want to find out about the charities, find out about what the competition is all about, or you want to donate yourselves as well, you simply can do by heading to the website and you'll find out tons more about how you can be involved as well and support this great cause. We're moments away, fellas. I think this is going to be for me. I think another wonder touch from Dasari. I in that last game, I couldn't really see a moment where I thought TAS had something that he was going to do to change the game up at all. Are you feeling the same way, Joe? Do you think TAS can do anything at this point to change the way things are?
He absolutely can, but I think it has to be something quite extreme, right? It has to be ridiculously aggressive. I think super defensive probably isn't going to work. I think a full-on possession style is literally playing into the hands of MS Dasari, who I think is the best possession player that exists in FIFA. So yeah, I think it's got to be full-on aggression and hope that, let's be fair, a little bit of luck is on your side and a little bit of MS Dasari maybe not playing his best, and maybe there's something in there for TAS, but from what we saw in game number 1, Emes Sassari is playing his game, and he is playing it well.
He certainly is. I mean, I was surprised as anyone to see Ribéry, shapeshifter Ribéry, scoring that absolute belter of a free kick in that first half as well. Like, what's been great is showcasing different players that I would never have assumed that Sassari would have that kind of player in his team here, but here he is, and it's great to see him in action. Like,
yeah, and I mean, the obviously he's there for that sort of thing, right? He ended up having to take him off by 60 minutes because he's going to be tired. He's an old man these days. He's Dassari, but not Dassari. It's not. Well, I mean, he's getting on, but someone call him an old man. But Ribéry is obviously. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because that's the first time we've seen obviously Ribéry being used this tournament. A little bit surprising. Other than that, most of the other players are kind of like standard in place. A lot of people using Saint-Maximin actually shining today. I don't recall seeing Saint-Maximin yesterday. Did we?
No.
Was I losing my marbles? I think all 4 players have used him today. Yeah. So everybody loving Alain Saint-Maximin, the Newcastle blonde dreadlock phenom. Is it safe to say the wonder kid? I don't know. Is he too old to be a wonder kid these days? Maybe past that way. I'm not too sure.
We can call him a wonder kid. That's fine. That's acceptable. It's fine. I'll allow it. I mean, one thing I've been surprised about as well, Joe, is we saw so many moments yesterday when players like R9, CR7 made the difference in games, but next to no one. I think Taz has him in playing in midfield in his squad here, but no one's really used those players today, which has been quite surprising.
I think none of them have those players.
Actually, nobody has them.
Yeah,
oh, no, really? I could have sworn Taz did. Sorry.
No, he's got R9, but no CR7.
That's the one.
Exactly. As you said again, if you look at Taz's team, he has got a pretty incredible squad and a lot of team in the season already. There's a chance that an CR7's been in there somewhere through the year and been sold in order to buy 1 or 2 other players, or maybe not just had the luck so far. I mean, the thing is with when you've got these god squads, obviously you can afford these players through trading as well. At the end of the day, but yeah, he doesn't have a CR7 in his squad. We have a screenshot. Is not on his bench either, so assuming that there's just not one there for Taz.
Yeah, we discussed as well. You brought it up. We discussed yesterday with Wan Bissaka and with Alexander Arnold as well. Taz does have Alexander Arnold, 95 team of the season in his squad, but he's chosen his 90 rated Wan Bissaka. That says a lot for me, Lee. That says a lot. He's got United over Liverpool. What you got to say about that?
I mean, he was using the Liverpool kit, was he not?
Ah, damn it. Yeah. Damn it. He's representing a different way. I can't believe
Which is weird because he's an Arsenal fan. I don't understand that. I'm trying to think, has he lost a bet to Tex or something? I don't know what's going on.
I have no idea. We've actually got a video to show you guys. If you missed it earlier on, this is Mr. Sari talking a bit about his life and FIFA. Here you go.
My name is Saad Al-Dosiri, known as Mr. Sari, and I play for Tendra Esports. I got into professional FIFA with my first ever tournament. I just went there as a hobby, something I love, and I won the tournament. I don't really have many practice partners. I just enjoy playing against any opponent that come in regular games. So I don't train that much. I just play the FUT Champions thing. And I'm sure there is a little bit of time to train and to get the redeem on. I don't have any special strategy or something. I just gonna enjoy things and take it step by step, but I'm really hyped to play in the tournament. The charity I'm supporting is King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relife Center. I've always wanted to put more stuff into charity, and I want to thank Games Without Borders for this opportunity. No borders, stay home, be safe.
Okie dokie, it is that time. Apparently, match number 2 is ready to rock and roll. Game 2, chaps, this is it. This is the big one. I feel this is going to make or break now. I think Taz, because mustn't forget, if Taz loses this match, he's going to go against Tex in the lower bracket. I mean, it's not been an easy day out of the office for Taz at all, has it really?
No, that's not ideal. That's not ideal. I mean, he'd have known that coming into this group, knowing... Well, actually, he probably would have thought, okay, if I lose, I'm against Umut, but I think everyone would have suspected that one. But Umut, did very well. That's not right anything against him because he played fantastic against Tex. And maybe Tex is having an off day. Maybe Tas, if he goes up against him. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Mm-hmm. It is a best of 3. Let's see how Tas does.
There is still plenty of time. Anything's possible as well. And as I mentioned before, folks, you can find out tons more about the cause that is Gamers Without Borders by simply checking out the website, gamerswithoutborders.com. We love you guys in the chat. We love that kind of like the suggestions of different icon players and who you're supporting as well. Make sure you keep the chat alive online for us. It's fantastic to see so many people invested in their favorite players and their favorite teams as well. We're going to find out now whether or not Dasari is going to do this. I think he's going to do this. Chaps, I'm going to hand this over to you like a baton. Take it away. Take us into game number 2.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Adam. So we are into game number 2 then. How is this one all going to go down? We are seeing some classic start of the match changes here. And I believe they are TAS's changes, actually, because we're watching from MS Dasari's POV. So can't quite see...
He's changing the left back again, right?
Exactly. Jordi Alba out for
Canadian
Davis.
Davis, that's the one.
Yeah.
We got there in the end.
Yeah. Between us. So here we go then. And a kit change. Interestingly enough. Obviously felt not sure about Liverpool. That Liverpool
Inter
kit.
Milan, is it now? It looks like Inter Milan. Perhaps. Either way. It's blue and black. Stripes for TAS. Oh, they're going to regret not turning their team names off, but you know what? That's their own choice. There is an option to do that. And they are going to get bombarded. But either way, it is Dasari in the orange. Moving it forward. Won the first game 2-0. So we'll see whether he carries on his possession, his dominance. Not a single shot for TAS in that first game. Big fat 0. That's something he's definitely going to want to change. Has to change. Unless he doesn't want to win the game.
Well, we also have no timer, so we're flying completely blind on that front as well. Which, I don't know how good you are at counting in fast seconds.
It's got the full UI off, hasn't it?
Yeah.
This is full guesswork.
It's full sim mode. This is full simulator mode going. Ball through. Not going to get there though. And of course, if you're a little bit confused by all since they've changed kits and everything's off there, TAS is playing from, that was close, right to left in the Inter Milan blue-black stripes. Here's a good chance for MS Dasari right from the kickoff. Is he going to get the shot off? He is. He's going to score as well. And TAS fell under pressure. You could see it in his play. It's Mbappe there for MS Dasari that goes 1-0 up. You can't tell because the UI is off. There we go. I thought it might have just been a bug or something. It's back, and we even got the sub in there. Look at that. Davis for Alba.
You know it's going to disappear again straight away. But okay, good stuff. We've got the UI back. No, don't fade away on us. Come back. Just stay. There we go. So yeah, Dasari playing in the orange, leading once again as he did in game number 1.
I think that's actually a bug that if the pause happens before the UI is fully loaded, it just stays off until it actually has a reason to reload again.
Yeah. No bugs in this game, Joe.
Sorry, a feature is what I meant.
Feature, that's it. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, so TAS, I mean, now he has to score, right? You can only drag it on for so long when he has to get forward, but to do that, he needs the ball, and that's a problem because Dasari is not in a giving mood, it seems. He's in Frankie de Jong, even pulling Andy Roberts into it. They're flying wing back down that left-hand side. Over through the middle. Finds Neymar, trying to work the moves, but TAS finally steps out. But he just can't get out of his own arse, Joe.
There's a ball through. And again, a ball just taken out. Now de Jong. Up towards Mbappe. TAS needs an early goal. And he's just not really had a chance. As we said in game number 1, he didn't have a single shot on goal. At this point, I'd probably just shoot just to change that fact.
Just to get a shot, yeah.
But he won't, obviously, and he will lose possession on the edge of the box.
Oh, and that's a through ball, just got out by the defender, playing it down that left wing. Alphonso Davies, of course, who he's just brought on, going to be taking that throw in. Clearance down to Sam Maximin, looking for the runner, but that's all he's got. Look, as R9 gets there and his brute force will come out on top. Not a lot of options available for him. Tries to cut it back, but really was never going to work. It was always just trying to muscle his way through players. Now there's a chance though. Now he has players forward. Can he find the right pass? Gets it to De Jong. Big chance here to try and slide it through. Looking for an option. Gets it to Neymar, but the defender is there, and in the end it's just a nudge. I don't know if I can count that as a shot. I'm going to go with the pass back.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the game says. We'll see if the game gives it as a shot. That's. I don't think it will at this stage. So, MS Desari again says, "All right, that's enough possession for you. I think we need to settle this game down a little bit and take back the control." Saint Maximin down bottom, and again he just runs away from Tass. I don't know if he's having a little bit of, as I said in game 1, struggles with the latency. That is a ball over the top. He's offside. Must have been close, but it was a nice little try nonetheless for MS Desari.
Yeah, trying the little give and over the top through ball, not going to work out for him. Look how high the defensive line is from Desari. Pushing right up. Big back four. Immovable so far. With those defensive midfielders covering off as well. Tass still trying to work the angles here. Trying to figure out a way through Desari's bolted down defence. There's no way through right now, and that's been the big struggle. Tass is not the first player to have realised this, how hard this can be. It was only Mo Aubameyang last year that managed to figure out how to undo that defence in the World Final, but so far Desari has been solid.
As we expected, right? That is the Desari way. Solid, there's no offside there, and a big chance for him. Tries to get it in. He was trying to just slide it in front of the keeper there. Oh, that's a dangerous ball across the front of goal from Tass as well. Now a chance to play it through. Is he offside? He's not offside, but the ball's got too much weight on it. Keeper comes out, took the play with him, but he got the ball.
He's even had the cheek to drop it on the floor with the goalkeeper rather than play it out.
Yeah.
Maybe cost him. Let's see. He's got to get a shot off pretty quick. Whistle will go if he plays it back, and that's what he did. And it's going to be half-time. 1-0.
Let's have a look at the stats here. I don't think he would have counted as a shot. Oh, he had one attempt, one goal there for Mbappe, obviously for MS Desari.
I think honestly there was one shot the entire game. Maybe where that cross counts. Oh, hello.
There's a cat. And there's no... Yeah, there was indeed one shot the entire game. I just caught a glimpse of it there as you guys watching the replays. Not a whole lot, honestly, to really look back at just because of how that's all gone down there. But a 1-0 lead for MS Desari at half-time.
Yeah, and it's what we expected. I hate to say it, but it is what we expected. Desari, such a solid player. And Tass, well, while he is a fantastic player, he's had a couple of, I would say 6th to 8th performances in tournaments. You know, he's never been in the top 3, I don't think, this year. And I'm trying to think whether he actually had a top 3 finish last year. I'm not sure. I think he did last year in 19. I think he had one decent performance in there, if memory serves. But I'm testing my performance. These guys play a lot of tournaments overall.
So changes coming in again. What are they going to go for now? Yeah, looking at Tass's results there was in 2019. in Hamburg, 17 till 32nd in London, and 9 till 16 at the finals, 9th to the 16th. So, you know, not great performance, but you also have to say, well, you know, it's hard to say what is great, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, you say not great, but it's like 9th in the world.
It's still 9th to 16th in the world, yeah. And also 3rd, 4th in the E-Club World Cup. So, you know, not a bad season overall, I have to say honestly, for TAS. And it's great to see that, you know, a player like TAS can keep coming back. And I think that's the thing about FIFA, right? That sometimes you have a FIFA that doesn't fit your style whatsoever, and you have to wait until the next one, and sometimes till 2 have gone by, and it just depends on what FIFA is in that year as to whether you can really challenge to the top level. So I think FIFA players, out of, you know, a lot of top esports players, have to be given a lot of credit because of the amount of, you know, they have to adapt once a year and invest as though they're starting a completely new game every single year.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, yes and no, but yeah, like you say, it is a very different game every year. Obviously, you could equate that to, say, patches in some other games, and you know, FIFA, when it has its own patches, are a big change. But here's a chance for TAS. Gets a shot back, maybe. Oh, and he's actually scored it. Finally, gets his first shot off, and it's a goal. And TAS is right back in it. All square one apiece.
Well, the one shot that he's had in 2 games, it was a good finish as well there. Is that enough now to rattle MS Desari, to basically signal game on for this one? I'm not sure it is. We'll see though. Maybe that's just what the doctor ordered. Sure, MS Desari now going to settle back down and go back to his old comfortable way of the game, which is to hold on to possession, not take any risks. More importantly, just don't give your opponent anything to work with. Here he is once again with Ribéry. Of course, scored a free kick with him in that first match. And he's a shapeshifter, Ribéry, in case you're wondering. The green card. And he's lost possession here, though. Now for TAS down this bottom side, but options are just so limited there.
Absolutely. TAS, though, on the attack. Looking good for him. So he tries to break it down, but that's literally broken down. No option for him to get through the defence of Desari. Seems like the wall is back up for Desari. He's realised he's got to get another goal. Was in the cruise control, perhaps. Looking, oh, there's stacks of players at the moment. I'm going to say they were grouping up in the midfield, waiting for that pass to come through. 2 players offside, so can't play it forward at the moment. We'll find the one, gets it through. Neymar tries to find some options. Can go for the cutback, perhaps. There was a moment for a pass there. In the end, we'll go all the way back, recycle it, and try and draw those defenders out once again. But the ball is lost, and TAS now on an attack.
And got some space there. He's going to fire it through early. I'm not sure if there was an offside. He's still running, so I don't think so. He's going to have to cut it back to someone. It's De Bruyne. Oh, it's off the bar. It's off the bar. So close there for TAS. That would have changed things completely. Would have been a second goal from second shot. That's risky from MS Desari. Wow.
Well, it's opening up. And that right on cue. A pause called by Desari. It is TAS on the attack. Clearly found some sort of way to break down the defensive deadlock. And now we will see some changes from Desari. What are we going to have here? It's going to be Mbappe. Ribéry going to come off, of course. It's going to be Aubameyang back on there as well. And throwing Oba up front. And I think he just shifted Mbappe to the left wing.
It seems like TAS might be making some changes as well while we go. Needs to as well. We've got 15 minutes here. Be great for him if he can sneak another one in there. Of course, he just hit the bar, so probably a little bit annoyed that that went down how it did. Here we go then. Back into things. Subs coming in. Aubameyang, as we saw before, on for Ribéry for MS Desari. TAS made any personnel changes. May have just been tactical changes, if any changes at all even. For him. There's a ball through. Surely this is it. It's Mbappe. We're going to side foot it in there towards Neymar. What a tackle coming in. Just pure strength, I think, there. Got the ball back from him. And MS Desari, he's having to make some really important challenges here. TAS is really pressuring.
Yeah, I feel maybe he's just taking a touch too many, but this is not going to work its way through again. And now the Desari fans will get a chance to sit back and see how this one plays out with just 10 minutes to go. Laid out. TAS starting to apply the pressure more and more and more. I'd say more than we saw in the first 120 minutes of these two games combined. And now TAS really is putting the pressure onto Desari. Desari, though, with a beautiful little flick over the top there. Very nicely done. Can he get the cutback? There's a player right on the penalty box. Oh, and there we go. You saw him coming in, and it's just salt in the wounds as Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, an Arsenal player, scores against the Arsenal fan to possibly knock him into the lower bracket.
You've got a feel for TAS there. I mean, things were looking up for him. He's hit the bar just before that pause. He had some real good possession, some, real productive possession coming into that as well. And, well, it just goes to show you give MS Desari a chance and he will absolutely take it. The 6 minutes plus stoppages in game for MS Desari now for TAS to turn this one around. He's got possession off the kickoff and he still has possession, so he may only get that one chance in all honesty.
Yeah, it's not going to have too much extra time in this one. He's got to try and work it and make that opportunity work for him, and he's lost out on the ball. Oh, that's a nice little play. Chasing the game often will leave you vulnerable at the back, and this looks like it may well be the case again. Maximin cuts inside, lays it back to Frenkie de Jong. He may just recycle the ball, or is he going to go for it? No. And that may give a last gasp effort for TAS as he surges forward.
Going to have to do it here with this move. Mbappe on the bottom side will feed on through. Good pass. There are 2 minutes added on. Pretty standard number in terms of minutes added on as the ball is lofted up front for MS Desari. There's 15 seconds in game. He's not going to get another chance here, surely, or is he? The ball is going to get sent over, headed back though into the hands of the keeper, and that is going to be the end. The end of that one. It is going to be MS Desari who wins it 2-1 with the last big chance of the game and wins both games here, goes 2-0 through into the next round of the upper bracket.
Absolutely incredible. And to rub salt in the wounds, TAS got back into that, and then in steamrolls a gunner, Aubameyang, to lace one top of the net. I mean, he saw him off. He just went, you know what? Move out my way, fella. I'm heading on to the winners bracket. And rightly so. Desari, again, despite the fact TAS got back into it, I still felt he was running the show, Lee.
Certainly for the first half. I would say for a big part of the second half, TAS definitely was right in it. And honestly, I don't know if it's going to show the highlight for it, but there was a moment where he had the cutback and he just took, I think he just did a heel toe that basically took it to the defender. Obviously, Desari read it well. If he'd have actually maybe just gone straight ahead and shot, it would have been a clean shot on goal. It was just one of those moments where obviously the players, they're second guessing each other all the time. Is he going to heel toe? Is he going to go for the shot? Most of the time, they will try and go for that little drag back. And of course, you see the end result there. It was the cutback, simple cutback for him there with to Desari.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see, you're right as well. Hold my hands up there. We saw, TAS hit the bar. There was lots of things going on. I mean, he was far more in the first game, at least anyway. Let's take a look at our bracket in Group B. This is how things stand right now. So Umut and Tex. Umut won 2-0, goes through to face MS Desari after his 2-0 win against TAS in that winners bracket match. But it does mean we have a very, very tasty lower bracket matchup in Tex versus TAS. This is going to be big. I mean, TAS here, as I said, it's two big opponents, Tex and MS Desari, two of the biggest players in the world right now. He's got to face Tex now. I mean, Tex obviously having had a loss, a 2-0 loss to Uma earlier on in the show. He's going to want to come back with a bang here, and TAS sadly is right in the way of that hurricane.
Yeah, I think you've pretty much nailed it there. I don't see, an all UK affair as well. Tex is going to be hungry to beat TAS pretty heavily there. But we'll see. As we said, TAS had some kind of shining moments in that game, some moments where you thought, okay, he's coming back into this one. He's a fantastic player, and Tex didn't look particularly amazing in our first game today either, so I think that next matchup's going to be an interesting one for sure.
I mean, just imagine, how hard is it, right? Your first opponent, Dasari. Oh, I'm in lower bracket. We've got Tex. Oh, my God. Give me a break. It's just like, are you serious? Just, I give up.
It's well, look, I look at Uma as well. He's got to face Emma Dasari right now, and then Tex after that. I presume if he beats TAS again, so it's hard for everyone today. Group B was the group of death. It's a difficult one, so we'll see what happens. But fellas, we are sadly losing you now as we have Onset and Gaskin joining us just a short while after the break. Before you go though, predictions: who do you see going through to the playoffs tomorrow? Joe, who are your two players?
MS Dasari and Umut.
Big. What about yourself, Lee?
I'm going to see Tex coming back at this one. Dasari and Tex.
Okay, we'll have to see what happens. Chaps, thank you so much for today. Been an absolute pleasure. Don't go anywhere, you guys watching at home. We have got tons more coming your way. Our winners bracket, lower bracket, and plenty more coming your way right after this. Don't you go anywhere.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Howdy, aloha, welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm joined now by my two wonderful colleagues here, Mark Onset Hatcher and Dan Gaskin. Boys, what is going on? First and foremost, what a day two it's been. Dan, tell us, are you shocked by the way things have turned out thus far?
I think whenever Tex loses, there's always going to be the, oh my God, Tex lost. He didn't do the winning thing that he does so often. But at the end of the day, he is human. He has lost before, and he's still in the lower bracket. So there's still a chance for him to come back. But tell you what, there've been some really good games, and I think that's what's important.
Yeah, I think Mark, I mean, we can all agree that both Uma and Dasari look absolutely top draw so far.
I mean, this is a group of death. Whatever tournament this is, every single one of these players could quite happily beat the other. So that's the entertaining factor, and that's why these games are so unpredictable and why, it's such a lot of fun to watch. And the way that Dasari played, I just love watching him play because he never seems to do anything crazy, but he just makes the game look easier than everyone else makes it look. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, oh, there's a pass there. Oh, there's a pass there. Oh, it all seems so fluid. And I think it's just the reason that I love watching him so much. He's so consistent across all titles. He's been phenomenal.
Yeah, possession is definitely his BFF. We're going to jump into our very first game. We are going into our lower bracket first game match. It is Tex versus Taz. Chaps, take it away.
Thank you very much. And it is indeed time to get into our first game of the day, but not the first game of the day. It is a lower bracket game, so best of three once again, Dan. The loser, unfortunately, will be falling out of the tournament, but we do have an all-English affair.
We do. Two competitors who know each other very well, very good friends. They have actually played each other just the once in recent years. It was actually the E-World Cup of FIFA 19 as well in the group stages. And Tas won that one 4-3 on aggregate. So that was something that no one really expected, but it was also a poor tournament from Tex. It was something that we weren't expecting either. He went out of that tournament in the group stages. He didn't have that kind of flying end to the year that we all thought was possible. I don't think that will be on the memory of Tex, and I'm sure that won't be something he's thinking about, but alas, we still have to reiterate that they have faced each other before.
So not too much action early on. There was almost an opportunity for Alan Saint-Maximin to maybe get the first shot of the game away, but Alphonso Davis in at fullback here, one of the quickest players on the game. What a fantastic season he's had, and obviously been rewarded the Bayern Munich man from Canada with that team of the season so far, foot item. But now you can see it's going to be Tex trying to wriggle his way through. Unfortunately for him, the wall of Cancelo is in the way. And it's actually, it was Tex who was defending there, and now it's going to be Tas in what is an unfamiliar white kit coming forward, and with Sergio Ramos coming across there for Tas to make the tackle. And just to confirm in my own brain as well as for everyone else at home, because it is so normal for us to see Tex in that home Liverpool kit, it is Tas in the red here, and it is Tex in the white.
So many T's, so many different kits, so many different colours, but all that matters is Neymar can absolutely smash them home. And that is going to be a goal lead to Tex, even though he's having to go up against that Liverpool kit. That's naughty of Tas, I've got to say. All those mind games that come into play, though. We've seen it before, people selecting Anfield as like their stadium in certain tournaments, people changing their badge to the Liverpool badge, people making sure that you can hear the Anfield chants, all these different things against Tex, trying to get in his head. Doesn't usually work, though.
Tex almost found his way back into the game immediately there with that little lofted through ball forward, and now You can see Kylian Mbappe will have the throw in here, but it's going to be Mbappe who actually wins that ball back and now charges down that right-hand side. Frankie de Jong trying to get across to make that tackle and stop the momentum of Kylian Mbappe, and does so, but it will be once again another throw in here down on the far side. It's actually a free kick the referee's pulled it back for.
Could just play it short here. He's going to find Davies on the edge of the box. No shot really available, so you're going to have to recycle play here. And recycle he does in a pretty impressive fashion. And it's an offside trap that has not worked out whatsoever, and it's been taken full advantage of. And there is going to be the equaliser. 1-1 now, and that offside trap just really didn't work out.
Some beautiful stuff here on the right-hand side, though, from St. Maximin, showing off those 5-star skills. A heavy tackle from Alphonso Davies, though, means that there will be a free kick here on the near side, and it looks like he might be lining something up a little bit special. The ball's going to fall to Frankie de Jong. Is he going to take this one on the volley? He decides to maybe take a little touch there, but has retrieved possession, and now Kylian Mbappe stands his man up, and there's a little advanced rainbow flick over the head of Aaron Wan-Bissaka, but the Man United player gets back into position and uses his strength to win the ball back.
And we're used to both of these players kind of pulling out the skills when they'd like, and then we are in a charity tournament. We did see yesterday a couple of players just kind of putting on a show for us a little bit, realising that it's for a good cause and also a good chance to have a little bit of fun and try and entertain everyone watching. Mbappe again on this left-hand side seems to be the target man. He's managed to knock it past the fullback so comfortably there, and this could be dangerous.
And this is the unpredictability that we were talking about yesterday. Sometimes the most simple thing is the most effective, as we see. Was it a shot? Was it a cross? I think it might have been an effort at goal towards that far post. Looking to get that whip on the finesse shot, but that's very, very lax at the back here. And St. Maximin showing a couple of skill combos, and that one, unfortunately, is one that I think you'll want to forget about.
Well, you can move on. That's one of the good things about FIFA, though, is it goes so quickly that even one little mistake you can forget about. Okay, there's big mistakes that you can make that you certainly will be replaying over and over when you go to sleep, but just little ones like that we don't have to worry about too much, as Mbappe is going to go for a rainbow flick of his own. Not going to work out. It's almost like a rainbow flick at either side. Who can get the rainbow flick to work more successfully?
It's a rainbow flick measuring contest is what it is at the moment in this game, and I'm loving the fact that both players are trying to entertain here. Obviously, money on the line for charity, but the most important thing is that everyone is having a good time and entertaining the people who are watching, as we see the second goal of the game, going to TAS, and that's going to be Neymar smashing it home at the near post, and maybe just got a little bit caught up in expecting some of those skill moves, and TAS decided, you know what, I'm just going to let this one go and see what happens, and that left foot of Neymar, 5-star of course, is good enough to beat the goalkeeper.
TAS with the lead, and potentially could cause another upset. I don't think, when you look at this group, and I think you were right, it is a group of death and 4 phenomenal players. But I think everyone wants to see the Tex Dasari possibility, but I think it's less likely of happening now. One of them won and one of them lost their games. Because Dasari, of course, if he wins, he will just naturally go through, as St. Maxim will have a chance, but unfortunately it will be cut out by 2 defenders just closing in on him there.
Yeah, good end-to-end stuff in this game so far. 2-1-2 TAS after 36 minutes, and both players trying to show off their skills and showcase some of their technical ability, which is always exciting to see when we have these tournament games. A lot of the time, players are trying to grind out results and get those points on the board as if that is absolutely everything, as it should be in a tournament. But here, they're given the opportunity to show just, the amount of skills that they have in the locker and different ways that they can score goals and different ways that they'll probably score against you in Weekend League once they take the lead.
I mean, I would not want to play against either of these players in Weekend League. I'm going to be completely honest. That is the last thing I would want to do with my weekend, is get destroyed by one of these two. But I guess some people have to do it. 30 players, unfortunately, have to go through that a weekend. Think about that. When you're having a bad day, just be thankful that you're not going up against someone like TAS or Tex.
Well, here comes TAS again then. Davis will try and play that ball inside. You can see Frankie de Jong was waiting, but Johan Cruyff got across to make that interception. Now he's looking to spring the trap, and Kylian Mbappe is going to come under the attentions of Virgil van Dijk. And Van Dijk, he's just so difficult to get around. He might be 6 foot plus, but he's about that wide on the FIFA pitch. He just has that mobility to go left, go right, and he's such a difficult presence to try and beat.
But I guess, is it worth saying that this isn't the home console usually for Tex? I mean, he usually plays on the other console. It's not really an excuse nowadays, considering how many cross-console finals he's played throughout the history of FIFA and his somewhat short but very successful career, as he is still only very young. But certainly in the PlayStation-only tournaments we've seen in recent years, he hasn't really performed to what maybe we would have expected.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, and I think we are seeing more PlayStation-based events over the last couple of years, so that's probably something he's going to look to address and put the time in. He's been playing a heck of a lot more on PlayStation this year. A lot of weekend league results we've been seeing rolling in. If you follow his YouTube channel, if you follow his social media on both consoles, and I think a lot of players are having to adapt to that now with the fact that you can't just rely on one console to win a tournament. You have to have the skills on both and feel comfortable, most importantly, with both of those consoles. But there's a strong tackle from Maldini. And now Neymar has a little bit of an opportunity to go forward, tries to use that Neymar rainbow flick and does so and gets it over the head. And Saint-Maximin, well, he sends that one into the stands, and that's going to be a nice souvenir for someone to take home.
Anyone else? I mean, you trust him on the wing, and you trust him with his speed, his pace, but when it comes to finishing, it's not the best. Certainly works out. I guess something else, I mean, the fact that this isn't Tex's primary console, as his Ultimate Team isn't as good either. Still pretty darn good looking at it. But I guess we could say the same about TAS as well. They still have an amazing Ultimate Team. I mean, defensively, so strong. I mean, Team of the Year Van Dijk there for TAS. That does the job. That's your defence pretty much sorted. Yeah, when it comes to centre-backs, he can do pretty much anything. And
on the other side, if you were looking at a 95 Maldini and thinking, he's a heck of a player, that prime icon moments, that Tex managed to pack him. So, just saying. Some people get lucky.
Some people do, don't they, Mark?
Some people pack Steve Mandanda every time they go 100k. But, sorry to bring it up again, but my love for Steve Mandanda cannot go.
Wait, so...
Not mentioned in every single show now.
In drafts, he's upset you, and then you've also packed him, so that's upset you as well. Steve Mandanda just ruining your day every single chance he can.
But I think if we got the opportunity to meet in real life, we'd get along. Do you know what I mean?
Course. Without a doubt.
I think we'd get along. And then maybe we can get onto EA, get his stats. Maybe that's the long game for Steve Mandanda. But
to meet you, to then get you to chat to EA.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's the logical way that things happen, right? Well, let's talk about the game again, because we're back underway now, as Frankie de Jong will be dispossessed here by TAS, but Sergio Ramos decides that he doesn't mind getting those shorts dirty as he slides in to win the ball back. And now going forward again, TAS retrieving possession, and that's a beautiful little combo there. The fake Rabona followed by the Elastico. And that's a little bit of a throwback tackle there from Virgil van Dijk after the skill moves. A strong tackle coming in from the big Liverpool centre-back, but nothing coming from the attack.
This could be another one, though, and it is going to be a third. Almost out of nowhere, De Bruyne just smashes it in. 3-1 now to TAS. And is this first game chalked off already, or have we got more yet from young Tex?
Well, we know that Tex loves a comeback. We've seen it so many times through his career. He loses the first leg in tournaments, and then the second leg, all of a sudden have the ability to pull something out of the bag that not only surprises us every single time, but his opponent and everyone involved. And that beautiful little fancy pass there from Neymar found Saint-Maximin, but unfortunately for him, he just strayed offside. But again, these are things that you don't get to see a lot in pro tournaments. These kind of passes, these kind of skill moves at this level, or attempted, I should say, with so much on the line. And the fact that these guys have the opportunity to showcase it here really is something special for us to enjoy, as Neymar now gets hold of the ball. A little drag back from him, but strong tackle from Eder Militao.
Very quick counter-attack from Tex, though. Desperately just wanting to try and pick one back here, but Sergio Ramos too fast. Too furious indeed. But then he will play the ball up. And again, though, Tex just pressuring with the fullback, something he's always done throughout both FIFA 19 and 20. Really utilises those fullbacks to his best ability.
So now Mbappe plays that ball down the line, and here comes TAS again, trying to get this out of his feet. You can see there is a ball on towards that back post, and Saint-Maximin is going to take it again on the volley. And you have to think, maybe third time lucky here for Alan Saint-Maximin. If he can get a third opportunity at a volley, maybe he can find that perfect amount of power to send it into the back of the net.
These through balls just not working for Tex, though, at the moment. Might have to go for a different route, maybe go down to his traditional skill moves on the wing and then try and cut back, but a ball across the box for TAS as R9 just can't quite find anyone coming through into the middle.
Saint-Maximin picks the ball up then, and here comes Frankie de Jong. You can see Tex is committing so many men forward now, and that means that Neymar's going to have a little bit of space. He goes for the dink towards that far post to try and beat Alisson in Tass's goal, but unfortunately, the Liverpool man just managed to scalp it back in time to make that one look comfortable.
And Brotta will play the ball onto the left to Mbappe, and then de Jong again just still in a very advanced position. Tex hasn't been able to get into the dangerous areas we're used to seeing him where he can utilise those skill moves, but Saint-Maximin here will lose the ball to Wan-Bissaka.
Oh, that's beautiful for Wan-Bissaka using that skill move to get out of that difficult position. 4-star's skills on the fullback, the Manchester United man, allowing him to do so. And now Neymar with an elastico finds the run here as Saint-Maximin goes back inside onto that 5-star weak foot upgrade. Well, that foot birthday's foot item does have. Unfortunately for him, again, not enough to beat the goalkeeper. And now you're seeing Tass come forward again. But this has been relentless pressure in the last few minutes here from Tex, starting to find his way into the game, Dan.
Yeah, just hasn't really had enough in the final third. He is counter-attacking very quickly. He's trying to rush that ball up to the pitch so he can try and get a second, try and get back into this game. But slowly but surely, time is going to be against him. Only 15 minutes remaining, and Tass has always been known as a player who can keep the ball. Now, this is a charity tournament, so I doubt he is going to go that way, but just knowing that Tass has the capability to do so, I think will probably spur Tex on a little bit just to try and speed up this play. And because of that, there's a couple of mistakes that are cropping up, just allowing Tass to regain possession time and time again.
Well, there's a ball through, and Neymar's got some green grass in front of him, and he's trying to attack it with his pace. A little accelerated fake shot around the corner as well. Now, can the finish be applied to the cross? Unfortunately, cannot, but the pressure still on here from Tex. Tries the little back heel again, but that one will be cut out, and now Mbappe can counter-attack, and the counter-attack looks absolutely deadly here. Has Neymar managed to break that defensive line? The pace of Maldini trying to get across to deal with it, and it will only be the first part of the attack dealt with, but the Italian gets a little bit fortunate as he's on the ground to be able to pick up possession and turn it back over to Tex.
Don't think there's time now, realistically, for Tex to get back into this one, just judging by how the state of play's been in the last maybe 20 to 30 minutes in-game. Tass has just been able to respond to every single attacking style that Tex has presented him. Whether it be just trying to play a direct ball through the middle, whether it's been going down the wing, going for skill moves, it just hasn't worked out, and this could be four as well.
Third time lucky, Saint-Maximin. No, he takes it down, he dribbles in on goal and puts a simple finish, but the opportunity was there for the volley, Dan. I thought it was going to happen. The third time it's fallen to the Frenchman. Unfortunately, Tass just decided, no, I'm going to bring this one down, I'm going to seal the game and get the job done.
He's given him two opportunities for some world star volleys and said, all right, okay, I guess I'll just finish this game off. But as we say, that Tex does get a second, but that's probably going to be a little bit too late. If he had found that one earlier before the fourth had gone in, I would have said game on. But we should be going to match number 2 in this series with Tass leading 1-0 in a best of 3. It's not going to be an aggregate score line, so you don't have to worry about how many goals you've conceded. All that matters is just getting the victory. Could this be one?
Just a second. Saint-Maximin goes for the heel to try and get past Alisson, but the Liverpool goalkeeper managed to smother that. But again, just a little example of how good these players are in these different positions and how many different options they have when it seems like sometimes the best option is to shoot. Tried to heel to beat the goalkeeper. Saint-Maximin now almost got past Cancelo. With just a few moments left here, the ball will be booted out of play, and the first game will go to Tass here. Tex suffers a 4-2 loss.
It's tough to see Tex losing games, obviously, because we're used to seeing winning games, but, you know, he's still got a couple of games left. He could come back into this series, Adam.
Indeed, yeah. I think that the first half began a tale of two Neymars, and then suddenly ended up the Saint-Maximin show. I mean, what a play. I mean, we've seen a lot of our teams today feature that particular card. I mean, Mark, you've been championing this for the last couple of days here. How good is that to have in your squad?
I mean, he's a phenomenal player. I say that he's a really fun player to use. He kind of fits into a very similar role that Neymar does. He's got incredible pace. He's got incredible agility and balance, which makes him feel quicker because you can change direction at great pace. As well as that, the upgrade to his weak foot to a 5-star weak foot, along with his natural 5-star skills, it means he's pretty much the complete winger. You know, you can play him on the left side, you can cut in, you can go onto his right foot, you can play shots towards that near post. It really does cause problems to the defenders, and the fact that you don't know which way he's going to turn. And when you've got that agility and balance in with that sort of mixed into that recipe, it just makes it so difficult to judge as a defender what you want to try and do.
Absolutely. I mean, Dan, again, Tech's not... People are expecting him to win pretty much all of his games, and he's yet to notch up anything on the scoreboard just yet. I think, TAS, I think, was dominated quite convincingly by Desari in the last round, but I worry for Tex now. This next game could be his last game in the competition with us.
It certainly could be, but I think something for Tex is he thrives in a very competitive environment, and whilst I'm not saying these games aren't competitive, because they are, it's a different kind of story for him. It's a chance for him to put on a little bit of show, maybe go for some skills, like try and be entertaining for the stream and the viewers at home. He still has the possibility of donating $50,000 to a charity of his choice, even if he loses. And I think having that in your back pocket, you kind of go, well, I mean, it's not the end of the world, is it? If I lose it and I don't play at my best. If you have fun, then I think that is what's important in a tournament like this.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I'd be more than happy to lose 50 games live to the world if it meant giving 50 grand to a charity of my choice. I mean, you can see the charities on the screen right now. These are all fighting the battle against coronavirus around the world right now. And as you said, 50,000 for the bottom 4 places, but $400,000 to the top place. I mean, this is just wild money here, wild donations from our players. Going into the second game now, we're looking at the second game. Obviously, every one of our games is a best of 3 today, so we have to now see a difference there. I mean, for me, I don't know if it comes tactically, Mark. I don't know if it comes with Tex being a bit less focused on entertainment, a bit more so on just getting the job done. Where does it stand for you? Where does he need to improve in a certain area?
It's difficult because I don't think either player are playing the way they would at a tournament. So it's kind of difficult to judge from what we've seen in the past and how we can kind of relate to how these guys play when, the money's on the line for them to compete for, et cetera, placements, trophies, that sort of thing. So they're playing to entertain. So we're seeing quite high lines from both of them. We're seeing a lot of width in their custom tactics as well. And a heck of a lot of skill moves as well that you just wouldn't see from a lot of players at tournaments, apart from maybe Tex, who obviously loves to bring out the tricks all the time. But I think it's going to be very similar. I think it's going to be a very similar style of game. I think both players are maybe looking to entertain more and put some smiles on some faces than they are for their own sort of personal, I want to get through this one and get this win on the board.
I think you made a really good point as well about the whole, the way that this particular tournament structure works in comparison to the aggregate side of things that the other kind of championships do. Where Tex, if he's renowned for coming back and getting on getting that second leg in his favour, there is no second leg in this format. It's a case of you have to win 2 games, otherwise that's it. That's end curtain right there. Going into this then, how do you think Taz, I mean, you talk about the mental game a lot as well, Dan, about how that's so imperative when it comes to competitive FIFA. Does Taz just have to remain cool in this situation? You mentioned they're great friends as well. Does he know is there kind of like a assumption as to what Tex might try and do, or does Taz just play his game and focus on himself only?
I think they're both going to be pretty relaxed and they won't be nervous, which is going to make for good viewing, and it is going to be entertaining. They're both going to play free-flowing FIFA. They're going to be going at each other. It's going to be end-to-end. I would say more of the same from TAS. I mean, maybe TAS is a little bit of a bogey player for Tex. When you look at the FIFA 19 E-World Cup, he did beat him in the group stages, and that is something that he will lord over him until they play again competitively. And when you are friends, you do remember that. Whilst it might not be in the front of his brain right now, certainly there will be those times when you face each other again and you're like, oh, I do remember the last time I played him, he did beat me. And you kind of want to get that back. So I wonder if that memory does crop up in Tex's mind. He might be thinking, all right, well, I'm 1-0 down. I should probably sharpen up a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, I mean, he's probably getting a little bit sweaty, Dan. You know all about that from yesterday.
Do you want me to get my sweaty towel out of the drawer? So me and...
Fine. We're fine.
No? Okay.
Going into this as well, I want to reiterate for all you guys watching at home as well, we do have a lot of money on the line here, but it's all about the charities. This is GamersWithoutBorders.com, that is the home of where you'll find all the information about what's going on over these 3 days of FIFA 20, where the charities on the screen right there are all willing to accept donations from you at home as well if you'd like to, or all the players that compete across FIFA, be it our celebrities or our players alike, are all donating their winnings to these charities, which is hugely admirable. While I've got you both here, we didn't talk about it yet. Did you catch the Dybala Dele Alli match earlier on? Mark, what did you make of the performance of both our players?
Paolo's quite good, isn't he? I was quite impressed, to be honest with you. The one thing is, I know when someone's been on YouTube and I know when has been watching some tutorials, because as soon as someone whips out a drag back, I'm like, yeah, he's watched some streams, he's watched some YouTube stuff, because it's such an effective skill move that sort of divides, even levels of players if you can be effective with it. So as soon as I saw that coming out, I felt a little bit sorry for Dele Alli. But once again, not that sorry, because I am an Arsenal fan.
Well, Dan, I think you share the same sentiments, do you not? That you're a bit of a gunner as well. So
I mean, so I'm torn because my dad is a Tottenham fan and my brother was a Tottenham fan as well. So it's always one of those that even though I should hate Tottenham, I kind of like Tottenham at the same time. It's weird, but it's football. Game 2, it's all on Tex now. He has to win this one. Here we go.
And before we get into this game, Dan, I just want to say, good job breaking the Tottenham curse in your family. You've gone the right way of London. I'm impressed.
It is impressive. I did do it just to spite my brother, to be honest. When I was like, who should I support? Well, my brother supports Tottenham. I hate my brother sometimes. I'm just going to do that to wind him up. And that's how it happened.
Well, there's going to be an early chance here as we see Saint-Maximin using that accelerated fake shot to get round his man. But again, just a little bit of a lack of composure maybe in front of goal there. And this time, the goalkeeper manages to smother the ball roll as we now see that ball being switched across. But Jordi Alba's going to be in position here, and Tass will now come forward once again. Frankie de Jong, a little half drag back from here, and now Kevin De Bruyne is going to stride forward. Just wait for that run here from Kylian Mbappe, who will win the ball back almost immediately from Zambrotta. But here's Saint-Maximin again. A few fake shots, but not enough to trick Eder Militao, and finally, it's going to be Tex who can get this away.
But even in the second game, Tex hasn't been able to get the Liverpool kit. And I wonder whether they're just both doing it to try and throw us off at this point. Because I feel like that's unfair, but also I think that is great fun and good banter. But Tass is going to survive that one. Just about. Tex almost getting the opener there. But it was a decent save in the end.
Yeah, it was Cancelo who got into an advanced position and actually timed the shot green. And now there's going to be the sombrero flick and almost tried to lift it over Virgil van Dijk. And it's one of those where maybe if that wasn't Van Dijk, that could have been a very, very different situation in that position. But once again, the big Dutchman showing why he is such a mainstay in so many players and pro players' ultimate teams this year. Neymar, though, does take the volley and stings the palms of Alisson. And Mbappe, unfortunately, won't follow that up with something quite as impressive.
And this is where, again,
look at this formation.
Look at the formation. This is where we have to just kind of reiterate what you were saying to Adam, in that they're going to be playing this differently to how we would see them in a normal competitive environment, because they just want to have a bit of fun. They want to go at each other. They want to like show what they're made of. They want to kind of get one up over on their mates and say, oh, well, I was able to beat you with 3-1-4-2, buddy. I was going all out. I didn't even have to play the meta. But I'm all for it. I said the same yesterday when Shells was putting on a show for us as well. It's a bit of fun. It's a charity tournament. That's what we would like to see.
Yeah, this is exactly what I want to see. I don't think I've ever seen Tex start with this formation. It is the I have nothing else to lose formation is what I would put it as. You're either going to score a lot of goals or you're going to concede a lot of goals. So shout out to Tex for once again trying to entertain everybody and put on a bit of a show here.
We'll win the ball back as well, thanks to that aggressive formation. Finds Neymar on the edge of the box. Drag back City has arrived, gets two. We'll just try and dink that one over the keeper, and he's managed to do so. Tex will go 1-0 up. And maybe Tass is going to have to respond with an aggressive formation of his own at this point.
The thing that I loved about that goal is how long Neymar kept his back to goal, because I think he was setting up for a sombrero flick again, and Tass was like, I'm not giving you the opportunity to do that. So Tex just turned around, put it onto the left foot of Neymar, and then just placed it nicely in the top corner. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, if you're Tass. And now he finds himself one down. He's one up in this best of three, remember, so he only has to close this game out to go through. But for Tex, he's broken the deadlock here, and this aggressive formation should start one of those rumours where, Tex is playing this formation, he's playing phenomenal. Will we see it at the next event where Tex plays?
He's actually trying it out right now. It's just pure training for him. He's found out that it works in FIFA 20 this late on in the season, but he's given the ball away. De Bruyne passes it to Neymar, drag back, and it should be a goal here, but it looks like Tass is just going to tass it around a little bit, does get the goal, and they're just styling on each other right now. I would say with both of these players, you always have got to expect the unexpected in a normal competitive game, but then you throw it all out of the window and you're suddenly like, oh my, well, what are they going to do now? I mean, the world is their oyster.
Well, here's Cancelo then, and I've got a big smile on my face watching this game because it is just flowing attacking football, full of endeavour, full of skill moves, full of everything we want to see in a FIFA title. And now Saint-Maximin and Tex have their opportunity to try and score something a little bit special. Here's Frankie de Jong, here's Johan Cruyff. Little fake look for the McGeady spin. He almost got the nutmeg there onto Frankie de Jong as well. And Vieira absolutely crunches Mbappe, but doesn't get enough of him for the referee to call that one back.
That was one heck of a tackle there, and it's just patience now for Tex. He's looking to see if he can find one of those skillers on the edge of the box. It will be Neymar. A couple of step overs, but Davies will just slide in and cut that one out. But you can see how quickly Tex is winning possession back and just how aggressive he's being with this formation. And it just, I'm going to be honest, just makes for more entertaining viewing.
Absolutely, and Zambrotta, oh no! Zambrotta, that's not what you want to be doing if you're one of the only defenders, and I think Tex is as annoyed at that as probably we are to see it as well. R9 with the rainbow flick to get into the box, a couple of step overs from him. Zambrotta finally goes, I want the ball back, and the Italian does so. He gets the ball back as Cruyff looks to immediately get Neymar in behind, and it's almost turned into a ping-pong game, this one, as now we see Neymar finally get the ball down, tries a cheeky little back heel, but he will just about manage to keep possession momentarily. But now Tex, once again, looking to counter-attack.
Counter-attack he will. He does have the pace up front. And Maximin on the ball now. Does have Mbappe to work with if he wants to, but what is going on? Just every skill move that is possible in FIFA 20, it seems like they're trying and testing it at the moment.
I love the skill pass as well, the little flick. It was almost like a Blanco pass. Trying to get the ball up into the air from Tex. And again, things that a lot of people probably don't even realise are in the game, even if you watch tournaments every single time that they come around with these players. But now you can see Mbappe's going to get in behind momentarily there. Maldini gets back just in the nick of time for Tex. And now you're going to see Saint-Maximin dropping deep. You can see the run in from Cancelo again. Saint-Maximin trying to track his man back, but the Portuguese players managed to get just behind him, but the pace of Saint-Maximin just enough as he decided to take a few risks himself as he gets the ball clear finally here.
I feel like this game is just full of, it's just, we need a risk assessment up in here with everything that's going on.
It's going to be paperwork.
Someone needs to fill out these forms. Because at the moment, there's just carnage. There's not even a card given. Okay, there is a yellow card, thank God, because that was just atrocious.
Well, here's Virgil van Dijk, and Van Dijk somehow has managed to skip through. He's going to head that one off after a little scoop of his own. Saint-Maximin now. What have you got, Tass? Disappointing, I have to be honest. This has almost turned into, Dan, like a diving competition. Do you know what I mean? We're going to have to rate every attack out of 10.
I think both of them kind of have got so much respect for each other that they knew the other one, if one of them started playing this way, the other one would cooperate and would also have a game like this. I mean, to be fair, we've seen Tass at competitive tournaments even say, like, look, we're not going to play overload ball side, or we're only going to play a certain depth. So I'm not entirely surprised as R9 just tries to ball roll his way past Militao, but it's not going to work out. I think Tass maybe had other ideas with what he wanted to do there, just couldn't quite pull it off.
So we're into stoppage time at the end of the first half, and if you're not enjoying this, then I don't know what to say. It has been thoroughly entertaining from these two players. Tex will maybe have another chance to go forward, but the whistle will go. And at half-time, it's 1-1, and you can see the Tex tifo in the stands there as well. And what an entertaining, and I keep using the word entertaining, first half that was. That was one of my favourite halves, I think, of FIFA 20 I've watched with a couple of pro players involved.
I mean, I think the reason why we stress entertaining is because we've watched all the competitive tournaments throughout FIFA 20, and we know full well that the meta is a very kind of, you grind your opponent down, you try and keep the possession, it's very defensive, overload ball side in areas, and you don't see necessarily the skill moves and the free-flowing football that we all love and want to see. So then when it finally does happen in a show match like this, it's just fun, and I think that is what we're trying to stress here. And you saw how knackered all of Tech's players were as well, because he's obviously just been playing with so much high pressure, so much aggression.
Well, here's Neymar. He wins the ball back, and I think when you know that Neymar's the person winning the ball back in the sort of midfield, that you know the kind of pattern of the game that we're currently watching. Militao steps in and Mbappe will find the ball to Neymar once again, this time taking up a more familiar position, and surely this has to be an opportunity, but Sergio Ramos gets back in position, but only for a second. Tex dives in again, desperately trying to win the ball back, and Van Dijk, he's going to bring the ball away. And I'm not sure how many times I'm going to get that incorrect, by the way. I'm sorry, I've watched 2 years now, two and a half, 3 years of Tex playing a Liverpool kit, so to not see him in the red of Liverpool is just weird for me.
Genuinely think they've done it on purpose. Probably just to troll you.
I'm sending him a message.
Yeah, we need to make sure that he knows this is both hilarious but also very mean. As there's plenty of space on the left-hand side, but Wan-Bissaka will cut that one off. As Virgil van Dijk still doing it. I'm expecting like a Virgil van Dijk over-the-head volley at this point. Something is going to happen that's going to be so ludicrous.
When do we see Steven Gerrard on the pitch? I wonder if Tex has actually got him in his squad here on PlayStation. But now we're going to see an elastico here from Tas, a little heavy touch away as well as Mbappe comes back inside with a beautiful little turn. There's the obligatory at this point rainbow flick to try and get in on goal. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for him, but again, points. 7 out of 10. I'll give that one. 7 out of 10.
If we're going to play like FIFA bingo right now, I definitely put like rainbow flicks up there in a must be done within 10 minutes. Maybe that's even a ruled agreement between the two players that they have to try certain skill moves every so often, every 5 minutes in game, because that's certainly how it feels at the moment.
Well, Wan-Bissaka's going to unfortunately have the last touch on that one, so it's going to be Tex with the corner, St. Maximin. And Neymar combining 2 5-star skillers, and there's the Neymar rainbow flick, and it's somehow managed to work out here. He flicks it up. Is he going to flick it over Frankie de Jong? No, unfortunately not. The Barcelona man will get the interception away. And God, Tas, 0 out of 10 for that attack. He just went for the straight ball through the middle.
Not very creative. Disappointed. Only a 0 from you. I'll give it a 3. Because at least he was going forward and not recycling the ball and playing it around the defence. But has a chance to go forward again, but this time it is going to just be played out of play. Wan-Bissaka's not had a great time at right back. I'm going to be completely honest. Ran the ball out of play a couple of times, passed it out.
I don't think any defenders have had great games. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think anyone's really covered themselves in glory. They've mostly spent their time bombing forward or on the floor with some wild slide tackles. But as I say, I absolutely love it. I've got to be honest. It's thoroughly enjoyable. But now we're going to see. Surely that ball had to played through to R9, who was making that run, but instead it was Tassi tried to go wide there to St. Maximin, and now it's Tex's turn to come forward. What have he got for us?
Is there a red card on the FIFA bingo? Because certainly a possibility of it happening at the moment with the amount of slide tackles we're seeing around the pitch as Mbappe lifts that one over, but only as far as Maldini, the man who is on that yellow card and who would be at risk of a red.
There's a scoop turn from Neymar. You can see Patrick Vieira is going to try and get back at him. And that is the Patrick Vieira that I remember as an Arsenal fan. Commanding the midfield. Intimidating referees. That's not a foul. Never.
Bullying his opponents.
Going to pick up the pieces here. And it will be Tas with the elastico and the scoop turn as well. But Militao too strong for his fellow Brazilian. And now look at this. 3 players streaming forward. Trying to feed the ball into Johan Cruyff. But Ramos quick enough and strong enough to make sure that that isn't a chance that develops.
Pause is cued by Tex, and I imagine at this point his players are limping around the pitch with fatigue as a disgusting tackle.
That is a proper tackle. That's a proper tackle.
A yellow card for Militao. But look at his players. They may as well be sat in the dressing room already with stamina like that.
Yeah, I'm bringing on Adama Traore in that central defensive midfield position. You can see 47 defending. However, he can do a job in there. He's quick and he's strong, so he can kind of do a job. But I think it also paints a pretty good picture of the way that this game is going. And you see Blanc's going to be brought on as well. Maybe a risk that you saw there. The yellow card going to be removed from the equation so that he can go for a few more of these slide tackles.
And it's now Militao who we will keep tabs on after he picked up that yellow card. Maybe he's going to be the first to leave the pitch, as Thiago will be able to just about stop Wan-Bissaka from having too much fun on the right-hand side.
Another 5-star skiller, of course. Thiago.
As you do.
Have to get him on the pitch, and now Adama Traore, the central defensive midfield maestro.
There we go.
Brought on, crunching in someone, wins the ball back, does his job, and the pace and power of Traore almost forced him through. But now there's a huge gap in midfield, but there's been huge gaps everywhere, so it kind of becomes irrelevant at this point. And now Tas is going to come forward. Militao on that booking. Is Tex going to dare take him to ground? He stays on his feet this time, but gets knocked almost to the ground. De Bruyne now, and it's Saint-Maximin, who's probably the deepest I've ever seen him, especially when he plays for Newcastle in the Premier League.
Does this one have penalties written over it? Because even if one of these players get through on goal, are they going to be happy with scoring a normal goal? I would say no. They want to score something fancy, as the flick doesn't really work out for Mbappe on this occasion. I'm okay if we get an extra 30 minutes in game if it goes to extra time.
Yeah, I kind of want Tex to win this one so we get a third game, to be honest with you. And Saint-Maximin here for Tass has maybe got different ideas. Saint-Maximin with the tackle. Oh, wait, what? I thought he got the ball there. Surely he got the ball. And he got sent off. Referee's had a shocker. Oh, the referee's taken all of the fun out of this. And if I am stood over this penalty and I am Tass, surely there's got to be some sort of gentleman's agreement here. Surely he puts it over the bar, but no, he smashes it straight into the top corner. Tex went the right way, but it was such a precise penalty that it does not matter. And Tass manages to take the lead here. And if he can hold on, then it will be him progressing in the tournament.
Just too much power behind it. Keeper couldn't get there. He almost strangles himself on the post as well. You saw in the replay. But will we see Tex be able to equalise here? Otherwise, he will unfortunately be going out of this tournament. We've already lost 2 players in Group A yesterday. And those 2 players were able to, of course, donate $50,000 to their charity of choice. And the loser here would be able to do the same.
Well, there's an opportunity here, maybe for Tex to find an equaliser in these last few minutes. But unfortunately, he couldn't find the ball across. And now it's going to be Tass who's going to be streaming forward. But he gives the ball away and maybe gives Tex another chance to come forward. And Mbappe into Thiago. Cruyff will pick this one up. De Bruyne makes the tackle, though. And Saint-Maximin, who was the catalyst for that penalty to be conceded, starts the attack, and R9 goes through on goal. Is he going to take it towards the corner? Adama Traore. That's why he's in there, Dan. Never doubt him.
Never doubt him. So much speed, so much power, but he didn't have the pass. And Tex has one more back. Maybe, just maybe, he's got one more chance here. But no, again, Virgil van Dijk just too big, too strong. But Adama Traore again wins it.
Tank.
Has to be the last attack now.
Well, here's Traore, and this is one thing that you will be used to him seeing. Because that is him flying down the wing, using that pace, using that power. Tex has got to make the most of this, though. Can he find the ball inside? Van Dijk is falling everywhere. De Bruyne hoofs it out, and that will be the end of the game. Tass manages to take home a 2-1 win after a dubious penalty. However, he does win the series and the best of 3, 2-0, Adam. What a game that was. That, my friends, is FIFA.
Credit where credit's due, lads. That was an entertaining watch, or what? I loved it. That was great. That's the kind of that's the kind of games we want to see on this in this competition. We want to see players letting loose a little bit, let their hair down, and just giving us entertainment, which is exactly what happened. And walk us through some of these highlights, guys. Dan, that was magnificent.
It was. I mean, it's just where both players clearly have come to maybe a non-verbal agreement. They were just going to have a little bit of fun. Honestly, I would have liked to see Tass guy that penalty, but maybe he even tried to, because he absolutely blasted it. You don't see many penalties hit that hard. But either way, Tass goes through. He'll be more than happy to get another stab at staying in this competition and potentially getting more money for his charity of choice. And Tex still gets to donate $50,000 to a charity.
We may have lost one of the biggest players there is in FIFA, but still he gets to give $50,000, which is nothing to be sniffed at, really, is it? It's an insane amount of money to a charity of his choice that you can see on screen right here, which is fantastic. I couldn't believe what happened with that red card as well. Saint-Maximin, I couldn't believe it. It's injustice.
It's a joke. It's a joke, ref.
Absolute joke. These refs are jokesters. Right, let's have a look at our bracket. Group B, our bracket here. This is how it currently stands. We have, at the moment, Umut versus MS Dasari is our next game coming up, our winner's bracket game. However, we do have Tass, who won 2-0 against Tex, who goes through to our lower bracket. So whoever loses out of Umut and MS Dasari will play Tass in our lower bracket final, whereas the winner of Umut and MS Dasari will go through to tomorrow and join Grabberson and Damie in that final 4, which is going to be incredible. I mean, Grabberson, we were chatting to Joe and to Lee earlier on. Grabberson has openly said, Dasari is the biggest threat in this competition. If you get kind of paired up with him, he's the one you've really got to try and beat here. But Umut had a superb run against Tex earlier on, Mark. I think this is going to be quite a battle.
Yeah, it is. As I said, I don't call it the group of death just to be nice to the players who were involved with it. You know what I mean? It's like Umut came second in the FUT Champions Cup over in Atlanta, and some of the names that were out there, some of the best in the world. So to put in a performance like that shows how good he is on FIFA 20. And then, I mean, you're looking at Tass and all of his achievements. It's going to be a really, really close game. I just wonder if Tass is going to try and approach this one in the same way that he did against Tex, which is obviously, one of his close friends and they've known each other for a long time. Or if it's kind of like maybe there's a little bit more to this than we're seeing here, and maybe there's a bit of history between the players and it's going to be played with a little bit more of a serious vibe.
Yeah, I want to see the entertainment. That for me is what it's all about here. But I believe it's time to jump into a quick break, if that's correct, ahead of our next lower bracket matchup. Well, sorry, our winners bracket matchup, which will then lead to a low bracket later on. Don't go anywhere. Join us back in a few minutes' time as loads more FIFA action is coming your way here on Gamers Without Borders.
My name is Amy Bowen. I just got back from a deployment in Brooklyn, New York for the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not necessarily the case. I've seen it. We have a 16-year-old in there that doesn't have, multiple comorbidities. They have children in there. We have several pregnant women, and these are young, healthy people. Right now, I think everybody is holding together strong. They're doing well. I am concerned about everyone's mental health when this, comes down, because we are losing such a huge amount of patients. I do think everybody's scared. Everybody is doing the best they can to take care of these patients and still trying to protect themselves, because they do ultimately go home to families and husbands and children, and no one knows what to do. If you should just stop seeing your family or stay in a hotel for risk of infecting them, or even, worse, them passing away due to an illness that you've brought home. I really think if people would just stay inside and be socially responsible and realize that no one's being oppressed, that they're just being inconvenienced, that just stay inside and shop online and do the things that you can do, but distance yourself. It's amazing, because your donations, your funding has allowed nurses like me to come to the front line and help and be the extra hands that they need to allow the nurses that are at the facilities and they're inundated with patients and overwhelmed to be better nurses, to take better care of these patients, to get better outcomes.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
Welcome back into Gamers Without Borders, starring myself and Dan and Mark and some of the best FIFA players in the world. It's been a great
intro.
Thank you very much. I thought I said starring us and then just those FIFA pros and celebrities. I mean, whatevs. No, we've been very fortunate to see some superb FIFA, both from our show matches. I mean, all of our players actually have really been solid, really, really good. But we've just seen one of our biggest players, Tex, sadly go out of the competition, which then joins Turkey and Shells yesterday, who have gone out as well, but still give $50,000 to a charity of their choice that you can see on screen right here, who's battling COVID-19 around the world, courtesy of the Safis Federation, who gave $10 million across 7 weeks. It's just bonkers money. But we've got this big time winners bracket match coming up. We've got ourselves Umut and MS Dasari. Fellas, predictions before we jump into game. Dan, start with you. Who's taking this? Who's doing the business? What are you saying? I
think that Dasari will do the business as he always does the business. Dasari is just one of these players you can watch and he just, like Mark said earlier, he just makes everything look so easy, so smooth. He just looks comfortable in any kind of situation he's thrown into. Doesn't matter if it's on PlayStation. He just does the job. I think he's going to win this one.
Ditto from you, Mark?
Well, as Dan said, I said I'm going to have to go with Dasari as well, because otherwise I'm going to be a little bit of a hypocrite. So yeah, I'm going to go with Dasari, but yeah, you can see the match is underway and we're already into it, so I think we just got to get on with this one, Dan. It's always exciting to watch MS Dasari play, though. We don't really get to see much of him away from tournaments, apart from maybe when he streams the occasional time, but he's just one of the best in the world for a reason. He's a world champion, and he's just a different class when it comes to the game.
I mean, he was within touching distance of breaking the record and being the first ever back-to-back world champion. If it wasn't for Mo Alba in that final, the FIFA 19 World Cup, then we would have been singing his praises, saying how he was the best player to ever grace FIFA. And even though he is up there and everyone will always have those debates, it's just a shame that he wasn't able to get that achievement, because will he ever be able to have the opportunity to win back-to-back E-World Cups? It's certainly going to be difficult to have that opportunity once again.
Yeah, it's hard enough to win one, it's hard enough to win two, but to have the opportunity to go back-to-back, I don't think many people can or will be able to, even in future years, to say that they had that opportunity. But into this game now, and you can see that Umut's trying those balls that he was trying a little bit earlier on as well, just trying to use the pace of Mbappe and Neymar up top to get in behind with those driven balls in those channels down. It's an interesting tactic to see as well. We know that Dasari likes to play quite a high line relatively in comparison to a lot of pros. He likes to use that offside trap, so probably something that could be quite effective for him here.
He is one of the best at using the offside trap, I'd say, is Mbappe. Absolutely thwacks it into the back of the net. And that will be a goal lead. And Mbappe has just been such a force for so many players. It doesn't really matter which iteration of, which item you have of him. He's always going to be there or thereabouts. He's just so quick and just gets the job done.
Yeah, it will be Dasari with the lead, with that goal from Kylian Mbappe. And again, it just looks so simple so much of the time. And now we talk about the defensive capabilities of MS Dasari, and you saw it there, just squeezing his back line up, using that offside trap to just make sure that there's no gaps between his midfield and his back line. And it's so difficult. You feel stifled when you play against Dasari. You have no time on the ball to make decisions.
Yeah, he kind of pressures you in areas you're not expected to be pressured. You think you've got more time, and then suddenly, wham, like his whole back line is attacking you, and he's won the ball back. And I do think that every single game for Dasari, he just looks insane. Like, even in his off games, he just knows how to play FIFA, and I think that's why he's had the consistency across titles. It doesn't matter which iteration of FIFA it's been. He's just like a good FIFA player. Yes, okay, mechanically at the start of FIFA 19, he wasn't all there because he didn't learn all the new things like goalkeeper movement, but as soon as he picked them up, again, he got to another World Cup final. He's just mental.
Well, here's Atal trying to close down that space for Dasari. Virgil van Dijk this time goes out wide to Wilfried Zaha, and Umut will give the ball away, and unfortunately for him, it means that Dasari now can stride forward. And not the biggest of players in the central midfield positions here for MS Dasari, which is an interesting thing for me. We always talk about how, Vieira and Hullet were kind of the go-tos in FIFA 19, FIFA 18, even at the start of this game. But now that you've got so many players with there's incredible statistics on those team of the season so far, you can't leave them out, despite the fact that the likes of, Frankie de Jong and Aouar aren't the tallest players in the game.
I would say that for your bang for buck now, you can get some pretty good players that can fill the roles of the likes of Hullet, the likes of Vieira, and that's why we see a lot of money spent on attackers instead, because it's more difficult, I would say, to find replacements for the likes of Mbappe, the likes of R9, who can just be different gravy. So we do see those kind of lesser players who still have the statistics and still have the job done, but they're just a little bit cheaper.
Well, here is one of those players that I mentioned, Aouar, and out wide here to his Liga 1 compatriot, which is Atal, and he goes back inside. Now Atal's going to smash this one into the near post, but the defender in the way to get the block in. And another scary moment there for the German. You have to say again, Dasari's just looking so good in all areas of the pitch. Just looks dominant here, Dan.
And that's what he always does. He just strikes fear into his opponents because he will dominate the game. He very rarely makes mistakes, does Dasari as well. We've seen a few crop up here or there in tournaments. Sometimes when he's been under the weather, actually. I do remember, I was going to say famously, but it wasn't really very famous, where he just had a bad tournament because he was a bit sick, which is always going to be one of those things. You only have yourself to rely on. It's not like real football where you can kind of take the day off and you've got 11 other teammates that can come in and fill the void. If you are unwell on that day, there's not much you can do apart from just try and play your best. And it is quite difficult to focus when you're a little bit unwell and under the weather as well.
Well, there's an opportunity there for Umut to get a strike away. Unfortunately for him, he just overplayed it a little bit inside the box, and now from that resulting possession turnover, Dasari's got straight inside the box once again and tries to drive the ball into the near post to Kylian Mbappe. Van der Sar gets down at just the right moment, and again you can see that attempted that ball in behind almost immediately. Hasn't had any success with it so far. I just wonder how long he's going to persevere with that tactic.
The goal lead is always going to be a fragile lead, so Dasari will definitely be looking for that second, but Virgil van Dijk just steps up again, making it so difficult for Dasari. Of course, these two players have never faced each other in competition, mainly because they play on different consoles, but they've also never got to a final where they've faced each other in a cross-console one either. They may have played each other in a training game here or there, who knows. But certainly it'll be a pretty new and fresh game for them. And I'm sure Umut will be relishing with the opportunity to be playing against a former world champion.
Well, here comes that former world champion. Had to accept the silver medal last year. Unfortunately for him, he's always going for that first place, and he's always going for a second goal as well, as Neymar and Virgil van Dijk getting a little bit of a tangle inside the 18-yard box there, but it will be the Dutchman who comes out on top, and now Umut can go forward once again. Theo Hernandez looking to release Saint-Maximin, but I have to say the player switching was so good from MS Dasari that it almost managed to quell the danger before it really became a big opportunity, but it did turn into a chance there for Umut. Unfortunately for him, he just couldn't take it.
Certainly at the start of the season, I don't think we would have thought we were going to be talking about Saint-Maximin this much. But as soon as that birthday item came out, we were like, okay, yeah, he's the real deal, and he is certainly going to be featuring in a lot of squads. Would he be in an event team? Probably not. Maybe a super sub, who knows? But he's definitely an affordable player that does some incredible things on the pitch. But 1-0 at half-time, and it is Dasari who holds this lead thus far. But Umut certainly keeping himself within touching distance of getting back into this.
And Josef Martinez is on that right-hand side again. We saw an impact he had a little bit earlier on. The striker from the MLS, 99 pace on his face stat on his foot item. Fantastic season once again for him, one of the most prolific strikers in the MLS. And he was prolific earlier on for Umut as well, and now Vieira is going to manage to find a fellow Frenchman in Kylian Mbappe in the midfield, and De Bruyne looks to thread it through to Neymar, who's playing in that central position. And going back to your conversation you were having earlier about players who provide some value for money, Atal's another one here. The likes of Atal, that team of the season so far, or even that shapeshifter Atal. Such a good player to have and add to your squad.
Yeah, a lot of these kind of SBCs that have come out as well, and I mean the team of the season so far in general just are so powerful. If you've played FIFA 20, if you've played Weekend League in the past few weeks and you've been able to get those rewards, your team would have just improved so much. Even if you literally started playing the game 3 weeks ago and you had a successful Weekend League, you would have just been able to build a squad around it and have close to an end game squad just from the statistics that these players offer now with the team of the season so far.
Here's Neymar then tries to turn away from Ramos. Another player who's been rewarded with the team of the season so far. Foot item, and there's a strong tackle from Hernandez. Following suit, he's got a blue to his name as well. Kevin De Bruyne then tries to slip it through, but Aouar, the speed of the Frenchman, manages to get across and cut that ball out.
Cuts it out, and now Dasari can look to attack, but Van Dijk has just been the thorn in his side at the moment. Every single attack where you think he's going to be able to break through, think he's going to be able to get that through ball that finally allow him to get through on goal, just doesn't work out. Van Dijk is here, there, and everywhere.
So just crossing the hour mark in our first game here. Of course, the best of three again between these two players. And it is still 1-0 to Dasari, but you have to say that he must come back into this game, Dan. He's made a lot more progress towards Dasari's goal in this second half and hasn't had huge chances as yet, apart from maybe that one that we saw at the end of the first half. But it only takes one chance for players of this calibre to find that equaliser. And there's a misclick, I believe, from Dasari there, maybe looking for a fake shot, and instead it just ends up with the ball being hoofed back straight to Umut.
Almost worked out though. Mbappe was certainly there, stretching his legs to see if he could maybe make something of it. The offside trap has presented an opportunity here for Umut though. Neymar on the ball, turning on the edge of the box, but no one else there, and Dasari again just steps up at the right time. He just looks so comfortable, does Dasari. He doesn't look too much like he's under pressure. He doesn't look like he's playing against someone who is only a goal down. Looking at the way he's playing, the way he's defending, even the way he's going forward, it looks like he already has the 2-goal cushion. And I guess in FIFA 20, a goal sometimes is just enough to feel quite comfortable.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. It's all about having that first goal, because then you can control the pace of the game, how you want it to be played. If you want to hold on to the ball, you can do so. Or if you want to look for that second to really put the game out of sight, then obviously you can do that by controlling possession. And we are seeing some changes here, and I think we saw Martinez actually being brought onto the pitch for Dasari, and we're now going to see the ball put back out, and it'll be Kai Havertz coming on for St. Maximin on the other side of things for Umut, the German. And what a season that Kai Havertz has had. Some phenomenal stats if you're into your Bundesliga football. One of the most prolific players and goal scorers, assist creators as well that there has been in the Bundesliga this year.
Did you see that with the most recent Bundesliga games, they've added fake crowd noise?
Yes, they.
What are your thoughts?
It's pretty cool. I like it. I'm not gonna lie. It adds to the experience for sure when you watch it on television. If you've seen some of the clips, and I think, to be honest with you, I hope they do it in the Premier League as well. It just adds a little bit of atmosphere. Do you know what I mean? I think it'll be good for the players as well. You know, to when a goal goes in, when you do something good, that you get that little cheer. And speaking of doing things good, Dasari is looking to do so again as he bursts through on goal. The last-ditched block came at just the right moment there for Umut, but I'm all for it, Dan. I am all for it, I've got to say.
I mean, unless they're playing it over the tannoy, I don't think the players will be hearing it, but maybe that's an idea for them. Imagine them just blasting it around the ground, all the crowd noise. That would be quite disconcerting, I think, if you were a player. But yeah, I think it is a good idea, and it also means that we don't have to listen to all the swear words on the sideline that all the coaches are shouting, so that's also a positive as the ball goes across the box, but St. Maximin is not able to get on the end of it this time. 14 minutes left, and the pace is really starting to up here.
Yeah, it is. You can see it's Umut is trying to break as quickly as physically possible when he does get that ball back. But the problem with that is you're going to commit men forward, and that means there's space for Dasari, and there's one thing you want to deny the Saudi Arabian is any kind of chance to take advantage of any space that's left in behind. Big tackle there from Virgil van Dijk. Once again, well timed there by Dasari. 10 minutes left in this game. As we now see Umut trying to force that ball forward again, and it's actually going to be won back by Andy Robertson, who continues his run. You can see players now streaming forward, but Awar steps out again, and he's done so well in that central midfield position.
This is usually where Dasari shines as well. When it gets to these latter stages of the game where his opponent has to start coming forward a little bit more, that's a very questionable situation, but somehow Umut has managed to come away with it. But what I was going to say is when his opponent starts to come forward, Dasari will usually wait, pick his time accordingly, and then he'll take advantage of maybe a player pressing too much, where he will find that space behind, just as we see here now with St. Maximin on the right-hand side.
The Frenchman tries to drive it across goal, didn't quite get the direction that he would have wanted onto that, and all he's really done there, Dasari, is give possession back to the German now, who tries to fire that ball in behind. You can see Martinez battling with Ramos, and you get the feeling if there was another 2 or 3 yards maybe on that ball that Martinez would have beaten Sergio Ramos to it, but the Spaniard just had enough in the tank to stop Josep Martinez getting in behind and maybe creating a last chance opportunity.
I think that's one thing that has been kind of difficult as a FIFA 20 player, is that this season the defenders are just so fast, especially these team of the season so far items now where you've got defenders with 98 pace, and it's like, well, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Even your strikers aren't as quick.
One man who is quick and has been quick for the entire game is Kylian Mbappe, and he finds the ball across to Frankie de Jong, and that is going to be the icing on the cake here. Doubles the lead just before the final whistle. You can see Umut here just waiting for the time to run down, because he knows this game is over. This game is done and dusted. And this will be Dasari taking a 1-0 lead in our best-of-3 series.
There we have it, lads. Dasari, again, a pretty convincing game there from him again. I thought it was really interesting you brought up the whole thing about the Bundesliga and having crowd noise. Now, I had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing.
It's awesome.
I like the sound of that.
They do it when they've got crowd noise, and then if the home team scores, it's like a louder roar, and if the away team score, it's like a muffled roar. It's really good. They've done it really, really well.
But the players can't hear it.
No,
I don't think.
I don't think so. No, that
unless they
be
put some of those
very
disco headsets on.
They've all got their AirPods in and they can hear everything.
There's a sponsorship opportunity there. There's a brand opportunity. I'll tell you what though, it was a very convincing performance from from Dasari, but Umut was definitely in the game. It didn't ever feel like he was completely. The second goal was only scored in the last minute of the game. But I think Umut still he was in it enough to totally justify being there and, potentially winning the game as well, Dan.
He was made to think he was in the game. And I think that's what Dasari does so well, is Dasari took a goal lead and he says, I don't need to do anything else. I'm dominating this game. I have possession. You're not creating really any threatening chances. So I'll let you kind of attack me here or there, because I know what you're going to do. He was predicting every move well. He was being able to intercept in the right areas, and he just had his number a little bit. And then it just got to the point where Umut had to push forward a little bit more, and then Dasari was able to take advantage of that. And Umut is known as a defensive player. Certainly when he got that far in Atlanta, people were saying, oh, wow, he just plays so defensive. He's able to keep possession. He's doing really well to do so. So if he goes a goal down, he's always going to struggle.
I mean, Mark, you've watched Dasari many times. When you see Dasari playing the way that he is like this, do you know very quickly, okay, he's got this down to a T. He knows exactly what he's doing it.
Dasari's one of those players that you can tell if he's in the mood. And what I mean by that is, like, from the first few minutes, you'll be like, yeah, Dasari's he's looking good today. And when he's looking good, he looks dangerous. And you can almost see it when you're at an event and someone sat across from Dasari in that first 10 minutes, all of a sudden they the shoulders go in and they're like, oh, I'm playing against the real Dasari here. Do you know what I mean? And that usually comes on the Sunday as well, where, you know, he's a little bit vulnerable early in tournaments where he's got to go and find his way in. But if he's in the mood, he gets to Sunday and he can look at that championship and taste that championship, and he's really playing for something that he wants to either win or, you know, like in this event, it looks like he wants to go all the way and give as much money to charity as he can. It's a scary proposition, and I think he is probably the scariest player to come up against, I would say, in the world when he is in that kind of mood.
Yeah, when he's feeling it, he's feeling it. He's there. I like the fact as well that, you know, he's got this possession-based game where he seems to take ownership of game. And I know that we've had lots of players who, you know, have been bringing out kind of the entertainment factor and having fun with everything. And, you know, you can tell he's very much taking it seriously. Like, he's like, I want to get that $400,000. That's mine. I'm winning that thing, and I'm playing my best game. You know, and he's doing great. I mean, what will happen obviously is if Umut doesn't win this next game, Dasari goes through to our playoffs tomorrow, and he'll have to play TAS in the lower bracket final. Is that, I mean, playing against TAS for Umut, is that a victory that you think he'll be thinking, I probably could win that if it went to that, I probably could get past him?
Well, I think he probably will look at it and say it's a winnable game. It depends how TAS approaches it. If TAS is going to go for that entertainment factor and he's going up against someone who's maybe taking it a little bit more seriously and playing slightly more meta, then he might struggle a little bit, TAS, and it might get a little bit frustrating, because we've all played a game of FIFA where we use a formation which is a little bit off meta, and then you come up against someone who's playing meta and you're like, why is this guy playing this way? Why doesn't he just have fun? It could be a game like that.
Yeah, he's got cheats on. That's my go-to.
No, Adam, no one's
cheats on.
Nobody cheats.
Why don't they bring cheats back, man? They were fun. Invisible walls were great.
People just get lucky against me. They've never been better.
FIFA 95, get into the side of the box, always drilling at the top corner, is unstoppable. I miss those days. Okay, we've got game number 2 of our winner bracket here. Let's take it away, chaps. Let's do this then.
So for Umut, he needs to win this game then, Dan. It's as simple as that. Dasari has taken a 1-game lead in this series, the best of 3. So he just needs to win one more game out of these last 2 to go through to tomorrow's action. And for one of these players, obviously, whoever does fall at this stage, they will go on to play TAS, like Adam mentioned. And I'm interested to see how that game goes now you've brought it up. Will TAS play the same kind of way that he did against Tex, or is he going to keep up that kind of, you know, looking to entertain those at home and put on a little bit of a show?
I think he'll maybe try it first game and see how it goes, like regardless of who he plays, whether it be Umut or against Dasari. And then if the other player isn't really cooperating and trying the same, then maybe he'll kind of get his, as you said, elbows onto his knees and get a little bit more serious. Maybe he'll get that sweaty towel out of the drawer.
That's it, you're banned from that. Just because I'm not...
That's my last one?
I can't, like, don't worry. Anyway, we'll move on with this game because Umut has managed to win the ball back here and does absolutely smash one home. So, I mean, that's not what I expected, to be honest with you. That's caught me off guard. I think it caught everybody off guard. It certainly caught MS Dasari off guard. And it is going to be Umut. He takes the lead here, Dan.
He does take the lead, and taking the lead is the name of the game. I mean, the name of the game is actually FIFA 20. But in FIFA 20, getting a lead is so important, and especially for a player like Umut, who has thrived in those environments where he's able to build off the lead and kind of hold the ball a little bit, frustrate his opponent. But his opponent is MS Dasari, who doesn't really easily get frustrated. I think he is one of the single players in the FIFA community who is very difficult to get in their head.
Yeah, he's kind of the one that gets in others' head with a lot of his actions, and he does it incredibly well as well. He doesn't do it in a disrespectful way. He does it in a way that he just gets that little edge in those big games and kind of creates that mystique. But what a ball that is. And Kylian Mbappe now to make it too. And I'm not sure if there was just a hint of goalkeeper movement there from Desari, but it needed to be perfect. And the Liverpool goalkeeper comes up, trumps that to make a big save. But now there's a counter-attack almost immediately at the other end.
What does Desari have to get back into this one? On the left-hand side, does play it to the edge of the box. Could just let one rip here, but he doesn't. Instead, pays it to the next. And it is going to be a comfortable finish for Neymar in the end. Ties this one up 1-1. Just standard gold item Neymar as well. Again, just showing that Desari, not usually a PlayStation player.
Yeah, fantastic goal there from Desari. Just makes things look so simple. That is less than simple, but that is a brilliant way to get back into the game. It is a simple way to get back into the game, and it is the perfect way to extinguish the lead. Extinguish the equaliser, I should say, that Desari had just about managed to get back. And it is that ball into the channel, Dan, just using the pace of Mbappe. And this time, for the first time, we have to say, in the 2 legs that we've had so far, it has been effective.
And this is where Uma just might find a little bit more success because he's got the lead against Desari. He's forcing Desari to come out of his shell a little bit. He's been able to find 2, almost gets a 3rd, but the ball roll isn't quite enough. But Desari does have to be careful. This pressure from him in the offside trap that he's known for, he is being caught out a little bit here and there.
Well, Carvajal continued his run, and Desari has found the Spaniard. Well, speaking of players who play in Spain, there's a Frenchman there, and that's Raphael Varane who wins the ball back. And now you can see Saint-Maximin starting to get on his bike. A couple of step-overs to get his body between the ball, and the midfielder trying to come across to win that ball back. But Frankie de Jong will be the player who can start another attack here for Desari, with Neymar dropping deep, and now Awar looking to play that one into a towel who'd been caught short there by Desari. Here's Neymar. A little ball to Frankie de Jong. A little ball roll away from the attention to Patrick Vieira. You can see him trying to fire that ball into that striker, but well defended here by Uma.
I wonder whether Uma has just upped the pace a little bit himself here, because I mean it's definitely a lot quicker than the first game where he just wasn't able to find any sort of success getting behind the defensive Desari. And he has caught him off guard twice, really. I mean, basically two goals from the get-go after the, 2 kickoff goals essentially, as he's got a 2-1 lead now, and Desari is going to have to just try and find another equaliser. But I just think Uma's playing a little bit faster than he expected.
Yeah, I think maybe something to be taken into factor is this is online, of course, and with Desari in Saudi Arabia and Uma in Germany, maybe this is a game that is being hosted by the German. The first one was probably Desari, so keep that in mind here. Although that is speculation, I didn't get confirmation of that.
Yeah, I mean, I did see the ping at the start of the game, and it was over 130 ms, so it's certainly going to be tough for someone in this game, and that's just, unfortunately, that's how online tournaments are. It doesn't matter what game you're playing, there is always going to be a difference when you're playing literally someone across the world. But I'm super happy that we get to watch the best players in the world play each other, even when they are stuck at home.
Yeah, 100%. I think, we have to say it is a competitive environment here, and the players want to win, but again, this is a charity event and they want to put on a show for everyone and give up their time to play some FIFA 20 here. And Desari now in behind once again, a beautiful double-A pass, and he's going to get a little bit of fortune fall his way as well as the ball falls back to Frankie de Jong. I think the final touch, as you can see there, did come off of Kylian Mbappe before the ball crossed the line, but 2-2 now, and Desari very much back in this game, Dan.
It's whether now he can really take this game by the scruff of its neck and stop this pressure from Uma. He's been able to win the ball back from the first attack after the restart, so that certainly is going to benefit him here. Now he's not going to get caught off guard by any sort of quick shenanigans, and instead can start to build from the back and maybe try and slow the game down a little bit, get it to a more of a pace that he's comfortable with.
Sorry, as we enter the end of this first half, looking maybe for a goal to give him a 3-2 lead. You saw the attempted heel-to-heel there from Neymar, and it didn't prove to be effective, and now Uma just launching the ball up, and you have to say Andy Robertson's done pretty well there against Wilfred Zaha as the ball is played upfield and the half-time whistle goes. But an interesting first half there. 4 goals to report from the 2 players, and plenty of attacking intent being shown by both of them.
Yeah, and I think that's just because Uma just upped the pace a little bit, rather than in the first game where he was like, okay, Dasari, let's see what you've got. I'll allow you to kind of dictate the pace of this game. It didn't really work out for him, so he just came out of the blocks very fast coming into game 2, caught Dasari off guard, and was able to up the pace. But now it's 2-2 again. It's suddenly going to maybe fall into that same situation where Dasari is going to say, all right, well, I'm making this game mine. I'm not going to allow you to get any of these kind of cheap shots on me. So Uma just has to be a little bit careful with some of his attacks.
De Jong playing the ball forward there. Wan-Bissaka will come in to head that one away for Uma. Just as I say that, Atau manages to get back into a position to help out with the defensive work, and Andy Robertson now can start his way on this left-hand side. What a ball that is from Dasari! I didn't see that one, and that is just fantastic vision as Mbappe, oh, he just lost the ball at the last second, manages to get it back, but the finish didn't have the power on it to beat Edwin van der Sar in between the sticks. But what a ball that was, Dan, down the line to find the player in the first place.
It's the vision that we see from Dasari that sometimes sets him apart from the rest of the field. Just those little things, the footballing brain that he has, the FIFA brain he's managed to acquire over these years. From the corner, still looking threatening. Can't quite get that shot away. Still pressure in here, and Uma is having to just launch one to this right back. He's done pretty well to get himself out of the box there.
And now he can start a little bit of a counter-attack himself. You can see a lot of players forward here for Dasari, but they've managed to now get back into position. And that's a little bit of a loose back heel, which has just presented the ball back to Neymar. And he has a back heel of his own to just reset everything a little bit here for Dasari and start another wave of attack as Atau now on this left-hand side will go back inside to the Frenchman Aouar. Neymar across to Frankie de Jong. Gets the ball back there from Mbappe and drives at that near post, but two hands on it there from the Dutchman in between the sticks once again, and Van der Sar's been having to keep himself busy over the last few minutes here, Dan.
Yeah, Dasari's starting to knock on the door a little bit now. As long as he doesn't commit too many resources forward and leave himself vulnerable at the back, he should just continue to be able to look for this third goal. But Uma, he does like to absorb pressure, even though I would say that he would prefer to find the first goal when it is 0-0 or when it's a draw. He is more than happy to sit back and say, okay, well, I will absorb the pressure if you are attacking me. He doesn't like it if the other person is also trying to play that possession game and they're constantly recycling the ball. I think that's where he struggled in game 1. But now Dasari seems to be after blood here. He's certainly attack, attack, attack. Whereas Uma, 10 men behind the ball at the moment, just trying to stop this constant barrage coming from Dasari.
So now you can see Dasari coming forward again, and sometimes I describe his attacking play as almost surgical, the way that he just slices through defences and threads the needle between those spaces and defenders with his passing play and his build-up play. It's so impressive, but even though Dasari has been impressive going forward, Dan, we have to keep in mind that Uma's done a good job to kind of subside that pressure and not let it get the better of him and keep this game tied up at 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stand by it. I think Uma is one of the better defensive players that we've seen in FIFA 20, and that's why he had his success at the FUT Champions Cup. And I think that he is proving here that even against one of the best in the world, he can go toe-to-toe with them, as he has done in previous tournaments.
So, into the 70th minute now, and Dasari gives the ball away, but he should collect it once again, and Carvajal will now go forward. You can see the idea there, trying to play it inside of the full-back to release Alan Saint-Maximin, but well defended again by Uma as Vieira shows a few skills up his sleeve. Only the 3 stars to speak of, but the step-overs will get the job done as Mbappe tries to learn from his French compatriot and use them himself, but Dasari defends well again, and will it be the impact of a super sub? You can see just as I say that, Dasari cues up that pause to get some fresh legs on, but it's going to be Uma who finds the ball around the corner now. Doesn't have any support there and has to fire it in to try and find that man in the back post, but foot from the goalkeeper enough there for Dasari.
A foot that you don't often see as well. The keeper making a huge influence to that entire attack. I mean, a lot of the times you'll see them get down and dive to the right or left to try and maybe save a ball, but that foot was everything. That could have so easily gone to the striker, and that would have been 3-2. Counting your lucky stars there and being thankful with the goalkeeper you've chosen. Dasari still will be tied 2-2, and as we get to the latter stages, players are starting to look a little bit more fatigued, so we are going to see a couple more gaps at the back.
Here is one of those gaps, and Neymar's the man who takes advantage of it, and it was Saint-Maximin who just stolen into the space between 2 of the defenders there, but we all know in FIFA 20 heading not the best option a lot of the time when it comes to goal scoring. And you have to remember here, Umut needs to win this game. Cannot lose it, otherwise he is going to be falling down to that lower bracket final. Now Zaha picks the ball up, turns back inside. Vieira will start the attack at the base of the midfield once more. Good tackle though by Dasari again, but Umut gets the ball back here, Dan.
Yeah, lower bracket. We have TAS waiting to play the loser of this game. TAS has already gone up against MS Dasari in the tournament, and Dasari knocked him down into that lower bracket. I'm sure TAS will be looking at this, probably saying, well, I'd rather face Umut, to be honest. Because at least I know I'm not playing someone who's already beaten me in this tournament. Not long left, though, before we head to extra time and then potentially penalties if we need them in this best of three.
There hasn't even been time for the substitutions to be made. The ball is yet to go out of play, and is it one of these players going to make themselves a hero here towards the end of the game? Dasari tried to poke that ball through, and now it's going to be Umut who's going to send Saint-Maximin on his way again. He's got in behind, but the ball is disappointing from the fullback. And now Dasari can come forward himself.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum
90 minutes on the clock here. Neymar tries to go back inside to De Jong. Is this the chance that Umut needs? With just 1 minute left in this game to go forward and find that winner to send it to a game number 3. Big ball over the top now. Referee, the assistant will put the flag up though, and that will be offside.
That will take us into extra time. The pause finally is able to come through and changes can be made. Martinez is available there. He can come on. You see Suarez is on the bench there, but it's going to be Muller actually joining the field. Of course, team of the season so far has presented so many different options for players, which I think just allows for every different weekend that you play Weekend League to be a little bit fresh. You can keep changing that team up, try out new players, and that's part of the fun for everyone. But also in one of the kind of first competitive environments we've seen in quite some time where players are using their own ultimate team. It's a good chance for them to test things out as well and try and enjoy themselves with some of these newer players. But 2-2 after 90 minutes, 30 more to play, and it's still eyes on Umut to make something of this, otherwise he will be dropping to that lower bracket.
Yeah, Thomas Muller foot item is absolutely phenomenal. I've used him a few times in draft myself. He's got those high work rates. He's got decent enough defending stats, and obviously the rest of them are absolutely incredible. So very solid pick to come in and do that sort of box-to-box midfield job, which is where Dasari has him next to the more defensive-minded Frankie de Jong. And he might be on the end of this one, Thomas Muller. He gets into the box and goes out wide this time as Robertson's going to pick the ball up here, the Liverpool man. Not too many options for Dasari. Now there's a little gap appearing as de Jong is going to pick up the pieces here, slides it into Neymar. Neymar will put it away. And right at the start of extra time, 94 minutes on the clock, it's Neymar who puts Dasari back in the lead.
And just like in the Bundesliga, the virtual crowd goes somewhat wild and just makes it a lot easier to watch a game of football. But 3-2 now, and Dasari finally does have that lead, and I feel like this is going to be a bit tough now for Umut to try and come from behind against Dasari. Needs to find something, I feel, from this attack early on when Dasari hasn't had the chance to kind of reset and regather his thoughts, and Dasari is going to give away a free kick. We have seen a couple of free kicks scored this tournament already, Mark.
We have, and it's going to be another opportunity here to maybe see something. This time it's taken short though from Umut. Patrick Vieira will go back inside here to Kylian Mbappe. He gets a little bit fortunate to fall his way as he kind of rode the tackle there from Virgil van Dijk, and he slid it through here. Martinez has been the super sub, and it's a super strike once again from the super sub, 94 rated Martinez. And as we were thinking maybe Dasari was going to put this game to bed, well, Umut's once again found himself an equaliser.
Just Dasari didn't get the chance to kind of kill that game off. He didn't get the chance to reset and get everyone repositioned in the desirable formation that he wanted. From the free kick, everyone was kind of out of position. It was all a bit sloppy. The ball was bumbling around everywhere. And then you saw how the offside trap went against him in that situation. He stepped up, he brought the players, he used the offside trap, but then that ball was just able to kind of wiggle its way through. Maybe a little bit fortunate, but still, Dasari gave him that chance by pressing with that offside trap, and now we find ourselves with potentially a penalty shootout if we don't see one of these players score in the next 15 minutes.
We're into stoppage time here at the end of the first half of extra time, and Neymar linking up with Frankie de Jong, who strikes across goal! And 2 minutes into added on time at the first half of extra time, Dasari again regains the lead. What a finish that was from Frankie de Jong.
And then it just completely shifts again. In the next 15 minutes, we need to see Dasari control the game. And it's going to be important to see whether he has the kickoff at the restart of this second half of extra time. He doesn't have to worry about that restart because he knew there wasn't going to be enough time. But if he has the kickoff here, I feel like this could be game over. Whereas if Umut does have kickoff, I feel like he just has a chance to maybe catch Dasari off guard a little bit.
So, goals galore once again in extra time. Dasari obviously with the lead here, but Umut showing that he has the potential to come back. But the question we always ask down at tournaments is, you can come back once, you can come back twice, but how much does it take out of you to come back 3 times, 4 times, and not be the player who does have the lead in the game?
It certainly can be mentally draining if you keep coming back and then suddenly your opponent equalises yet again, and then suddenly they've taken the lead. You eventually get one back and they take the lead again. You think, well, what can I do here? I seem to have put all my resources in, and it's just not working out for me. Oh, that's a rash challenge. But I think that Umut definitely has the potential to get an equaliser in these final stages of this game. And maybe this could be it. Or is that? No, it's offside. Never mind.
As Martinez again, he managed to sneak in behind, but just ahead of that defensive line, and the linesman pulled it back, and that means possession here for Dasari. 120 minutes is, of course, what we're playing to here in extra time, and that's an aggressive tackle there from Wan-Bissaka. He had to be pushing up, he had to put the pressure on, but the problem with that is it's left Martinez with a lot of space to run into here for Dasari. Van Dijk's been forced across into Mbappe, gets it back on the right foot. Surely Neymar, no! A lifeline here for Umut provided by his goalkeeper.
8 minutes left. Some of Dasari's defenders are out of position at the moment, but he's won the ball back. And now it's whether he kills this game off by just controlling it, keeping possession, or whether he is going to find this goal whilst some of Umut's players are pushed up the pitch a little bit. Umut wins the ball back. Not going to be enough, but it will win him a free kick.
So 5 minutes left plus stoppage time. And Dasari, hold on. You can see Aubameyang being introduced by Dasari using that quick substitution. Saint-Maximin going to be leaving the field, so he's got pace to counter-attack if the opportunity comes, but there isn't many chances to attack. But here's one as it's struck at the near post again, and again the goalkeepers at both ends making big contributions to this game. And here is Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. Doesn't take it down cleanly, but for Dasari, this is just time out of the game here for him. Aubameyang back inside here to De Jong. Muller round the corner. Neymar, little turn inside, didn't quite get the shot away. Good pressure there from the defender.
And there's certainly time for one more chance here for Umut, and it's do or die. He'll be down to the lower bracket if he can't find a goal here, and Dasari will be marching on to the playoffs tomorrow. And that challenge does bring the player down. It will be a free kick. Has to get this ball forward though.
Yeah, has to send this one forward. I think if he plays it short, the referee is just going to bring this game to an end. It's dinked forward. Ball through. Surely not. At the last second, there was an opportunity, or at least a half chance, but MS Dasari will hold on, and he will take this best of 3, 2-0. But what a game that was. Full of excitement, full of goals, and certainly full of drama.
What a game, gents. What a game. Like, that was just to watch was magnificent. I think we can all agree. We can all agree, as we have done all evening long. Like, Dasari does not let you breathe. He does not. If you get a goal back, he just goes again. There's no. I mean, we had to reset there so many times with Umut there, who just having to try and brace himself for the barrage, as Dan described, the barrage of impact that his attack are going to come at you with.
Yeah, Dasari is a scary opponent to play against because he just has an answer for everything. He's a very smart player. He's a very smart individual. I mean, if you've met him and you chatted to him, like, he's just so intelligent, and it comes across in game as well. Every single decision, there is some sort of thought process behind it. He's not just aimlessly hitting buttons and aimlessly spamming through balls. Instead, he's delicately kind of playing a game of chess on the field, where he's thinking 2-3 passes ahead which is why he is one of the best players around.
Indeed. Well, like Gravison yesterday, he's gone 2 for 2, winning both his matches 2-0. So he has qualified for tomorrow's playoffs. So you're definitely going to see MS Dasari tomorrow joining our other qualifiers for our final day, where someone's going to walk away with $400,000, which is crazy. But I mean, we have to pay credit where it's due to Umut as well. He's obviously got a big game against TAS coming up as well, Mark. How do you see that one playing out?
It's going to be a tight game, I think. It depends, like we mentioned earlier, on how TAS approaches the game. Is he going to try and play in what I would describe as tournament mode, or is he going to try and play in what I would describe as let's give everybody at home what they want with some skill moves and some flashy goals? So if it is the latter, I think that Umut will win it, because I think he's playing this with a little bit more, it feels like, on the line. Whereas if TAS plays that tournament play, I think it could well be TAS. I think it'll be a super tight game.
Interesting. All right, here we go. This is our bracket for Group B right now. So you can see our most recent games here. MS Dasari beats Umut 2-0. But we have Umut and TAS now in a lower bracket final. MS Dasari has absolutely qualified for tomorrow for our Super Sunday there. But Umut or TAS, let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this one. It could be either of them. Both have shown that they have more than capable of doing this. Can I be completely honest with you both, though?
Yes.
This is a safe space.
I do want to see the tournament TAS come out to play. I want to see tournament TAS.
Okay.
Like, I mean, when I say tournament TAS, I mean this tournament TAS.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, because
this tournament TAS.
What Mark means by tournament TAS is a TAS who will probably pass the ball around and keep the ball and have like 75% possession, which is not what I think you really want to see.
I should have said Gamers Without Borders.
We want to see that.
I've sent him a message. Don't worry. I think we're going to be entertained. It's what I believe is going to happen. So.
Yeah, I want to see just non-stop rainbows. Just rainbow. That's what I want to see. Because that was, I mean, earlier on, we all. We've mentioned this already, but we saw shells yesterday. Just showboat basically, and that's the play we were talking about. We kind of want to see that again. But I guess if you get through to tomorrow as well, it's another opportunity, because as soon as you qualify for tomorrow, that's when the money starts. I think at least $100,000. I think the top 4 prizes are 100,000, 150, 200, 400, or something along those lines. Not to say that 50 grand isn't massive, but I think if you want to get into the top 4, you know that that's an extraordinary amount of money going to a charity of your choice. We have our lower bracket final coming your way. You do not want to miss it. Umut versus TAS is going to be huge. We're taking a break. We'll come right back, and you're going to see it. Don't go anywhere.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Well, hello. Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. And we are very close now to finding out who our 4th player is going to be entering our top 4 players who are going through to our playoffs tomorrow, where it's going to be a battle to try and get that top spot and take $400,000 home to a charity of their choice. You can see on the screen right now. We have our lower bracket final coming up. Uma versus Tass. I think it's time for predictions as always, chaps. I'll start with you, Dan. Where do we see this one going? Who do you think is going to join MS Dasari in going into tomorrow's finals?
I think that my brain says Umut will go through, but
your brain says?
Yes. But I think, and I love that my heart says that Tass is going to go through.
You think Tass? Okay, I like that. Mark, what are you thinking?
I mean, in general.
Yeah. What's your brain?
My brain is a scary place to be involved with. So let's talk about the game. I'm going to go with Tass winning 10-9 in the first game. That's the kind of game it's going to be.
So we're going to see 19.
That's what we got to look forward to.
Well, you certainly set a high bar there. Let's jump in and find out if there's 19 goals. Here we go.
I hope there is, Dan. You know what I mean? Like, it's the kind of game that I just want to see. I want to see some excitement. I want to see, both players playing to see how many awesome goals they can score and just getting players forward. I want to see the 3 at the back.
To be fair, we do currently hold the record for commentating the most goals in a competitive FIFA game. When it was 11-9?
That is true.
Between Wave,
Lost in the Waves, and Houston.
Oh, what a game that was. Maybe this is it. We're going to see something similar.
Well, I've just got some sideline report. I've been doing some investigative journalism while I've been away, and I've just received word on the street from the mouth of Tass, and he said, I'm going to try a rainbow flick and see what happens. So let's see what happens. Let's see if he does try and pull it off early on. If he doesn't, then he's lost my trust. But it will be Tass who's playing in the red here, in the Liverpool kit, so we'll see if he gets anywhere near the opportunity to pull off a rainbow flick and try and score some goals that are going to entertain us, as Kevin De Bruyne now is going to be turning and twisting. But you can see here, Uma, players behind the ball like we would expect, just trying to play here for that W.
Oh, the W. Very London from you there, Mark. But I think that we are going to see skills galore from Tass, but at the same time, Tass has always been one of those players that has that in his locker anyway, so it's not like he has to change things up too dramatically. It's not like we're taking his natural game away from him hugely by just seeing him being a little bit more entertaining. It's just kind of, he's got the platform, he's got the base of being an incredible FIFA player, but he's just going to go for things maybe slightly more risky than usual, and I'm okay with it.
We'll see what happens. As I say, it's one of those games where he might be dragged into playing in a tournament kind of way, just by the way that his opponent is approaching the game. You know what I mean? He's not going to want to be embarrassed by a scoreline or something like that, so he might try and kind of rein in those skill moves and try and play in a way that's going to get him a win while trying to maybe get that advantage and then look for the odd rainbow flick or two. But you can see he's trying to play the ball into Kevin De Bruyne here, who will pick up the pieces from R9, who dropped deep. Ball will be won back by Patrick Vieira, though, and it's been a little bit of a battle of the midfield so far.
Which is what we're used to seeing, really, between two players of a similar skill level, is kind of trying to win possession, try and dominate that midfield, and then see who can make the most of attacks. TAS regains possession yet again, and we'll just build this one up slowly but surely. You can see the 4 attacking players stretched from left to right. St. Maximin is going to be on the left-hand side. He can be the danger man potentially, but as I say that, the ball's been given away.
Umut showing a bit of fancy footwork himself here. The German tries to reverse pass into the run of Kevin De Bruyne. A little bit of sloppy defending here means that De Bruyne might get a second opportunity. Mbappe with a scoop turn, Mbappe with the shot, and the first goal of the game will go to Kylian Mbappe. 94 rated, foot birthdays, 5-star weak foot, and you can see it in effect there. On the left, straight into the back of the net, and that's 1-0 to Umut.
Just taking Mbappe to a different level. I mean, his team of the year was amazing. His team of the season so far is also an amazing item, but the foot birthday, just giving him that 5-star weak foot, it was always what he was lacking. He had everything else, just apart from that ability to be able to shoot on the weaker foot. But the fact now he's got that as well just makes him such an impactful item, and that's why he is the most expensive version of himself. As I say that, Neymar, I mean, he's got several versions, several foot items as well.
Well, that's a phenomenal goal there from TAS. That's kind of the classic TAS that we expect to see, the kind of goal that he's kind of become a little bit renowned for, to be honest with you. You know, playing that ball around, quick first-time passing, once he gets inside that 18-yard box to carve out almost, you know, the perfect goal, so to speak, and that was a perfect example of it there. 1-1 then in this game. And it is being played at quite a tempo, to be honest with you. Both players certainly not wanting to give each other an inch, and not quite as many flicks and tricks that we saw between TAS and Tex. TAS definitely playing here with a little bit more on the line.
Well, it was one of the events where TAS scored a goal with, I think, a record number of passes leading up to the goal. Certainly that was in FIFA 19 anyway. I know it changed in FIFA 20 because the whole dynamic of the game changed from 19 to 20, and we've become more accustomed to players passing it around a lot before a goal. TAS certainly does have that ability just to kind of frustrate and wind up his opponent and wind himself up as well. Just slowly but surely build up on either side, play a couple of 1-2s, use the triangle system, and then find his way in front of goal. And sometimes it's just an easy tap in, but other times he can get a bit more creative.
Well, here's St. Maximin for Umut. Little McGeady spin inside, but the strength of Kylian Mbappe on display there, but St. Maximin managed to recover well and keep possession here for the German. Here Hernandez, you can see the press there from TAS as well. Zaha being called short to try and pick up the pieces here, but unfortunately there, the Crystal Palace man just couldn't connect with the pass, and it's just turned possession back over, and some of the little bit of L2 dribbling there coming in from TAS, that close dribbling with Alphonso Davies to just almost bait in the player to come and try and steal the ball before passing it by him.
Every single pass that TAS is trying to make into that final third is just being cut out so effectively by Umut at the moment, and that is going to start to get a bit frustrating. I mean, even if TAS does want to play with kind of skill moves in mind and entertainment, Umut can certainly kind of ruin all of that fun very easily.
There's a ball through. I'm pretty sure that is offside, and that was a phenomenal finish from the right foot of Neymar there. And you see a little bit of the puff of the cheeks from the Brazilian in-game saying, oh, I think that one pretty well. It's a little bit disappointing that was offside, and I'm sure that we feel exactly the same. But with around 7 minutes or so until half-time, you have to say it's only really been one chance per player that has jumped out of the highlights from this first half. But, oh no, a big mistake here, and maybe there's going to be another opportunity for another highlight just before this half comes to a close. Here's Mbappe, little drag back, and there's loads of space here for De Bruyne, and it's a simple finish, and it is the mistake from TAS that is going to cost him that second goal.
This is going to be difficult to come back into this game now as well, with Umut already showing in this tournament that defensively he can be very strong. And he could make matters worse here as well, as Zaha on the right-hand side players in the middle. Vieira passes it to Neymar, just can't quite get it past Wan-Bissaka though. That could have been 3, and that should be a warning sign, I think, for TAS.
Well, here's R9 Ronaldo. Still a little bit of time left here at the end of this first half, and Saint-Maximin is in behind. Keeps the ball in. The Frenchman has to get away from the attentions of the fullback, and a couple of twists and a couple of turns, and almost manages to work the ball inside as R9 now just loses out to Patrick Vieira. Battle of two of the strongest players that you'll encounter on FIFA 20 is won by the Frenchman, but at half-time, Dan, it is the German, Umut, who has that 2-1 advantage.
Does have the advantage. It's now whether he can sit on that advantage or whether Tass is going to be able to show us what he's made of. Maybe put on a show at the same time. A little bit of skills just from the kickoff. Just to remind us, I think. But certainly so far, Umut has been very impressive. I mean, throughout this tournament in general, like the close games he had with Desari as well, and the fact he took down Tex, I think surprised everyone.
I mean, he certainly has surprised a lot of players this year with his performances in the FUT Champions Cup at Atlanta. Not a name that we would have really picked out as a favourite before that game got underway, as we see Neymar just drift offside, but proven that he's yet another one of these strong contingent of German players who do so well in the competitive FIFA scene. You know, you're talking about the likes of Megabit, Sakal, you know, there's so many of them that are around now, Dulla, Mike, etc., but now Tass has the chance to potentially find an equaliser. Unfortunately for him, Saint-Maximin was just found offside, but the depth of talent that is in Germany is just absolutely unbelievable.
I mean, I've mentioned records a few times already in this game, but the record number of players being at an event, I wouldn't be surprised if it's German players qualifying that holds that record with the amount of talent they offer. I mean, certainly we've seen a rise of South American talent as of late as well, but I would still say that Germany are up there with being one of the best. I mean, when we got to see like E-Nations, for example, we were always asking the questions of, are Germany going to be one of those teams to beat? And we've seen with all these different nations how they kind of boot camp together and how they have that selection process. And I mean, it was a shame that we were kind of robbed of E-Nations this year. I'm sure when it comes back, we will get to witness again maybe the strength of the German nation.
Tass here just trying to pick apart his opponent, and a beautiful back heel was done just that, and oh, the keeper movement there is the only thing that would have denied Tass from finding an equaliser. Kevin De Bruyne, either foot is good for him with that 5-star weak foot, but unfortunately maybe just snatched at the shot, didn't wait that extra half second to see if that goalkeeper movement was going to come into effect. And Umut a little bit fortunate there, although he did move the goalkeeper, of course, to have the scoreline still 2-1 in his favour.
What can we see from Tass with 30 minutes to go in this first match in this best of three? Certainly in the moment, he just hasn't been able to get past the wall that Umut seems to have put up in front of him. Obviously has the one goal, but he's going to need more. Almost every player behind the ball for Umut at the moment, aside from Mbappe, who sits near that centre circle, but Tass has managed to worm his way through. Mbappe on the edge. Can he find anyone to play the ball to? That's the question. He's being hassled and jostled by De Bruyne. And Tass just has to retreat and go back.
And here's De Bruyne on the ball again. Frankie de Jong into the feet of Neymar. He'll return the ball to the Dutchman. Tries to fire it into the feet there of Neymar once again. But Umut again, with so many players deep and behind the ball, it's so difficult to break down and find those spaces. You combine that with the ability to switch those players so effectively, and it shows exactly why he is such a good defensive player.
22 minutes remaining. A third goal you feel would probably put this game to bed. Tass playing out from the back. Nice and calmly though. Doesn't look like he's under any sort of real pressure at the moment. Doesn't look nervous in how he is approaching the game. Very experienced player in the FIFA scene. A veteran, some would say.
Here's Umut looking for that third, which really would put this game to bed, but Tass defending extremely well, and now there is a chance on the counter-attack. Look at R9. He's got Virgil van Dijk. He's back, but it doesn't matter because Neymar is in behind here. Can he make the most of this chance here, Tass? A little ball roll away from his man. Drag back, heel to heel, but again, just the pace of those defenders being able to get back into position to help that defensive play there from Umut. Difficult to do, but You have to feel for Tas a little bit. He's broken behind those defensive lines, and sometimes it's just difficult to get away from those extremely quick centre-backs that have been added to the game recently.
Yeah, it's on another day, would he have just taken that shot with Neymar and taken more of a risk that maybe the keeper doesn't get down to it quick enough, or you manage to smash it past him at his far post? There are all those things that come into the equation as well, but I feel like Tas just wanted to try and give himself a better opportunity to score rather than going for some sort of 50-50. But Mbappe's managed to find his way through, ball roll around the keeper, and that's going to be 3. Umut takes a 2-goal advantage with just 10 minutes to go and should take the first match in this series.
And again, it's Kylian Mbappe. What a player he is. Foot birthdays item really has kind of changed up who that player in at centre forward is. He really given another option apart from the likes of R9, the likes of Cruyff in that position. So you used to see him played out wide with that team of the year. All those informs that we've seen throughout the year are really proving how good he is now. And Neymar's going to go back onto that left foot, and surely that's going to be another one. It is. It's now 4-1 to the German. And we're talking about Kylian Mbappe, but his PSG teammate Neymar is the man who makes it 4.
Then Maximin flips one up to R9, but it's not going to be enough for any sort of shot to get away because Umut was there. He was ready. He was eager to win the ball back, to push up the field and maybe even look for a 5th here. This game is done. And Umut is going to be taking a 1-0 lead in this lower bracket final, essentially. The winner of this will go into the playoffs and will be our 4th and final player in playoffs tomorrow. So Maximin dinks one over to Neymar, and he's there again, 5-1. I think at this point, Tas had probably just given up and was already thinking about match number 2.
So at the end, it's a little bit of a drubbing here for Tas in this game, and Umut again showing how impressive he is as a player he is in FIFA 20, and he's just been so clinical in front of goal, and he's looking for more, even right at the end of stoppage time here with a 5-1 advantage. The ball will go out of play, and that will pretty much bring the game to its natural conclusion. Van Dijk should just put this one out of play. The referee will blow his whistle, and it will be Umut who wins the first game of this best of 3 with a phenomenal 5-1 victory.
Not quite 10-9, but 5 goals still from Umut is still more than we're used to seeing.
Guys, 6 goals, I'll take it. You know, it was great. I mean, I don't think it was necessarily, if you've just joined us, 5-1 doesn't quite tell the full picture here. I think it was a lot closer than that. But I think towards the end, as you said, I think one of you said, I think Tas just realised, you know what, this is not happening for me in this game. I've got to move on and think about game number 2. Isn't that right, Mark?
Yeah, 100%. It's the advantage, I would say, for some players in the fact that we're not playing aggregate scores in this kind of format, so you don't have to worry too much about, just seeing a game out. You can kind of start thinking about the next game a little bit earlier than maybe you would in the standard tournament kind of format. So for Tas now, he's got to think about what went right, what went wrong, and how he adjusts in this second game here to get himself back into this series.
Indeed, I mean, Dan, this is in theory now a $50,000 game for Tas here, because by simply qualifying for tomorrow, everything's upped, is doubled at least. So even though it's not going to him, it's going to a charity, that's still, you want to earn that money for charity, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, being able to kind of walk away to your family and say, I've managed to earn X amount for this charity and save lives is something that everyone will want to be able to say. But Tas has been in a situation before where he's been playing a 50 grand game for himself. So he certainly won't feel the pressure, but whether he starts thinking, okay, maybe I should try something a little bit different here. Maybe it's not about the entertainment now. Maybe I want to be able to contribute a little bit more money. But I do think he was unfortunate with the first goal. And I did see his screen. He was watching that replay back, kind of like saying, if that first one hadn't gone in, that might have been a bit different game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we mentioned the player a lot, but Fat Birthday Mbappe, Mark, different gravy, mate, different class.
Yeah, different gravy, and this seems a real good example of how important the 5-star weak foot has become in competitive FIFA. I talk about it a lot, and if you're playing and defending against someone who has even a 4-star weak foot with phenomenal shooting stats, you keep that in your mind as a defender. You're trying to show him onto that weak foot all the time, but if they've got the 5-star weak foot, it's so much more difficult, because even if they pull out a drag back that you read, they can then go back the other way once again, and you've got perfect finishing stats and shooting stats on either foot. So it has become almost an essential thing to have in not just your forward players and your wide players, but also on why we see the likes of Hullet still being used so much. He offers so much, but he also has that 5-star weak foot in midfield. So it just makes defending even more of a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, would you say, when you look at the attributes, do you think a 5-star foot is more important than the likes of pace? Is that what it's really all about? Was that particularly for the skill players, do you think?
I would say so. I think it's a combination of them, obviously, that make the best players in the game. But someone with a 5-star weak foot, for me, who's got decent pace, is better than someone who's got electric pace but has a 3-star weak foot, for example. So I'd much rather have a Ben Yedder in my team than a Di Maria, for example. But that's just me. That's because I love drag backs. I love scoop turns. It's the only way that I can score. So, I mean, what can I say?
What can you say? Right, we're jumping into game number 2. It's all on the line here now. TAS has to win this one, otherwise Umut progresses to tomorrow. Take it away.
So what are your thoughts on this one, Dan? Obviously, we saw TAS get a little bit of a drubbing in that first game. We were kind of hoping that he would come out and entertain, but he seemed to, he was putting in 1,000% effort here. Sweat mode was engaged, so to speak, and it was a little bit of a disappointing result for him in the end.
Yeah, I think he was unfortunate to go behind, but that is not unfortunate. Nothing unfortunate whatsoever. That is just a blooming brilliant goal to give Umut the lead here. And TAS again now is going to have to come from behind. I was going to say he was unfortunate from going behind, and I feel like TAS is always going to be one of those players who plays better when he goes ahead, not just because of his play style, but just mentally. I think it's a lot easier when you take a goal lead. But such an early goal from Umut now is just going to give him such confidence. He's not scared to be doing any sort of skill moves to try and beat a man. He knows exactly where he wants to be playing these passes. He seems to have TAS's number at the moment. But the thing with TAS and the experience that we've seen from him across the years is he always has a plan B and a plan C.
Yeah, phenomenal first goal there from Umut. We talk about his defensive play so much, but that little elastico and the finish from St. Maximin was absolutely superb. And now it gives him the chance to play the game that he's comfortable with. He can just defend this lead. He can play how he wants to and wait for TAS to have to push players forward and expose himself a little bit defensively before he has to take any more risks. So a perfect game plan being executed here by Umut, putting that first chance away. And now it's up to TAS to try and do something special. Here's Frankie de Jong. He'll half drag back so many players deep and behind the ball again. It's just forcing TAS to go back all the way to his fullbacks here, Dan.
Certainly frustrating when you're trying to get past 10 men. We've all been there at Weekend League. That is what FIFA 20 becomes sometimes, is a very defensive, low depth, which has everyone behind the ball. But what makes Umut so good is how effective he is with the counter-attack, as that's one hell of a through ball to Mbappe. Can he get past him? He can beat the man. This could be a potential second, but TAS has done really, really well there to defend and get back, even though the numbers weren't really in his favour when that attack started.
I wouldn't mind seeing TAS maybe try something like a 4-4-2 in this kind of way that Umut seems to be trying to play this game out now that he has this lead. Get those two players up front, get those two men up top, so that when he does win the ball back and Umut is forcing players forward to try and obviously add that second goal himself, he's got those two players up top that he can interchange passes, make those runs down the channels to try and be quick in exposing that back line and getting that counter-attack going. He has to be a little bit fortunate here as St. Maximin's hunting for his second, but might be an option that TAS can look forward to going a little bit deeper into this match.
Constant battle at the moment for TAS, just trying to get into the final third, let alone get close to the goal. Umut, whilst may have quite a few men behind the ball, he has been pressing in the right areas and been winning the ball back in some dangerous places as well. The goal scorer, St. Maximin, on the edge of the box. Is he going to pull out another elastico, or is it going to be down to Mbappe? De Bruyne tries to use his strength. Neymar on the edge of the box as well. Can he do anything? But De Bruyne is there again, just to ensure that TAS doesn't go too down here, Mark.
Yeah, a perfect example of how important players with agility are, not only in the attacking sense. You saw Neymar twisting and turning there, but having the high agility on those players to defend as well. You need to be able to react. You need to be able to shift the body weight quickly of those defenders if you do kind of get half beaten by one of those attackers. But good job from both players so far to show off how important those attributes are at this top level of competitive FIFA. Here's De Bruyne, a beautiful couple of step overs, and there's a beautiful fake shot from Neymar, and the finish to match as well. Umut has looked so good across not only this first leg but the start of the second as well. And a 2-0 lead, Dan, is everything he would have wanted.
Is Umut now edging towards those playoffs, being our fourth and final player going into Championship Sunday, and the chance to win this tournament and donate $400,000 to a charity of his choice? Or will we see Tas fight back here and nip a goal before the first half and give us an exciting end to today? It has been a really good day here in Group B. Of course, we started the day with a show match between Dele Alli and Dybala, and I think Dybala really showed us that he is a phenomenal FIFA player. I don't think any of us really knew what he was capable of. And then we've had 2-0 sweeps throughout Group B. We haven't had the kind of 2-1s that we saw yesterday in Group A. Every series really has just been a blowout.
We'll have to see if Tas can find something in this second half and towards the end of this first half to try and buck that trend. Now, so far, Umut has looked so good in all facets of his game. Defence, attack, counter-attacking, he really has had it down. And now Davis trying to get away from Wilfried Zaha, trying to use his pace, the Canadian, to get past the Englishman, but that's not going to happen, and Zaha, combination of pace and power to force that ball out of play off of the Canadian to win the ball back here. Zaha again looking for that run in behind, and he does find Mbappe. Mbappe leaves Virgil van Dijk for dead. It's not very often you say that, and Neymar surely had to finish that, but for the fantastic save there from Alisson. A big chance there for Umut once again, and Neymar just disappointingly couldn't beat the goalkeeper.
Not long now before the half-time whistle, and I have to say, Umut has looked really good. I was one of the players who questioned his style of FIFA way back when in Atlanta. But I have to say, going forward, he has changed. He looks like a different player. I don't know whether it's just because it's a charity tournament or whether he has just improved in those months since we saw him performing that well. But he's got all of the ability. He's got all the skills in his locker as well. We're constantly seeing kind of the elastico past the man and then seeing if he can get the shot away. He's really doing a number in the final third at the moment.
And the power of Zaha here cannot be matched by Kevin De Bruyne. And there might be time for yet another goal before the break. De Bruyne in at the near post, and that is superb. Attacking play there from Umut. The German really has been on fire in these two games. And the first half will come to a close, and I think Tas, well, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board. No shots on target for him, but 3 to the good. It's been superb, Dan.
It's been a masterclass, really, from Umut going forward and just being able to control this game as well. I mean, I don't know whether it was a lesson learned when he went up against Emes Dasari, someone who is the master of dictating pace and controlling the game and shutting out and frustrating opponents. But Umut has done that here to Tas. And whether Tas has been looking to play more entertaining football or not, he just hasn't been able to keep up with the FIFA that Umut has displayed here.
I'm just looking across the tactics here. We can see Tas just changing things up a little bit himself. And I think he's gone for that 5 at the back formation. But as we know, some people might be watching and thinking, why are you playing 5 defenders in this kind of situation? Tas likes to use this as an aggressive formation, have those fullbacks overlapping and really sort of adding some width to his game. And you can see it here. So Maximin back to Alphonso Davies. And that's just going to give so many options to switch the play and maybe just try and stretch that defence, which is so compact here from Umut.
Tas holding onto the ball and waiting to see whether Umut is going to press up here and push, try and win the ball back, and then maybe he can find some of those pockets of space that are presented, but it hasn't really happened so far. He hasn't been able to find that space until maybe now. Neymar on the right-hand side does stop up, goes inside, plays it to R9, but Theo is there, of all people, to stop that one. And Umut again can just come away with this one and look at a counter-attack.
Yeah, great interception there from Hernandez, just the last second, as that was looking dangerous. So maybe would have liked to, I could see the idea there from Tas trying to double tap that pass inside, but maybe just test the goalkeeper in that kind of circumstance. You get those ricochets, you get those little bit of fortune that do go your way. But now Umut's coming forward again, and it's such a penetrative pass and almost found the run of Mbappe again. And he has been a real thorn in the side of Tas in this game, without doubt, Kylian Mbappe. And now Tas has to come forward again with Mbappe of his own. You can see that run. This is what I'm talking about. Outside now from Wan-Bissaka. just creating space. The only problem is, again, Theo Hernandez is going to get back and defend, and I think a little bit of frustration maybe creeping into the game of TAS now.
Has managed to block the ball with Mbappe, and again there is a frustrated slide that comes out. And this is exactly what I said to Adam, though. Even if you are in a game of FIFA and you want to play the game a certain way, if your opponent is playing more of a meta style, they will frustrate you and they will make you think, well, I just want to try X, Y, and Z, and I'm not able to because my opponent is doing this. And it's just meant that Umut has been able to kind of frustrate TAS to the point where he can open up gaps in the back. TAS pushes forward, he looks for goals, and then alas, suddenly he's been hit on the counter-attack, and Umut has looked so good going forward. He's had the skills, he's had the passes, all perfect, and the goals have been pretty sexy ones, if I'm completely honest, Mark. I'm going to use that word.
I'm vibing with it. I like it. I would agree with you. I think that they've been impressive. They've been well executed, I think, and clinical going forward as well. And you almost saw again the run of Mbappe being used. And now you're seeing TAS come forward again. He's only got 30 minutes or so, so he's going to need a goal every 10 minutes to get back into this game, to send it to extra time. And you could see he was just trying that little half drag back there to wait for the run of R9 Ronaldo in behind, but just gave the defender enough time to get back and close down that space. It's kind of been the story, to be honest with you, here for TAS.
He's got to be careful, though, with some of these slide tackles, otherwise Virgil van Dijk will be taking an early shower at this rate. Just diving in, trying to win that ball back. I mean, fair enough, 66 minutes gone. Not much time to work with now, and he is facing elimination from the tournament. It will be our last match of the day as well. Neymar now. Can he maybe find something? Ronaldo pass it back to De Jong. Here's De Bruyne. He can certainly hit them from there. He's not happy to do so. There's the rainbow flick, but it doesn't pull off. He said he was going to try one, and this time doesn't find the goal.
Yeah, if you're 3-0 down and things aren't going your way, you've got to hit the rainbow flick. It's the automatic button, that's the big red button on the desk now, officially in FIFA 20. And that's what was hit. That's what happened. It nearly worked for him. We'll have to see if he goes for it again to try and put a little bit of glitter on top of what has been a disappointing performance so far. But for Umut, he's got another chance to come forward here. You can see Wilfried Zaha, there's space in the middle for the man. You saw him trying to fire that driven pass across to attempt to find that player, but TAS will pick up possession now. Neymar, unfortunately for him, will have his pocket picked as quickly as possession was picked up. A lot of P's in that.
So many P's, just like my roast dinner earlier. And this game now is just a bit like a game of golf. Because you go to golf, you have the worst round ever, you don't hit any good shots until that 9th hole, you hit that perfect shot, and it's what keeps you coming back. TAS now just needs that rainbow flick goal, that perfect goal that will get us screaming, that will keep him coming back and keep us watching.
Well, here's De Bruyne. It goes towards the back post, and R9 was waiting. Frankie de Jong plays it into a 5-star skill. I'm just going to be calling this off, calling skill moves out, by the way, now. Neymar, there's a little flick over his head. He tried to volley. And I love what I'm seeing from TAS here. I think he realises the game is done and dusted, but he's trying to do something special for everyone at home who's watching. But Umut's just all business here. Drives the ball across, and Ramos has to turn it over his own bar for a corner.
I mean, certainly regardless of the result here, TAS provided us with arguably the most entertaining game we've watched in quite some time. Him versus Tex was amazing to watch, just because it was the incredible back and forth, and both of them just trying their tricks and flicks as Van Dijk does just flick one up to Ramos, and we're going to see a little bit of skill school between the two perhaps here.
It's like the reverse Olays here, isn't it? You know, usually your team's passing it around, doing a few tricks, a few flicks when they're 3-0 up, but TAS is, I think, just making a point here that, you know, if you're not going to try and get the ball, I'm just going to sit here and flick it up. So 83 minutes left, 83 minutes passed on the clock, I should say. And let's see if Umut can find a fourth here to compile to the misery here of TAS. Mbappe, a little step over from him. Beautiful fake shot from Neymar. Stops up, looking to embarrass his opponent a little bit here. Went for the croqueta, but TAS kind of held on there.
There's still time, Mark. I believe it's going to happen. We're going to get that goal from TAS.
Are we allowed to announce an automatic win if TAS scores a rainbow flick goal?
I mean, I think we probably have the power to make those rules. I'm going to be completely honest, Mark. So why not?
Your words, not mine. Anyway, so Dennis confirms
a rainbow flick goal will put TAS
immediately
through.
Wins. Next goal wins. It's playground football.
That would certainly be for a charity tournament, but by the looks of it, it's going to be Umut joining MS Dasari, Dami and Gravison in the playoffs tomorrow. Certainly still a star-struck last four. Maybe
Here's
something.
Neymar. Dan, I can feel it. It's happening right now. Neymar gets the little tornado out, goes towards the back post. What year is it? Unfortunately, Van der Sar will get there. St. Maximin will put the ball out of play, and that will be the end of the game. A 3-0 win in this second game of the best of three means that Umut will go through. A fantastic performance from the German, and it really was a performance that doesn't give us much to pick apart. It was just superb.
All we wanted in that game, chaps, was to taste the rainbow, and we got close.
Obvious? Was it obvious?
We got close. We got so close. Tass tried for us. That's all we can ask for. But you said it yourselves. I think it was quite a comprehensive victory, really. I think towards the end, I think Tass knew once you go 3 goals down in this kind of format, I think it's hard, Dan, to really get yourself back into the game when there's only like 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yes, for sure. And I think he knew then by that point he just wanted to try and do something for us here. But we're looking at the goals from Umut, and all 3 of them sublime. I mean, I was one of his biggest critics when he kind of burst onto the scene and had an amazing performance back earlier in the season, because he was very defensive, very possession-based, and would always frustrate his opponents. But his goals were just amazing here. He pulled out all the stops for us.
He certainly did, and that's what you hope from this. Hope from the kind of competitions like this as well. You want to see. We've seen some great skilled players, seen some fun matches like Tex and Tass earlier on. It was fantastic, and we've seen some sublime finishing and possession play from our winners today as well. Let's have a look at the bracket and how it stands as well, folks. For you guys at home, just to remind ourselves of how things currently are and who's going through and who's sadly not competing any longer. As you can see there, we are celebrating the fact that MS Dasari and Umut are going over to tomorrow's finals to compete alongside Damien Gravison. Sadly, we lose Tex and Tass, though, who, even though they've not gone through, they've given us so much entertainment. Both Tex and Tass have decided to give $50,000, the money they've won from this competition, to UNICEF. So GG's, WPs for those boys there who've given such an enormous amount of their time and a fantastic contribution to a great charity like UNICEF as well. Right, let's have a look at the bracket as it stands for tomorrow. We've got a lot of surprises for you guys, but we've got this fantastic setup as well. Gravison and Umut will be our first game tomorrow in our bracket play, followed by MS Dasari and Damie after that. Of course, we have some show matches coming your way as well. But for now, that's how it stands. Those are our last 4 players. Before we wrap things up this evening, fellas, let's talk about the fellas that have got through to our finals tomorrow. Gravison and Damie from yesterday, MS Dasari as well today as Umut. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow, Mark? Who do you think is going to be the one that really steps forward? I mean, MS Dasari obviously is looking good, but is anybody else you think is up there with him?
I always love watching Damie play, so I think he's going to be certainly one to watch tomorrow. It's kind of what kind of Damie's going to turn up to play. Is it going to be the one that scores loads of goals, or is it going to be the one that can't quite link those final pieces together? But I think your initial statement is completely right. It's Dasari who's got to be the favourite.
And what about yourself, Danny? Are you with Mark on that one as well?
Yep, I think short and sweet for you. I think Dasari is going to be the one to watch tomorrow. I think he's going to take it.
I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. And obviously, Gravison in his video earlier on said that he's looking forward to the challenge of Dasari. So it's happening. It's happening tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much for watching today. We've had so much fun. You've had show matches with, Paulo Dybala and Dele Alli, for crying out loud. We've had, Tex, MS Dasari, Tass and Umut as well, entertaining us for hours. Wonderful casters, Joe and Lee. And of course, Dan and Mark. Look at those faces. Look at those faces. You guys are back tomorrow with me as well, as we have our Championship Sunday, where someone is going to give away $400,000 to a charity you can see on screen here right now, which is just crazy money. You can find out tons more about Gamers Without Borders by simply going to gamerswithoutborders.com. There as well, you can donate if you'd like to as well. But all these charities are fighting the battle against coronavirus, which is such an important thing in the world right now with everything that's going on. Thank you for joining us today. It's been amazing. We've got another full day coming your way tomorrow. Make sure to check it out. For now, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Can't wait.